start laughing because I don't know. It seems like she thought I was going to answer her. And then the thing went on the floor, and then I said, just ignore it, just ignore it. And then Stu gets up, and he just is exaggerated, like, I'm such a gentleman, and he picks it up, and he goes like this, like, oh, I got it, I saved the day, and he put it down there. And then I remember what you said, and then I couldn't stop laughing.
That's all it took to just put you into a fit of laughter.
What? Yeah, I could not stop laughing.
How's it going, guys?
Looking at me like
My name is Will O'Connor, and welcome to another installment of Poker Night in America, the cash game. We are live from Seminole, Hard Rock, Hollywood.
Because she had I think she had about 4,000 in front of her, and I bet 3,000 because I know
And
like to lose their last.
Right off the bat, you are introduced to Jennifer Tilly, who unfortunately was one of yesterday's biggest losers, but she's come in today with a lot of energy.
And I did. I had a massive hand.
And we're seeing the second hand of play, and who is that? Handsome devil.
I'm so not. Well, I'm sure she was going to fold anyway, but she just could not.
All right, so getting started. Let's go through the lineup. In the one seat, putting in a raise here with ace-10 is Tom Marchese, sitting down with 10,000. Marchese, one of the best high-stakes, no-limit pros in the game. To his left is Jessica Dawley, Sherpo patched pro. They're in the blue tie, maybe one of the best-dressed men in poker and one of the best up-and-coming high-stakes pros, Matt Berkey. Gentili is in the middle, and the player who is putting out a 4-bet from the big blind, Sherpo patch pro Dan O'Brien, Las Vegas resident.
Actually, Will's got all the chips, so it's like.
And the only player we haven't met so far is out of the shot, and that's Aaron Mermelstein, Philadelphia pro, 2-time WPT winner. So an awesome lineup here, and we're seeing some action right off the start as Dan O'Brien's going to 4-bet from the big blind. Gentili calls with jacks.
Wow.
Must be a king-high 3-diamond flop. Nobody has a diamond yet.
Okay, I hope this isn't a sign of things to come.
What, you opening me folding?
Yeah, type Berkey.
2 hands. Strong sample.
Yeah.
And on the turn, 10 of hearts going to fall, and Gentili looks like she's going to check call 1,600. And what is on Jennifer Tilly's head? That's a tiara. Not 100% sure what drove Tilly to wear that. Hopefully it's good luck, though, as she tries to recoup some losses from yesterday, but it's not going to be done on this hand.
But I saved money.
You did.
Well, I should have bet that. I should have bet the river, right? I should have. Yeah. You would have been like, she has a 3 of diamonds. Oh, loser.
That's actually probably exactly what I would have thought.
I almost pushed pre-flop. Would you have called? It's like 10.
I would have beat you right in.
You would have? Really?
I have a king and a queen.
Oh my God, this is awful.
What was the flop?
It's probably me.
King 4.
Oh.
T4.
Wow. This is starting out
double
just like
punishment.
yesterday.
Strong.
How much is it? Jim? How much is it? 50.
Come on, big kid.
And then I was looking for my yellow chips, and I was like, where are my yellow chips? And I was like, right, I was going to put them out later. But it's good to be short stacked.
And
I like to run
you see the aerial shot of Philadelphia's Aaron Mermelstein there,
1,000 or whatever, like he tries to do. Like, should never work.
sitting next to him, just filling in the empty seat until
had pink hair.
a 7th player joins the action is myself, so
I figured you were getting yours done there.
we are
So then I had my
showing the powers of production.
So much makeup on. And then
I
I had to do
literally
a
was, like,
photo
wiping.
session for the,
And Aaron Mermelstein's going to get a walk in the big blind. Look how much money I have on the table, man.
Everything
How rich.
cracking, melting, like.
I have
But you hate when that happens, Tom.
What? It's hard to be girl.
Full
but
makeup?
Yes.
I have this stuff which is amazing if you want to throw some on later.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it takes all the shine away.
Oh, really? Oh.
For this, like, it's perfect for TV stuff.
I'm shiny.
No,
I
I'm saying-
sweat.
I am from walking from the hotel just to here because it's so humid out.
In comedians call it flop Swed. It's like when
And
the
Wistic,
flop
thanks for
comes
following
out.
along.
For me, it's like when the flop comes out and I misplay.
M to Bolt, min buy-in is 5,000. Maximum buy-in is
Going too
20,000.
fast Because that's what we do in poker when we have a good hand.
Matt Berkey was the only player to utilize that full buy-in, and
You're faking it?
Yeah.
Dan O'Brien, who just folded his button, is the only player that is buying in for 5,000. And while Jen Tilly started the day with 10,000, we do know that she quickly re-upped with an additional 10,000. So she's going to be with the full amount very shortly. And she now has flopped top 2 pair.
It's a bad flop for a really good hand.
And Tom Marchese is going to check call with ace queen high. 3 of hearts doesn't help Marchese, and this could be check bet fold more often than not. Sereno, thanks for following, man. And I think Gentile's going to try to get a little sneaky here with 2 pair, but
Trying to read off everybody.
unfortunately she's not going to get paid off by ace high here.
I've seen what he's doing.
And Marchese likely folding.
Got it through. Yeah. They're gonna be like, I didn't know he played.
I lost so much money yesterday. I have to win the main event in order to break even.
Did you make the November 9th?
You know, Jason Mercier, he
Straight on board.
he tweeted, I want a Tesla.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I hope there's no electricity. Florida.
Yeah, there really isn't a lot, so.
I think everybody lost except for Jason.
Yeah, he won all the money.
That is true.
It's unbelievable.
Like,
He won every dollar.
Yesterday,
Stu claims he won 1,800.
Jason Mercier
And then
won
Jim
over
Riley,
95,
he
or
looked
excuse me,
like
$65,000
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone lost.
All the
on Poker
girls
Night in America.
Not.
Can we change that around today,
Yeah.
please?
And Jennifer Tilly explaining that
that's the norm
all the women
in this
yesterday lost, and Jen
thing we call a TV
is hoping to change that today, as is Jessica Dawley, who has made some past Poker Night in America appearances.
No, we'll be bankrupt.
Of all the things, like of all the
What?
places you could have gone with your like.
It's going to be Berkey versus O'Brien in this hand.
Probably the nicest.
Ace high flop, a rainbow.
My what?
Like you could have
Shoots
said, like,
Berkey
I hope you take that electric
into the
ball
lead.
bathtub with you.
Oh. That's a good
And
one.
now-
Put it into the bathtub.
Matt Berkey, prior to the summer, might have been the best poker player that no one ever heard of. But after cashing in the summer opening $300,000 buy-in, super high roller bowl, final tabling that event, and having a very successful summer,
Hook up to our electricity.
Oh, really?
everybody now knows who Matt Berkey is, and
So I live in like
he always
a
dresses to
suburban
impress as well.
town, And we have a lot of rental properties there, and so our electric bill, the house was empty, and that electric
This is a
bill
good
was
story,
through
so
the
we're gonna
roof.
listen
Like,
in
I went over
here.
there, And the neighbor was stealing our electric, and so like the only thing you can do, like you can call the sheriff's department or whatever, and they came out, and they're like, yeah, he is stealing electric, but he's like he had gone away for like murder or whatever, and so like the local cops were scared of him, so they would not go tell him he had to stop. They had to call the state police.
What's a bigger crime, murder or stealing electricity?
They were afraid to. They were afraid to approach him.
Yeah, you don't
When,
want.
when you say podunk town, how small are we talking?
It is-
I mean, like,
It
this
is the
sounds like,
Uber's podunk. We don't even have a stoplight.
Really?
We have a
it sounds
four-way.
like
we have a
400
four-way.
people all living in like 6 trailers.
2,100, and
That's,
only like.
I mean, that was the size of my town. We actually have a stoplight and people don't steal electricity
That you know about.
that I know of.
Wow, crushed. Yeah, like they've tried for years to get a stoplight in there. They put like the little belt across the highway, hoping there's enough traffic, but 20 years going strong, still haven't got one yet. Yeah.
Oh, I feel like you have like dirt roads running through the middle of
Yes, we still
town
do.
square.
Well, we didn't like my road got paved when I was in high school. Yeah, there's still
That
gravel
sounds
roads.
Where are you from?
Double
No,
entendre.
are you kidding? It was the most exciting day of my life.
When I was in college, I'm a late bloomer.
Yeah, exactly. I wish.
Where are you from?
Small town Indiana, Palmyra, Indiana.
Jen,
Like,
I want you to
Well,
know
people are
that
super friendly
that did
there. It's
not
amazing,
get
but
the
like,
applause it should
it's
have.
so
It's a fantastic
like
joke.
old school that.
I'm going to defend my big blind.
Yes,
like we're
let's
in a
go.
Tournament.
We have to play hands, you know.
Just like that tournament poker.
It's tournament poker.
Tournament poker, that's
I like
right.
it. Listen,
I got to establish a table image right here.
I appreciate it. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm going to check fold.
Oh, that's
Okay.
wow. Usually they go for that and they just raise me. I'm
No
like,
time wasted.
I like that.
And while yesterday's cash
Like,
game
only a
was
place like that,
relatively
literally the sheriff's
quiet
department was like, you know,
through the
we're
early
just
going,
stay-
these guys
stay
seem
with
really
this.
comfortable with it.
Knock
And
on the guy's door. My dad was like, I'll go say something to him, but like legally, they have to be the ones that tell him.
And that's
these
what
players are all
And, and my
very
dad's on the
familiar
phone
with
no
one
parts
another.
about
They're
it,
very
so
friendly.
It happens.
And Jessica Dawley is one of the
I need a little piece.
friendlier people that you'll ever meet in poker.
Oh, actually, this is, I don't want to spill Matt's table. I
That's
guess.
fine.
Has a really cool backstory as well.
Oh, okay.
Was in the Air Force. As she just explained, came
They
from a
ran
quote-unquote
into,
podunk
Joe
town
McKee,
in Indiana.
and he said he might do some commentary. And then I ran into Kate Hall at the bottom of the elevator, and she said she might do commentary too. So, I have to play my A game.
At least they're nice to you.
Well,
Like, you, I mean, you know
they're
what I mean?
civil. He would, tell you.
No, I'm saying like, if you were just like a
And Gentilly
regular
saying
poker
They're
player,
not easy.
that she
yeah.
ran
they're
into
just like they're like a little bit.
WSOP main event champion Joe McKeon
Yeah.
in the elevator coming
They're, like, more
down
infatuated.
to Poker Night in America.
With us, they're like, eh.
And Kate Hall and both those players, while they're playing in the 1K 6 Max, that is part of the Sherpo tournament series schedule, if they do bust out, they could potentially come in and do some commentary in the booth, some guest commentary. We have a few names that were lined up, and
End of the month.
looking forward to seeing who's available throughout the rest of the day.
I don't know.
Get some guys
I
in
don't know
here.
how good it's going to be, to be honest.
Yeah, mostly just want to go up and go to Tahoe for a few days. And
Yeah.
And Earl, that is
I'm going to be in New York.
me, that is
so
Willow C sitting at the table
even if
watching Aaron
I might go to
Mermelstein
Reno, but I wouldn't even go to Tahoe.
turn a full house.
But
He has that white check mark, as you can see on the Poker Night in America
Tahoe in
graphics.
January to April.
oh, nice.
So
All the information for every pot.
I'm not much of a snowboarder or skier, but
still a
And
great
Gentilly
yeah, I like the mountains.
is drawing dead after leading
Exactly.
that turn from the small blind. She's going to check.
Tubing there? Like, like
Yeah.
they do it in Jackson
Snow
Hole.
tubing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my favorite.
Way more my speed.
No, for sure. I'm like, the problem is though, I only like to go places that have a ski lift back up because like getting to the bottom of the hill and then having to like climb your way back up. That's why it's great. in
Yeah,
ski
that's like
towns.
when you go to like a golf course and to
No, like
snow-
growing up. Like
Yeah.
I grew up. Yeah, so we would go in our like in the woods or whatever.
And Mermelstein is going to take that down to win his first pot.
That's
Yeah.
where I grew up. Yeah. But I'm saying by the time you get
You
to the
go
bottom.
3 times.
Exactly.
It's
and
nice
then-
when they have like the conveyor belt.
Exactly. That's my favorite. I just sit on and just rat it on.
Wow, I feel like I won so much more now. Thank you.
I'm like the laziest person ever. But you have your snow gear on too.
And
It's so like it's so heavy and weighs you
down
down.
goes
It's so
Willow C.
exhausting.
Heading to the
Literally,
booth.
Like 3 times and you're done.
Yeah,
I like
feel
that
I had a
part.
lot
Heading to
more
the
fun.
future.
Yeah,
Like, I've done the conveyor belt as an adult. It's just kind of like,
in the snow.
Really?
yeah, I mean, the hills.
You like you? Oh,
Like, by comparison, it was definitely more tame than what I was doing as a child.
oh yeah. We would go down the road, which is really safe.
There's
My uncle used to drag me on his quad.
I added 10.
Real safe.
And Gentilly, as we said earlier, is going to add 10,000 to her stack.
Do any of you guys wakeboard or no?
So she's going to be playing close to
Like handicap.
Loves that.
I know.
18,000.
I went with Phil. Is he in town?
No,
Jessica Dawley was a $5,000 buy-in.
in Rio with Michael Phelps. So
She's going to open
Oh, nice.
to 1,500.
hopefully
I've
they're
seen
playing
some of Jeff
poker.
Gross's snaps on there.
And Matt
Oh,
Berkey,
really?
who
I'm sure they're having a good time.
regularly plays in some of Las Vegas'
Not a bad
biggest
place to be.
no limit hold'em cash games.
He was bummed.
He's going to 3-bet the cutoff with 4-3 of hearts. He's not going to be able to get through Gentilly on the button, though.
But yeah.
Must be terrible.
She's going to call.
Must be horrible.
Dolly's down,
Hanging with Phelps,
heads up to the flop.
winning all the golds.
It's Queen High Rainbow.
Yeah, I feel terrible for him. I'll send him like a.
Tilly with just ace high. It's going to go check,
Sorry.
check.
Sorry you missed the hard rock.
So if you go to your
Gentilly now,
town with your purple hair, are they all gonna judge you?
turning Broadway.
No, like
They just.
While Matt Berkey took the
Yeah, exactly.
initiative pre-flop.
Child.
it is out of the ordinary there. But no, they're so friendly. Like that's the thing. Like the thing.
He
I miss
passed up an
about being there.
opportunity to c-bet on the flop, but he's going to throw out a delayed c-bet here of
Just everyone's like so nice. Like just not used to that in a lot of other places.
Is there
600.
a way to like get? I want to put.
He's
some
now
blue
playing the
in my hand,
board
Yeah,
but I don't know how to go.
on the
about it.
river with
it's super
So,
easy.
well, no, I don't mean like.
Tilly
process,
wondering-
I mean, like, so it doesn't look
Terrible.
totally.
what is this
awful.
high-stakes cash game
What
pro
kind
going
of
to do?
glue do you want to do?
A really electric.
And
blue.
with
But
Like
do you
the
wanna
no
show.
do
potential
silver?
flush draws out there,
But a
Gentilly
little darker.
is going to raise. The worst she can do is chop this pot if Berkey was to have an ace. And
Wow.
Ah.
Nice hand.
Yeah, baby.
Got him. Well, obviously you can have it done at like your hairstylist. Remember we were talking about that?
Yeah.
Hairstylist
I
can do it?
just.
And he has Supreme.
I talked. There were very few people
Time
that were on
travel.
board. Justin Bonwell thought it was a good idea.
Obviously. Look at his hair.
I like, you know what, I like colored hair on girls. Like, Jessica looks fabulous.
Yeah, like a nice
Kate looks
streak, you
great.
know.
Colored hair,
And
it's hardcore.
on a
if you're
quad draw,
a colored hair guy, you gotta be willing
the
to
finalized
fight.
numbers from yesterday's
You gotta go
session
the extra mile.
Yeah.
A lot of responsibility comes with dyeing your hair.
were
It
posted.
suits
Yeah.
Justin.
I love
Earlier
that's
today
a
on the
lot of,
stream,
like, she's basically saying
but
she doesn't know if you're gonna handle
The only real
yourself.
figure you need to know
What
is
color
that
were you thinking to
Jason
get?
Mercier won
Like a bright.
just over
That would look good.
65,000
Really interesting. I think
in the
that,
matter of
I think guys need
close
get
to
a
7 hours.
joke
Not a
ass
bad
with hair.
hourly for
All right.
the recent
I'll
two-time
do it just for you.
2016 bracelet winner.
If the action was on me, I would probably
Stop by looking at your
call
card.
without even looking at my hand. Oops. Oh, I raised. Oh, sorry.
You said call.
Wrong,
Verbal's binding.
wrong
And
call. I said I
Gentilly
would call, and then I raised.
said
Oh,
she
wow.
didn't look at her
That
hand
looks
and then
like an angle.
mistakenly
How
put out a
could it be
raise to
angled?
300.
Listen, don't you Jason me.
So
I need to drink my coffee.
Dawley is going to call. She's going to be out of
You need to
position
drink
though,
opposite
but
coffee.
Thank you.
has her
I've been
opponent
some
dominated
Baumstein.
What is the opposite?
I
until
lost my entire stack yesterday doing that.
this
one.
flop,
Yeah.
where Tilly's going to find bottom pair,
What?
but Dawley's going to bet her gut shot.
Playing without looking at my hand. Okay, I call.
It does sound like fun.
And Pikachu, Gentilly,
Yeah, losing my stack.
rebought
It's like
for-
a rush. It's like bungee
or I should say
jumping and
added
scored
10,000.
yourself back.
And
right.
that's a really great card for Jessica Dawley. As she's going to turn a king high straight. Now Gentilly has an open-ended straight draw to go with
Get serious.
her bottom pair. And this is an interesting hand, an interesting dynamic as Tilly raised without claiming to look at her cards pre-flop.
Me too.
That's probably why she raised.
And then I like,
Because Queen 4 is not the best hand to be 3-betting with, no matter what your position.
I felt. Is it a river? River. Yes.
Yeah, river hunt.
I'm special here. Oh, phew, what a good call. I mean, oh no, I would have made a flat. Now I like to keep you guys guessing.
You're doing a bang up job. So
Oh,
far.
you're crushing.
All right,
It's easiest when you don't even know what you have.
right. You know, it's really hard when a flop
hard to
like
get a
that
read,
comes.
yeah,
It's
when-
hard to represent a good hand when people know you called without looking. That's a problem.
No, you didn't even call. You raised
with that
without looking.
particular move. Yes,
You accidentally raised without looking.
I did. Yeah, I artificially inflated the.
Thank you,
palm
Earl.
Substandard hand.
Really appreciate it.
Okay, back to playing tight.
And Gentilly claiming back to playing tight, and after 3-betting with Queen 4, she now finds a real
Must
hand.
be a really good one now.
Yeah.
She's going to bet
So I raised an extra 25 cents, so.
175 from the hijack. Dan O'Brien looks
I was just gonna say,
interested.
the fact that she
He's not going to play.
Makes me feel worse about my life.
was strong.
Starting to regret a few decisions I've made throughout my life.
Aaron Mermelstein is going to call on the button, and Tom Marchese
Aaron.
He's calling you, you're a bitch.
He looks like
looks down at 2 10s in the
he looks
small
like a-
blind.
like a card
And this
trick.
looks like it's going to be a 3-bet.
Oh, what's happening here?
And it is.
Thanks.
It's a hefty one to 750. And Pippin asking, has Tom Marchese said a word, but
Get him, Jen, get him.
even though he has been quiet, he's going to try to have his chips and cards do the talking in this hand. Gentilly just
Not
4-bet
annoying to me.
to 2100, and that's going to take it down.
crushing.
Wow.
Maybe it is.
Gentilly has come into this Poker Night in a Cash Game session
Card sharks get punished.
with a lot of energy.
Aaron? You said Aaron?
Yes.
That's
Just
my
call him
brother's
Marmel.
name. I love that name.
Oh.
I was trying to figure where you're gonna go with you look like. I wasn't sure what.
No,
I was-
you
And
look like a.
cumulative
a
winnings for
husband.
today's session. Gentilly is actually not
I
up
felt
$10,000.
the sun of fear when I looked into your face.
She just added an additional 10, and we will try to get those figures remedied.
Serial killer
Sometimes
fear.
when I wear these glasses, people say I like Antonio or something with the glasses. So that's where I was trying to think if you were going there.
I'm sorry.
And that's a tough spot for Marchese, for sure, because you'd imagine while Gentilly is
Take a little break for coffee time.
She's in a lot of hands. She's in a lot of pots.
He's the commentator.
Who's the
When
commentator?
We'll come back. We'll come back around.
Oh, I should have been nicer to him. I recognize the voice, but not the face. He's always in the booth.
face only a mother could love, Gentilly.
Whoever comes and joins us.
Who is that?
Oh no, Miami Boss.
Yep.
Oh no.
Oh, what? So what?
And
They,
as we were saying,
How does he play? Have I
Jennifer Tilly,
you have not.
while
played
she's in a lot of hands pre-flop, she tends
I
to
I could tell quick stories. I'm not gonna.
really
He has
only
boss shaved into his head.
4-bet with a very small range, the top of her range. She's usually not going to be 4-betting light in that
What do you
spot.
like
And
from that?
Yeah.
while Marchese did hold a pair, I don't think he wants to be
Use a
flipping
comb, like do it
with 10s in that spot.
and then just brush it through, like that, so that it's not like.
We will, well, you know,
And
let's
Supreme
put
Terrific
together
is
Okay,
before
let's-
EDC.
saying in the chat, the biggest adjustment
No, okay,
to Tilly's game
I'll
is that
put
she's
Tilly's
playing at a table that
Okay.
Make sure
Jason
if I can
Mercier's
make
not
it,
sitting
tag
at.
the Twitch with
And I
poker
think
and
everyone
device and
at this
everybody.
table is
Yeah,
happy
we
that
get a
they
lot of
weren't
feedback.
there yesterday to watch
We're
the
getting a lot
Jason
of
Mercier show in
They were
in
really
person.
good, I think.
Unfortunately,
All the
Jen
female
Tilly
followers,
was
that are on there.
Apparently the male one's
The-
still in.
I'm excited.
co-star of that show yesterday, losing 2 massive pots and getting stacked to Jason Mercier.
Yeah, Sheen, that's what I want.
Yeah.
Blue would look
Sounds
good,
like something I need.
but like blue would look good with your skin, like your skin
Yeah,
tone and
just
your
like
hair.
a sort of an overlay would be good. But I couldn't do that because it would like make my hair too trash to make it
Oh
blonde.
yeah. Oh yeah, you'd have to
Fall
bleach
out.
it. It's gonna be 5 hours.
Yeah, I was redhead twice in 1 month, and I can't do anything to my hair for like.
And CTS,
Would you have
all
that?
the
I was a redhead.
Poker Night in
I
America
played
cash
the
game
Cinderella.
streams,
Cinderella was the evil stepmom.
also
Saw
Poker Night
your-
America main event final table streams
Yeah,
are all
and then
archived
I
in the
went back
VODs
to my
on
normal
Twitch.
hair color, and then I played a character named
It's
Peter,
twitch.tv/Poker Night TV.
to red.
So
And
be
my
sure to
lady-
check those
my
out.
hair guy, no, they didn't have a budget. So he was like, "Ooh, Jennifer, just leave your hair alone for a while."
It does fry it so quickly. It's,
Yeah, it's like straw. I just keep cutting it shorter.
I thought about shaving my head, but I always
Like the
wanted to do it
side
like
or
one
the whole
time.
thing?
No, the whole thing. I always wanted to do it like once in my life.
You know, Rose McGowan did that.
Thank you very much, everyone.
I think that would look
Thank you.
awesome.
Good luck.
It doesn't.
Really badass. I really do.
It'll
I
look
mean,
either okay or horrible.
Right, and then you can't.
That's the problem.
It's too
never gonna look. I'm never
final.
gonna like walk out and be like, everyone's gonna look. You look amazing. It's either gonna be
Yeah.
like, it's not terrible, or it's horrific.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy about.
I don't think that's true.
I'm pretty confident you can pull it off. I'm just more questioning why you would want to.
Just like I don't know. I always like to try new things, and I've always wanted to just see what that would be like.
What does Mr. Ash Money think about that idea?
Like, first of all, I would never ask someone
Ooh.
that I'm dating their opinion about that.
Aaron Mermelstein just dropped the
I
bomb.
would say no.
Yeah, probably would say
Men like
men like long hair. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Like growing up, that's probably one of the stronger fears of boys too. It's like getting your crew cut. It's like you're threatened with it.
Oh really? Oh yeah, like if your hair gets too long or whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
I got one when I was like sophomore, maybe in high school, and
it's just like such an abrupt
Did it
change
for
from
years.
having. Yeah, once
Yeah.
you do it, like you stick with it for sure. But it's such an abrupt change from just like having a normal haircut.
yeah,
So
we used to get one like every summer.
after
like,
some
Yeah,
hair
that was the
and
thing. That's how you knew it was summer. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's all.
God,
I
Hygiene
know.
talk.
Crew cuts. All right, mom.
I had a mohawk for a bit. That was fun.
Yeah, but you could pull off a mohawk the way your head's shaped.
Really?
Yeah, because
Aaron
it's
Mermelstein
narrow
has
top, so
the head shape
just
that
know-
he
you
can
just know
quote
what to say
unquote
pretty much.
pull off a mohawk, according
I don't
to
want you to fold.
Jessica Dawley.
How am I supposed to win any money if
I
you
get
fold?
I get to play heads up.
Out of position. Good
I'm
job.
practicing for tomorrow. There's a heads up tournament.
All
Oh,
right,
really?
Yeah.
let's see how it goes.
How much is the buy-in for the head?
And Aaron Mermelstein is going to defend his big blind with 8-4 offsuit. It's going to be 10 high board,
That'd be an odd.
2 diamonds,
That's
and
what all the World Series circuits are.
it's going to go check, check, and Mermelstein's going to pair up on the turn, and I believe this is going to go bet fold after Jessica Dawley
Malicious.
checked back the flop. Even
You're in
if
a ring here. You're like,
she did bet the flop, though, I think Aaron Mermelstein would have called with a gut shot.
It heads out. It's
Right.
like, I thought that you would fall for this bluff, and I was.
Right. The other thing is you don't have any like.
And here's some
Right. You can't take.
statistics. Holy mackerel.
Bluff a lot.
When did we add this function? This is amazing.
If you want to go to the bathroom.
V-pip.
Or, like, just
That's
relax.
voluntarily putting money into the
Your
pot.
brain is constantly hurting.
Jennifer Tilly was at the top of that list. We're not surprised. She's how do we say active?
All of a sudden, sometimes you snap, and then they crack you. And then they're all of a sudden, oh, I get it. And then.
And Jessica Dawley, after opening the last hand with Queen Jack, is going to
Play a couple of
continue
them,
her activity.
Those, ones, what was it on?
She's going to find Ace Queen, and
The NBC
it's
has
going to be a 3-bet from Matt
Joe
Berkey.
Hashem calls that, like,
as the next
carnival
player to act.
poker, you know, like where you go to the boardwalk and
And I
throw
remember
the basketball in the hoop and you win a
speaking with
stuffed animal.
Dawley
It's not really
briefly yesterday.
basketball.
She
So, NB heads up, it's not.
was
it's like charity
excited
poker,
about
you
the
know, anyone can
opportunity
win.
to
It's
play in
not
Poker Night in
basketball, it's
America.
so fast.
Her seat draw,
That's
not
why
so
I've
much.
never won. Because, in the
Each Poker Night in America
because it's sort of,
stream has
it's very
some good seats, some bad seats, and unfortunately for Dawley, she might be in the toughest one today.
Seemed like a fun
But it
one.
with
counts in the,
Tom Marchese
Did you?
to her right and Matt Berkey to her left. She's
It's fun if you're an action judge.
looking like she's going to get the best of Berkey here, as she's going to
Probably a lot.
check
I like to
the
play
preflop
heads
3-better.
up
Going to continue, and
Bellagio.
Dawley's going to check the turn as well. There's now 3 clubs out there, no
You
player with
know,
a club.
You play Jackie Chan or Philharmonic if they charge rake.
Really?
Yeah, and if you play the regular one, there's no rake. So you
Really?
would pay an extra 3% or something
And-
to be berated by Philharmonic. Or Johnny Chan.
Just
Wow, Johnny Chan berates. He doesn't seem like the
going off of
I don't
Quite
know.
a few
what we were
needles.
talking about earlier, how
Play the
tough
regular
Jessica
machine.
Dawley's
Nice
seat
rake,
is.
still.
It's
It's like,
going to be a
hey,
tough decision
yeah,
here on the river, as she just has
yeah, let's play some poker.
top pair. It's a very
I've done
coordinated
four things.
4
He says, like, things like
club,
another
4 to a
golf
straight
on the
board.
string, and then he says there's like 5 most popular
And
things.
the tough spot with just one pair here is that a lot of random hands beat you. A lot of random hands come in.
Any straight card.
At the Venetian, they have
Any
these
pair.
tables where you can sit
Yeah,
down,
Colin Berkey's
and
gonna have to be
they're
that
limit
fast.
tables, but
That
they
is
have a
true.
maximum
I took that into
20
consideration, but I was
$20,
like,
like the
still,
ones at
he still gets
the
dealt 2
Bellagio,
cards.
the maximum
They
is
take that.
$5.
Okay.
And they're in
didn't
the
get dealt
poker
2
room, so
cards,
there's
it
no
might-
smoke.
You know, you might have
Oh,
the 3-4
perfect.
again.
But here they're cutting
3-4
that
is like
poker room
crushing
in
me.
half.
Yeah,
They're
you
gonna
do
cut
that,
it
you
Which one is this?
At the Venetian, they're cutting it out.
And
Really?
Unless the free roll would be the same.
Matt Berkey,
They're making room for some ultimate blackjack,
Sick.
as we were saying
something or another.
Legitimately.
As part of the program?
earlier,
Yeah, they're cutting
prior to the
room
summer, might not have had the
for table games.
jump off the
The Venetian, but,
page
you know, the last few times I was there, it was
name recognition
really popping.
that a lot of the top players in the world have.
Definitely changed
It's
a
had
lot
some
in the last year.
serious,
Yeah, it's a rough
serious
one.
results at the World Series of
And what
Poker.
we're seeing
2013 was a great year for Berkey.
For parking.
Final tabled 3 events,
That's all the MG
Must have it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a resident or
but
have-
this year was really a breakout year, as we mentioned.
I don't because I have
Final
a
tabled
parking
the
card because
$300,000
yeah. But you
Super High Roller Bowl
have a gold
in
card.
May. Good for a $1 million score.
Oh, it's a line to get
They
in.
pay it?
And then
Ticket, then you have to put your card in.
Oh, yeah. Their
It's not
system
just in and
sucks.
out.
opened,
It's
or
And
it should
especially
say
for Aria, it's
closed
like,
2015
you're on, like,
with
40-degree
a
angle.
$25,000 no limit
Stop.
hold'em
And if
high
you
roller
take your foot off the gas,
championship
like, you're gonna just roll
win
back.
at Aria.
It is
People
terrible.
are lined up.
For another
Why did you put this right here?
$300,000 score, and as we mentioned, he
I don't understand that.
I used to always go
consistently
up top
plays
and
in some of the
go
biggest
top and pay him $20
no
to
limit
get
games
top.
in
Yeah,
Las
yeah, they're
Vegas.
so upset because now
And then if you look to the right of Dawley, we're talking about her tough seat.
like,
It depends on the day, too.
Tom Marchese
And
has
on-
the better
on the
part of
weekend or like on the
$14 million in career tournament earnings, and ended his summer with a 14th place finish in the WSOP main event.
Because $17 has to go to the Aria, and whenever I go over, there's no cars up top anymore, and they're all sweaty.
And while Jessica Dawley might have a tough seat, if
They
she's
have to explain
able to
everything.
find
It's
big
$17
hands like
valet
this.
charge, and-
You should
You
still
start
just ballet.
like 5?
It's still
Just
easier to
under.
ballet.
Yeah,
She
I
can
valet, but I didn't know you can valet and they put it under.
certainly
Like,
make
usually
up
the
for
valet is just for people who are checking into the hotel.
maybe a
So I use my
tough table
little
draw.
card and it's free, and then they give me $5.
And Aaron Mermelstein is going to defend, or excuse me, call this 3-bet from Dawley.
Adds up.
He's going to have position.
Yeah, it does.
His 9-5 of diamonds against Dawley's queens. As you can see, Dawley's an 80% favorite pre-flop.
Brutal.
Brutal.
And if he's not going to make a pair, Aaron Mermelstein isn't going to really complain with this flop. He has
Pay more attention.
Wait, why are you paying?
a gut shot straight draw.
He's nice. He's
There's
no
2
trouble.
hearts on board, so he could be
Yeah.
potentially planning
No, he's-
or plotting to take this pot away on future streets. And he's going to call.
He's trying to save us 50 a half.
Aaron Mermelstein, a 2-time WPT champion
A good line, and then I just
from Philadelphia.
was very wishy-washy on how they feel about Swed.
And 7 of diamonds adds even
All right.
more outs for
On the live
Mermelstein.
stream. You can swear on the live stream, and then they just edit it out. On
And
YouTube,
There's
they
the power of it.
Jessica Dawley is not going to slow down.
Bleeps when Jen's on the show.
The last hand we saw her play with Berkey
It's like listening
She
to a
didn't
Biggie
have the
song on
pre-flop.
regular radio.
lead.
That's really
She does
what
this
it
time,
is.
and she's not going to give it up.
It's just the angry tirade of.
And knowing how Aaron Mermelstein plays, I think we're going to see a call here
Oh, yeah.
from the Philadelphia Pro. And there's going to be a call of 625. There's 3K in the pot heading to the river. As you can see on the top right-hand side of our screen, Aaron Mermelstein's out. There are 6 of them. And the Queen of Clubs is not one of them. And as we were mentioning earlier, Aaron Mermelstein might have been plotting to potentially take this pot away on future streets. I don't think anything's going to be taken away from Jessica Dawley here. As she's going to move all in for 3,000, and Aaron Mermelstein's going to waste no time sending his cards into the muck, and Jessica Dawley wins a nice pot to get over
Never.
her
I can bluff that
$5,000
face.
buy-in mark.
He's unbluffable.
Is that a compliment or an
These
insult?
glasses see through the
Glasses.
cards. You know you can't.
No, those are like X-ray vision glasses.
I mean, for most of you, they would be excursion, but blind, like -7.
Have you like the LASIK thing? Have we talked about that before?
Yeah,
I feel like
I'm doing
What
it.
thing?
LASIK.
LASIK.
Oh, my sister got that. She loves it.
Yeah?
But if you want to
Oh.
be scared straight, talk to Phil.
No, I don't.
Phil has an encyclopedia of horror stories
What?
of people who got LASIK and.
Sounds better just to go on the internet and find some real information.
No, I mean,
I got it done. It was really easy. I'm
Really?
good with it.
yeah.
I got it
same.
done probably 6 or so years ago. Maybe,
Too good?
maybe longer. Maybe
you
like
good?
8 years ago. And
Oh God! So I could turn into Dan O'Brien.
I got mine 10 years
Yeah,
ago.
and I was
That's,
like-
that's the horror story right there.
I was totally normal before it.
Now look.
My
I got mine
ex-husband
done.
got it done too. He loved it.
Yeah, I got it done 11 years ago, and it's been great. My eyes weren't that
Aaron
bad, but-
Mermelstein
Yeah, mine either.
Uh-huh.
I was just like
is
supposed to
rocking
wear
those
glasses, and I
very
never did.
style,
And so I would get like
stylish, very
Yeah,
fashionable.
literally, my vision was like
glasses,
20/70. People like,
and
don't
he
even have to wear
is
that, but I get really bad
straight up
migraines.
blind.
Yeah.
I
I do too.
wear glasses as
Just
well,
with
but
a tiny amount of strain, I would get a migraine.
Oh,
It
really?
was like
His
$4,000
glasses
to be able to see well.
nearly made my head spin.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Seems
like,
like a good deal.
Talking about getting LASIK.
Things were a little bit blurry
Unless you
before.
listen to some of Jennifer's horror stories, then it's not a good.
They do
Phil's
one
horror
eye at a
I've been
story.
thinking
time.
about that over the
Jen
last
seems like a
few
rebel. I
months,
think she would
but
do it any- yeah, she would just go for it.
The context
not
is
100% sure.
Pedal to
I've never heard anybody have a problem with it, but just the thought of a laser cutting my eyeball doesn't really, not exactly sleeping well at night. But in Gentili going to get sneaky
Now I kinda
with
wanna
pocket
hear
aces
some
and
Phil
small blind.
stories.
She's just going to call Jessica Dawley's cutoff open. That allows Dan O'Brien to come in with 10-6 of clubs. Hypno Beam, how's it going, man? Good to have you following along. And Jennifer Tilly in the small blind is going to lead. And this is a spot where Dan O'Brien likely knows that Jennifer Tilly does these semi-bluff, sometimes even with air, leads on flops and turns where a lot of players would check, but this time she has an absolute monster. And Jessica Dawley with top pair is now going to be faced with a raise to 900. Dawley's in position. She was the pre-flop aggressor. With top pair, Dawley's going to have to try to figure this one out.
Get him, Jen.
It looks like Dawley
Another honor.
has folded, and Jennifer Tilly is going to very quickly call 900, and now Dan O'Brien has to be thinking, have I walked into a trap? Has Jen Tilly thrown me the bait, and have I taken it at the wrong time? After checking That wasn't a check. That was a bet of 100 from Jennifer Tilly. No, she did check. That was her change from the last hand. Those graphics were incorrect. Dan O'Brien is going to bet 2,000. Jen Tilly calls. Now O'Brien has rivered top pair, but there's 4 to a straight here, and Jen Tilly's going to lead the river. And
Nice hand, Jen.
O'Brien is quickly going to fold, and Jen Tilly, who was
Nice hand, I guess.
I mean, sorry, Dan.
unfortunately stacked twice by Jason Mercier yesterday.
Was it the 10 that got you there?
It was your face.
It very well could have been. I didn't have it.
No, I said, now you'll see. I had to get it.
So Jen Tilly, likely the biggest winner so far today. Wasn't the case yesterday, but as Jen Tilly said when she came on set, today is a new day.
I remember you. I played with you many times. Possibly in Pittsburgh, somewhere. I remember.
No.
Okay,
I'm
good.
from Pittsburgh, but we didn't play there.
All right, but we have played.
We have.
It's going to be Matt Berkey out flopping Jen Tilly here. 7 high rainbow board.
I'm gonna fold.
Going to go bet fold.
He said Ivy's room. It brought back bad memories. Did you like to take a picture of us? Oh, like playing together, happy like a family.
Before anyone gets stuck too much.
I'll put some powder on. Okay.
Looks like we're
Sharing
going to
what's
get
left,
a
I'm telling you, it's
No,
the,
this is good. Thank you.
that's what I
little
used to
team
do.
photo here.
Squeeze in, squeeze in. Look alive.
While we still mostly like each other.
Squeeze this
I have
one
to
up.
stand up.
Maybe you
Yeah.
stand out. That would be better.
Yeah.
All right. We have to let people know we're here.
No, I was gonna.
Wow, now I'm in between the
something.
two stars. This is exciting.
Yay.
Am I the only one with their arm
I was
around
waiting to see
something?
what you were gonna say.
All right, everyone awkwardly smile.
Do 3. I have one more pose. One more.
Do you want to tell us what it's going to be? Or?
I don't know. The
Should I give her?
enigmatic smile.
I only have one smile personally, but
I'm doing good, just keep my eyes
Jen
open.
Tilly
Now we're
Thank you.
now we're
likely
all
has
reversing her
many
technique.
faces.
Go, yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Right.
Oh, no.
I changed my
Obviously.
pose on the
I
second
have
one
to
too.
choose the one where I look the cutest. Oh. Ooh.
And
Without any
now
regard for
everybody get
Yeah,
back
our, like half our eyes are gonna be closed and she's
to
gonna be
taking
nervous.
everyone else's money. Back to the poker. Poker night in America, the cash game.
I'm surprised Jess looks so bad. This never happens. Oh, well.
She's blinking.
It looks like Jess is
2550 no limit live from Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood, home of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. And one of the favorite homes of Poker Night in America. Been here before, we will be back again, and I will say from top to bottom, this entire casino, this entire resort
Jessica called on
I
me.
know,
is
that's what I was-
A plus.
I know, that's what I was thinking.
I had a hand that plays well in multi-way situations.
Oh.
I had a hand that plays well when I'm 10K or more. Too
Somehow
light.
this slipped my mind yesterday, but how much did you pay for that prom rental?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
What?
What prom rental?
You rented a prom date?
Wow.
The girlfriend
No,
experience?
now we have to clarify. 'Cause it got real creepy. No, he got a yellow convertible Mustang.
Oh, nice.
I
Oh,
knew
here?
Jen would be a fan. Yeah.
Here? Wow. Well, it's not high season, so it probably wasn't too expensive.
It really, I got a good deal.
Yeah.
I had to take it.
That's what everyone says when they lost, like when they get house help. No, it was a good deal.
They always give
they
it
tell
to
you
you
it was
and they
on
say
sale?
it's a great deal every time.
Yeah.
Like you're the only guy we're giving this to.
Yeah, exactly.
I talked to him.
Always there's
The
I
yellow
talked him down.
Mustang, that's like what your dream car when you're in high school.
Like, yeah, like,
I'm going to get a yellow Mustang. I'm just going to ride.
It's the car I've always wanted, and now I have it.
I
Score.
wanted to play a pot, but
I
A3
just
is
talked to
not.
Garrett, and he offered me a car. But we have way too many in the driveway.
Oh, really? Just bring yours back early.
Yeah, I mean I could, I guess.
Sounds way better.
Yeah.
No, it really. It
We
wasn't,
just
it was only
learned
like
that
another
we will be
150 bucks or
getting
something.
our first
More than what my whole thing cost.
guest commentator of the day in the
No,
booth
I'm here for 9 days. or
around
something.
2 o'clock, 2:15.
Yeah, I don't care what you paid. It seems
Right, so
like a
let's take
lot.
yours back.
It was a lot
That
more
is-
fun.
Wait, how much is your total?
Florida
It's
Pro
like 270, I think.
Oh.
250.
So it was like
Ian O'Hara, aka
So pretty
Not
much you got a
double,
great
no, not
The
deal.
bag
double
boy.
price.
No, like
No.
2/3.
Yeah. But now I have a convertible
Yeah.
in South Florida.
Pick up all the
for
chicks.
10
Let's be real.
How's it working out so
There
far?
you go.
O'Hara
The chicks.
Well, so
been
I left the garage yesterday, and as
playing
soon as I got out of
tournament
the garage,
poker
it starts
in
pouring.
Florida for the last
So I had to stop the car.
5 years or so.
That's the problem with
Yes,
the convertible.
I love seeing those people on the side of the road. That's my favorite.
And he's going to try to
Florida.
get a seat in this game,
Rains for 5
No,
minutes.
But
my
until
favorite is,
then-
like a motorcyclist.
he's going to be
Like-
hanging
Why
out.
are you just wishing a bad day on somebody?
I mean,
So
I'm
looking forward
pushing
to
a
that.
brain in their head first. Like, you live in South Florida, you don't think to like check the weather maybe, because like the weather's pretty spot on here. I mean,
I thought it changes every 15 minutes.
but it rains every day, like toward like the end of like July, or whatever.
And as
so
Jessica Dawley and Dan O'Brien
2
exchange
p.m. you should
weather
have to be
stories,
caught out.
Mermelstein and Berkey are going to see a jack high flop with 2 diamonds.
I'm glad to be a source of entertainment for
Both
you.
players have middle
That's
pair,
awesome. I can't wait to see you out there like cruising the beach, you know.
and Berkey, who's out of
I
position,
figured I
is
would never ever buy a yellow car.
looking like he's getting out a check
So-
raise.
Correct. Yeah.
I figure I'll just try one for a week, see how it goes.
I like this play from Berkey. It takes the
5
pot
years
down
ago, Maria Hoko's
more often than not
out to
if
the drive
Mermelstein
back
is
to the-
continuing with
I wanted to go to the Commerce Casino.
air.
And she had like a cherry red Lamborghini.
And even if he is called,
And I was
he
like,
then has the
"Oh,
lead
I
on
want
future
to
streets,
go."
and there's a
I'm
lot
just
of really
crushing
interesting
it,
turn
and
cards. I like to call them
she's
pivot
really
cards
cute. And then she's got, like, the
that
cherry red
can
Lamborghini.
really increase Berkey's equity in the pot.
My car's gray. But I always, it sort of instilled in me a desire to have like a.
And yeah, Jesse will. We have much cleaner flops
Sorry, the
today.
great Pinto that you're driving.
They are within that 1 millimeter.
I want the Tesla SUV.
Oh, that's what we were talking about yesterday, because I need to get a
Yeah,
new
me
car,
too.
and everyone was saying get a
I
Tesla.
love it.
Area
I went to the Tesla store here, and like those doors.
the flop,
Oh
and
my God, they're amazing.
And their
Mermelstein is
windshield
going to
is
call.
And like the screen.
And like we were
the screen
saying,
on,
there's a
like,
lot of
the-
turn cards that
this long. But
can
it's
help
like
Matt
two
Berkey's hand or help his
Yeah.
equity.
Really? Wow.
I
There's like two,
pre-ordered
there's
that.
two legit.
But the 4 of spades is not
Yeah, me
one of
too.
them.
We were on the-
And
Oh,
now
yeah,
after
we were on
check
that
raising the
right,
flop
yeah.
and
Yeah,
getting
they said
called,
drive really well. They said, it's just.
Well, I figure even if like
Berkey,
there's-
I
haven't
believe,
got
has
that
to
much
continue
money
here
on
on the
that
turn. He
screen.
has to keep
figure I'll
telling that
pre-order
same
it.
story.
And then if I don't.
He's
going
gonna
to
do that with a bet of 1,000.
And then sell my spot. Like someone will definitely. I'm in like 100,000, whatever. I was one of the.
I think it's refundable.
Aaron Mermelstein is going to call.
Yeah, it is, but I'm saying it's probably worth more
Oh, okay.
value
yeah.
if like
And
someone.
as you
I
can
know-
see, Matt Berkey just has
I'm like so far
2
down,
outs
so
heading to the river, and the 3 of diamonds isn't one of them. But
someone else out if I don't end up.
Yeah.
if Berkey was potentially repping a
I'm pretty easy.
flush draw on the flop, it came
My
in
eyes are too daisy.
on
Look at my
5th.
eyes. They're like horrible.
Now
I
Aaron
look
Mermelstein.
like I'm half asleep. I literally am.
This is a
naked.
spot where
Just
Matt
look to make
Berkey
sure people look skinny.
Oh, I don't care
All
about
right,
that.
let me find another one.
is likely never.
I don't care about the skinny thing too much.
That's good.
Never going to call over bet, and
Oh wow.
Aaron Mermelstein is going to call, or excuse me, check back smartly. I think it's a spot where Aaron has too much showdown value, and if Matt Berkey does pull another check raise out of nowhere,
I like your nails.
Then he
though. They're very matching.
can't call.
Whatever one you choose. Can you
Are
send
we
it
gonna
to
give
me
nail
as well?
tips too?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah,
I'm
nail
gonna
tips.
tweet it. And, but
What do you
I'll
got?
send
What you got, Nell?
And
Nell?
everyone
I got nails covered, boys.
getting
Don't
sent
worry.
Jessica, how about this?
Jess Gentili's
Don't even ask me.
picture that just
I asked her. 'cause
they
she's a
posed
girl.
for, and
Guys, everyone, nobody looks at a guy and goes, oh.
Everyone
they
tweeting
don't,
it out,
you know, guys
doing
always
their
look at-
social media pushes.
Yeah, guys. be
Speaking
careful.
of social media, you can follow Poker Night in America
You're really
on Twitter
shiny.
at Poker
I don't
Night
know what.
TV.
It could be the lights, but you're shiny in a little
And
Makeup
you can
off.
follow
Makeup
me,
off.
Will
I'm
O'Connor,
gonna hit you with some of this powder in a little bit.
There's three.
I actually I don't have it
There's
on me,
three
but I
lights.
have
At
some.
WOC
at home
Poker.
It's
for
not
my
like your
Twitch stream.
forehead, but it looks like you're,
Come here, I'm gonna throw some on you.
thinking.
You got nothing to do.
You're right. I don't.
Make TV great again.
Is this what it is?
This is what we've.
the
This is what we've
formula?
come to. I'm gonna get you all nice and
Where is it, Jen? My forehead?
yeah, forehead and nose.
Check.
The T zone, you know.
Yeah, it is the strong T zone.
Good. Let's
let
get
me-
some of the female viewership back. You know, they left
Yeah.
when they
I
saw
think
your shiny forehead.
Dan O'Brien is
Oh, got him. Good, good.
getting powdered up by Jessica Dawley.
Much better, yeah.
I feel a lot more confident now.
Yeah. You don't want to get a read off of you now.
Meanwhile, 3 players are going to see the turn. There's 3 diamonds on board.
Oh, hello. Wow, Wu-Tang. Excellent.
Jack high board.
Do you need the bag back?
Berkey
I was like, wait.
with a gut shot straight draw. Marchese turn top pair, and Gentili's going to be the one
Are you gonna go play?
that raises. And it looks like we're going to get a new player in seat 7. So we're going to finally see that seat get filled. And it is Dan Swede. Dan Swede, excuse me. Dan Swede.
What's that, like,
He's going to be sitting in seat 7. We're going to get a count on his stack shortly.
2 draws? Had the flush draw?
And
Had, like, the really big
Swede is a California-born, I believe, Florida-based
really important business, making sure social
professional poker player.
I get your white powder all over me.
Oh, yeah.
He's had some decent tournament success, but mainly known as a cash game pro.
Looks like 3 shades
This is why we say a lot. Now
And he's going to be buying in with 10,000. He's going to take the seat
in the picture.
to Aaron Mermelstein's
Well, I think we might have to do another one.
Yeah.
left.
It's
And
got- we have to find one more
2
with
years
Aaron,
ago,
but it looks good because we want to promote the idea that poker
Swede
players are, you know,
Super attractive.
won the opening
hunting attractive members of
Sherpo
I mean, isn't there Photoshop for something like this? Like just
For
main
kids to
event
buy.
for $110,000.
I
There's not like a way
tweeted
to
at Jay
open
Carver.
dollars, and that's
I
his
said,
best career tournament score. So he knows
Jay Carver, great job advocating for online poker on CNBC. I just wish
how to win down here in Florida, and
for a comb.
we are being told that
Jesus
he
Christ.
goes by the Miami boss. So
Like they don't. I mean, it's a.
if it's okay with you guys, we are going to call Swede
have someone
the Miami boss for the rest of this
Jason,
stream.
Come back here for a second.
Let me see for just a moment.
Do you guys want to do another one?
Yeah,
What
let's
you
do
think,
another
group vote? I look good in all of them, so it's just.
I'm a little upset
I'm a
because
professional.
I think it's okay then.
You what? I know everyone hates to get their picture taken.
No,
But you're shiny. You have Daisy.
I'm just thrilled you haven't asked me
Well,
once.
yeah. You look fine.
That's fantastic.
Just where he's
The best.
sitting, there's like
Top
3
tier.
really bright lights on
It's
his
better now, though.
forehead.
yeah,
100%.
that's what it was. The
It looks
bright
like
lights.
it looks like the streets of Blade Runner.
I'm just
Well,
sad
well,
that
now
the,
we need to take another picture.
Oh my god, this is awesome.
Tom's the one that has to get up and run around the back of the table.
I know there hasn't been anything bad said about me, which is rare.
No, you
so
will
I'm
do it.
good.
We wanted to do another one. Sorry. But, you know, we just. I saw Robbie Stravinsky said yesterday, poker players must tweet often and tweet out positive images
Yeah,
of
I saw
poker
that.
players. So we can't have people with their eyes rolling in the back of their heads and like shiny faces. We'll do right
Oh,
after
that's
this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't want to give away too much.
Yeah.
It's early in the day. Oh, it's a camera.
3 players are going to see this queen high flop, 2 diamonds, Dawley
I did check.
with a royal, a straight flush draw.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if you look at that picture, the cocktail waitresses posed better than I did. And she wasn't in the picture.
That's not real.
Okay. Tom, run around the back.
And that big draw is going to
Last one, I promise.
win the
The
pot
last
for
one should
Dawley.
take at least 4.
Yes, but take like 4 or 5, really quick, one after another. Okay. That might be a bad angle. No. Up
Maybe I'll
above
come
is
back-
a
I'll
little
come back
better.
like this,
Make
too.
me look skinnier.
And we're going to get another picture, and we're going to get some more
Wait, are we all
information.
All my
Co-stars.
frame?
Pre-flop raise percentage. Jessica Dawley leading the way. She's been relatively active with her short stack.
Just do a bunch off right on the back.
3, 2, 1.
And spam, if your stream isn't playing, just click refresh and it should fire right up.
Change your pose.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
One more.
And keep going. There you go. 3, 2, 1. And one more.
Look at Aaron Mermelstein and Dan O'Brien hamming it up.
I only have one pose.
I don't know if we're close.
And 3, 2, 1. There we go.
All right, thank you so
But I
much.
don't have a
I gotta tell you, if that was me taking pictures, she'd have 1,000.
And while
I know
one
what exactly
Sherpo
I did like this.
Patch Pro is
You know what's
leading
so
our
funny? Like
pre-flop
when
raise
you, Like,
statistics.
trick someone and say you're gonna take
The
their
other
picture,
is
and then you just
on the
video
bottom.
it,
Dan
like,
O'Brien's
and,
been
like,
relatively
and
quiet.
And how awkward that is. Except now we're just doing that and live streaming it. Like this
Yeah,
is
right.
the worst. Watching people take pictures.
Nobody's watching. At least 7 people out there are really annoyed, like, come on, kids, move on. We want to see some bad poker.
Behind it? No, that's okay.
And you're not going to see much bad poker from this lineup,
Really weird, sort of.
He has a lot
even
of
though
good poses.
Gentili might want to see it from her opponents.
Looks like he's shooting someone in the back of the head.
That's
Yeah,
the one
but-
you should use.
I believe
That was
it's
my
you.
Shooter McGavin post.
Oh, it's Shooter McGavin. Look at that.
Wow, he's just ruining it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Marchese
That's one picture
just
we can't
defending
Just cut him out.
the big blind against Berkey. These
Oh
are
my
two of
God.
the
Now he's-
best high-stakes
Bro,
players in the world
Look at
going head-to-head. Berkey's going to outflop his opponent.
It's
So,
actually really funny. But look at
regardless-
us. We look like two professorial
Yeah.
types. Look at you. You're like GQ.
Send this one to me regardless.
Okay, it's really funny. He's like a GQ model.
That's what I need to post.
Okay, here my hand is almost.
Marchese is
touching
going to
the
check
hand,
call the flop.
indicating Mutual attraction.
He's gonna check the turn.
Not wanting to step over the line.
Phil's a world
This
away.
one's good. I like this one. I've got my chin on my hand. No daisy eyes from Jessica.
Berkey checks back as well.
Alright,
Two of
Berkey
diamonds
was a
completes the
little
board.
wonky.
Some backdoor flush draws got in. I think this is going to go check on the
That's the
river
best
as
way.
well.
This looks good on
Can't
everything.
you know where I look wonky after you tell me that I look good
It's
on
the-
the other ones?
Not
Out
too
of 9
wonky.
pictures, we're going to choose one where Berkey looks a little wonky.
No, not that wonky. He looks like he's deep in thought. He's like, I wish this was over. Is
Yeah.
the expression on his
It's
face.
certainly wonky thoughts.
Oh, this one's good too. Oh no, this is. Oh, now Aaron is rocking the I'm thinking professorial look.
Yep.
That one's good too.
Berkey looks better there, less wonky.
I think Jessica looks better here though. Jessica. Oh, she's gone.
I gotta tell you, I was a much bigger fan of this when you had 4 pictures where my name wasn't mentioned. Yeah, that's fine.
Everyone looks good. Oh no, I lost it. I meant to favorite it. Okay.
I figured I was done with that for sure. You're so busy over there. You can't
I thought the
talk.
same thing. I thought the C-bet was just gonna get through 100% of the time.
Sometimes you have a pair.
All right. I am going
Sometimes you have a pair.
All right.
Sometimes you have 10-4 off. Sometimes you have 8-5 off.
The standard way. Oh, but I can't see it start back
A lot of
here.
empty chairs.
And sometimes you open Queen 4 of spades. Aaron Mermelstein's going to raise the cutoff, and
This no call, no show.
this is going to be a 3-bet to 600 from Marchese. And this is something we've seen a lot from Marchese today. Not so much the 3-bets, but the big 3-bets. Yesterday, most 3-bets were sized. If the player raised to 150 to,
Yeah.
say, close to 375 or 400.
Jessica's magic powder. did
What does
it
that
for you.
mean?
But in that
You just represent. You just
button
wear-
versus small
Yeah,
blind
the way
encounter,
the church-
Marchese
No, I'm
clicked it
saying
up to 600.
control of making the
And
tournament
earlier made a
construction.
big 3-bet, I believe it was against
Oh,
Jessica
Oh,
Dawley.
I'm really?
They've,
For
they've
the World
tournaments?
Series of poker?
No,
No.
for Poker Central.
Well, they have like the 300K, and they're gonna have a few other things.
I love Poker Central. I just don't know where
I'm
to
not really
find
fully
it.
in charge, but
Yeah.
The only way I
It's
watch
advisor.
Super High Roller
just
Bowls,
say.
they sent me a
Good
copy.
spot to be in.
Super
Yeah.
High Roller Cash Game.
Cena, how's it going, man?
Congrats.
Happy to have you guys following along in the Twitch chat, following along on Twitter all weekend as well. Or all week, I should say.
it's supposed to come out today. Maybe it won't.
We usually do weekend shows, though. So I'm just predisposed to saying weekend when we are somewhere with Poker Night in America.
Press release is coming out saying.
And we are live from Hollywood, Florida, Seminole Hard Rock Casino.
Yeah, there's a couple other people too.
Really?
Hoorah.
They have to bring back the cash game. I like that.
Yeah, I think they're.
I
I
saved
think
up
they're
all
going to.
summer, and then they said they weren't going to do it.
What other swag did you get? So you got T-shirts. What you got?
I've hoodies.
Hoodies.
I'm so upset I didn't get my backpack from the
Yeah.
300K.
Oh, you didn't get it?
No.
Talk to Carrie. I'm sure he has a bunch in like the office.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. What free swag can we get today?
Today? Shoot, none. I
Damn
could get some stuff mailed out though.
All right.
Yeah, Brent was on top of it.
And Matt
He
Berkey,
needs
after
stuff mailed out.
flopping trips, is going to take that away in a blind versus
Oh.
blind encounter with
Yeah, I guess
Gentili.
I could swing in and see Brent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My family loves free stuff. I always just give them.
Ooh, pseudonym. Hi, how's it going, man? Don't worry, I missed you as well.
Bring a lot of free stuff to the tournament.
It looks really good to have swag that says Super High Roller Bowl, because it looks like you played it.
Yeah.
You know,
And
like,
went
oh,
to
there's
Showdown.
A little game I played. I didn't get any swag. when I
Statistic,
played
I
the High Roller Cash Game.
would be interested to know if that's just any Showdown or
Travel bubble.
went to Showdown with the best
They
hand.
had backpacks.
We've seen,
I didn't get it back.
No, no, she's talking about
I think
the
every player at
Yeah,
least
they had it around the cash game too.
Did they?
find
Yeah.
one
Give me one.
hand where they have to expose their cards, but that statistic said otherwise. Have to check with Brian, see what that 100% means, and it's going to be a blind versus blind encounter.
Start staring me down already as you slide it in there.
Tilly's going to raise to 200. O'Brien's going to take it down.
a 7 already.
Who's coming in? Suied?
Miami boss. Watch out.
The Miami boss.
Miami
The
boss.
people watching are going to expect a Swede,
Did he say
Swedish
hello?
person, and they're going to get anything but.
Daniel Swede, a.k.a. the Miami boss.
No,
His
Suied.
last name is Swede.
And Sina Esfandiari has played on Poker Night in America. Played in the high-stakes home game last year in Las Vegas, and then
Gloves are
was
off.
set to
Pressure's been applied.
play in
This
a
is why
Poker Night in
I
America
started
stream
looking at Baumstein, all
at
these,
Golden
like,
Nugget
really
this
good
past
players
summer,
that
but
play.
You're the ace?
was
Yeah.
bumped out of the lineup.
No,
We haven't
but
had
that, I think that's a
Thanks
statistically better
to-
card to have. Is that Straddle?
No other than Phil Hellmuth wanting to get in the game.
Yeah, usually it's just the first. Like,
And when Phil Hellmuth wants in,
Right, yeah.
he gets a seat no matter what. Phil Hellmuth is always present for Poker Night in America. He's been on some of the more memorable episodes, played some of the more memorable hands that we've seen. And Dan O'Brien's going to try to get involved here with a 3-bet from the small blind. Marchese calls after raising from under the gun.
Is that you, Merm?
Yes, it is.
Always.
Check.
Wait, oh, mine?
Yeah.
Man, iPhones, I'm so foreign.
Marchese, after calling the pre-flop 3-bet, is going to lead the 6-high 2-club board for 600. O'Brien calls. A 10 of diamonds gives Marchese additional outs with a gut shot. And O'Brien, although he has the best hand with ace-high, is going to be in a really difficult position to continue with this hand if
Did you find a good one, Jen?
Marchese
Wow.
does bet again, and he
Be sabotaging.
slides out 1,400.
Snap, lose like
And Big
50
Pedro,
pounds.
we are
See my photo?
just
like
around
this in the
15 minutes
photo.
from our first guest commentator of the day.
Your eyes are just completely closed. All you can see is just your glasses.
That is Florida pro. Well, we get one Florida legend, a.k.a. the Miami boss, coming into the seat 7 soon. Another up-and-coming Florida legend. He's already amassed a very, very lengthy and
What happened?
long tournament resume. Ian O'Hara, a.k.a. Bag Boy. He's going to try to get in this game if anybody busts, but if not, going to spend some time in the booth talking up Seminole Hard Rock, talking up Poker Night in America. But like we said, hoping to get in the game.
I said something the other day. I commented back. I can't think of what it was though. It was about I think
But
about
then
hard rock,
again,
I guess.
Big Pedro, we are waiting on the
We go over.
messages from a
Now we're
few
at -6.
of poker's biggest names
You can just
who
tag it,
are
right?
playing in the
You can tag people in the photo.
Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open 1K6 max today. If they bust, they will jump in the booth. Kate Hall, who played yesterday, has commentated before, and she could come in
Welcome.
along with WSOP reigning main event champion Joe McKeon.
Nope, it's not. It's out there.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Too bad.
I think we just saw the Miami boss's chip stack placed at the table. He's going to come in with 10K.
Everyone's cute. We're all good.
Oh, wow.
What?
Yeah, it's a beauty, of course.
Yeah, everyone looks good. We look like fine, upstanding citizens of the world.
And here he is,
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Wow, that's a
the
good
Miami
picture.
boss.
Take your word for it.
Wow. This is very, very confident. I would never give someone free reign all my pictures.
I have no dick pictures in there, sadly. Camera bag.
Sadly.
You leave your phone with Dan for long enough.
You're very wise.
Phil would be like, who is it? Wait, that's Dan.
I want to play so bad.
You should
but-
play.
I mean,
Oh, wow.
you got it, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. God, I knew it.
I recognize this.
So easy to have it. Wouldn't it
Looks
go
like we're
that quickly?
just behind
That's the most frustrating, like,
on the graphics. Those will get sorted out quickly.
Know you're
Wow,
gonna
you're
have
really
to.
bringing out your you now.
Yeah, you just have to block. Snap
I don't mind torturing
I,
myself here.
that I learned that because my friend's well, I guess he's Jewish too. My friend's dad is Jewish, and would call us schmeckleheads. It's like, what does that mean?
And now you know.
Dickhead.
Schmecklehead. That's such a good word.
I didn't grow up knowing any Jewish people, and I knew what schmeckel meant at a very young age.
Really?
I've
I
never
didn't
heard
meet my
that
first Jewish
before.
person until I was 24.
Oh yeah.
Probably like TV and movie influence.
I did, yeah, I'm from Canada. I may have, but I didn't know that.
No, yeah. And where I'm from, like, it's all Catholic Christian. There's just no.
Same.
Then I moved to LA and I married a Jewish man.
Oh, yeah. Funny, like, my last 3 boyfriends, pretty much, they were all Jewish.
That's what everybody wants, a nice Jewish boy.
Yeah, but they
I'm
always
sure
had,
there
like,
were not many Jewish people in Indiana.
there was
where
0.
you're
I didn't meet one until I was 24.
Yeah.
Ronette. Ronette was the first Jew I met her.
Yeah.
This is an interesting
I had no
conversation.
idea. And then, like, she's, like, super Jew. No, but, like, she's half Israeli, half South African.
Yeah.
And so, like, her,
She's cool. I
her
like her a
family
lot.
lives in both.
And the
so
Miami
we went
boss
to
is
visit,
gonna
like, it was
Call 300 here on the turn.
immersed.
Both flush and straight draws.
Guys, though.
And he's going to get there right away,
That's what I've found so far. All the
making
Jews
himself known to the table, making himself known to Matt Berkey.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. This was trying
His
to
mom
see
is
if
great.
you're
1,000 in the pot.
No, but, like, same with my ex, same with like, they all have, I don't know why, it's such a strong influence, I guess, you know?
Such a
He's going to
quality.
bet 600.
Yeah, they usually treat the women.
And Berkey with
Yeah. If I
Because they're
had-
raised that way.
If I had kids, I'd want to have a Jewish.
middle pair on the flop and with no club.
Many levels.
That run
many
out
different levels.
can't
I've
possibly
already
like.
decided, like, in like 3 years, if I'm not with anyone or whatever, I'm just gonna adopt probably.
Oh, there you go.
Getting up there.
I could spend my declining years chasing after someone else's kid.
Your declining years, I like it. I like your optimism there.
Welcome again, Danny.
Thanks.
Good to have you.
So you are the Miami boss?
Yep.
I'm Jennifer. Nice
Hello,
to meet
Jen.
you.
Self-proclaimed.
are-
I don't know if it counts.
Is it, what's it called?
How do I tip the dealer?
You don't.
You don't?
Every, yeah, every half hour.
Wow,
you
what a boss.
Oh, okay. How
You
does
have
that,
to,
how
you
does that work?
can't.
What a
$50 you're
boss.
the 7. The 7 is the first card over there. The first active card, then you lose.
Okay.
Or
But
win.
yeah, let's make sure that's.
know Jessica
no,
Dawley
you can tip
is-
whenever you want. If you
Yeah,
want
that
to.
too.
Saying that the Miami boss is a
I mean,
self-proclaimed
I wouldn't make
nickname
a pot on me.
I don't know about all
Tip the
that.
dealer, you know? So-
because
Yeah, you don't need that
Twitch
guy on
chat
TV.
is
It's like-
blowing
Yeah, if I
up
win, like, a 20K pot, I'll
with
give him
the
25
appearance of Dan Suied,
Wow. The generosity just.
aka the Miami boss, and there we go. We finally get
Oh,
Suied a
look at it.
picture up,
Good to have you.
and
You were worried about me being the tight one.
well, I've never met Suied. I've
Get the immediate needle.
heard the legends. I've heard the stories.
Wait, I think I played a hand today.
And he should provide a lot of action to this game.
Not well. That's the problem.
I have played the most hands, definitely not well.
Time you guys start playing.
About 40 minutes ago, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody's fresh.
Yeah. There hasn't been anything.
That's an assumption. Some
upset.
people Yeah, if haven't you slept. sleep, yeah.
I didn't give a sign.
Dan just put on a fresh face of makeup, so he's fresh.
Yeah. That powder works.
It was
wonders.
applied to me.
I was
Yeah.
telling you, it's you should like just even buy some. Make it forever.
Oh,
It's the
really?
best one.
The HD.
Yeah.
And Jesse Will saying,
'Cause it
I
doesn't
thought that
bleed
was
with
Shetty.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
just like.
LOL to that one.
And I use it in my hair too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it keeps the shine down like on my roots if it later in the day.
They should do a special like little thing on Poker Night America beauty tips from Jessica Dawley. And just be talking about.
Which is funny because I was like a massive, like the most massive tomboy ever. I used to look like straight like a boy until I got into like freshman year of high school.
She may have just
I
turned
actually
you
was a
your own
boy.
segment.
We're basically getting Jessica Dawley's entire life story here on Poker Night in America. She started off explaining how she grew up in a podunky
Was it
town in Indiana.
not packed any longer?
She met her
Yeah, I
first
had to give it up. No, I don't know,
Jewish
just
friend when she was
tomboy, and then
24,
started looking more and more like a girl.
and apparently looked like a
Always tried to
tomboy
get
until
me. I
her
was like,
freshman
"No,
year of
I'm
high
ready
school.
for this."
So
I'll just
Let me put on a little rouge, as my grandma would say.
Start getting free drinks.
next we're gonna
I
learn.
don't even drink. It's such a waste.
You don't drink?
Never.
No,
ever.
I'd rather get
She doesn't
free.
drink either.
I mean, I do a little bit now, but like, I mean, I did like up until I was 17. I was partying all the time. Then I went into the Air Force and had to get scared straight.
And she was in the Air
Did
Force.
you not have a drink in Punta Cana at all?
No, I did. I
You
did.
did have a
I
drink.
did like two times.
Okay.
2 nights, whatever.
Punta Cana.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
went to last year was so epic.
Oh, really?
Punta Cana Poker Classic
Yeah.
at Hard Rock, and this year they moved locations, but WPT is having theirs
Oh,
at
really?
the Hard Rock. It's
I remember
in
they had
November.
all those people in the hallway trying to get everybody to come. And you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
when they try to get you to come someplace, you just resist. You don't
But-
know why. You're
Yeah,
like,
'cause you're thinking-
sunshine,
you're-
tropical drinks.
You think it's like one of those condo sales where they're like trying to like
you're
rope you
I
into
don't think so. Get away
timeshare.
from me.
So listen, so I went up and talked to those people because I was curious what it was, and then because they did a giveaway, right? Like if you signed up, they did like one free whatever trip or what have you. And so they like emailed me like I don't know, a week or so after, and like they were like, hey, like you didn't win. Josh Beckley won, obviously, and he didn't even go. I don't think, yeah. And they were like, but we like your social media presence and stuff like that. We would love to have you. So they end up comping like,
Oh, that's
fine.
nice.
You know, yeah.
Sick
I
brag.
was like, wow, that's a
This one
first.
for a tournament down there?
Yeah.
It was great. Like so much fun.
I'm a fan. I like the music.
I went to the Dominican Republic one time to play Scoops? W Coops? I forget. W Coops, I think. And the trip started out okay and just like went rapidly downhill.
Yeah.
Number one, like, it was an okay resort, I guess, but like, anytime that you're staying, it's my only time ever staying at an all-inclusive resort, and the food is just like
Terrible.
horrendous.
Like
Yeah.
cafeteria food.
Yeah.
No, it is.
Yeah,
It's,
it sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, and I just like
In
can't
theory.
handle like that kind of food for more than a couple days, and I start to just feel awful. And then one night, Jameris and I went out drinking, and ended up meeting a girl.
she
and-
drugged you,
And, no,
and the rest is history.
yeah, ending up somewhere else and drinking water from like
Oh no.
like a Punta Cana sink. So I was like, I was drunk and I was so thirsty I didn't really
Right.
think about it.
That's a straddle.
And the next day I didn't even really remember. I was just like, was it the ice in the drinks? I was like, oh no, I gulped water.
Oh my god.
And then
wow.
for 2 weeks it was
Oh,
an
no.
So depressing.
experience.
Oh, food poisoning is the worst.
I feel like the 9 deuce.
For
Like
2 weeks.
It was an experience.
While we
I'm
hear
telling
about
you.
Dan O'Brien's
like 10
nightmare
days.
straddle the button.
Punta Cana,
The last time
Story.
I was down here,
I think we just saw one of our first straddles of the day from Jessica Dawley. So it looks like this game might be
complex or
opening
whatever,
up a little
played
bit.
basketball. We played like real hard. I ended up
gambling
drinking a
now.
gallon
I like
of, whatever, like, if you go to Publix, they have like that, whatever the local brand is or whatever.
of one
It
juice.
dawned on me.
Part of
What's
one,
that?
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, water. Oh,
It's like,
okay.
it starts with a Z.
Zephyr Hills.
Zika?
Yeah. No.
Zephyr Hills.
No, like
Zika water.
Zika. So I drank like a gallon of it, and it didn't dawn on me like it's bottled locally, so it's local water. And
wow.
man, did it put me into a coma.
Oh my
I was
God.
lying in bed
What?
just like
This is
dying.
here?
Really, I drink
Florida?
Zephyr Hills all the
Yeah.
time. It's
Yeah,
like,
but I mean, some people are just like different. Like their gut bacteria just can't handle it.
but like, why would it? Or what does it do?
It's just
Like,
different.
It has to be like filtered
Jessica Dawley's gonna
plastic
3-bet.
or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's like no regulation with bottled water.
Excuse
so,
me,
like,
raised to 350 after 100 straddle.
Be tap water.
When I
From
was in the
Berkey.
Dominican Republic, we were in,
Berkey is
like,
gonna
a
call
really fancy
with the
resort,
positional advantage.
a bottle of Evian water out of the
8
main
high.
and I unscrewed
board
it,
with
and there was,
3
crust
clubs.
around the lid,
So that's
and
top
it
pair for
smelled
Berkey.
really, really
Dawley is gonna
fancy, so
check.
I think I had like 1 sip or I didn't drink it, but they just took.
It smelled really bad. So I
Smells
took a
awful,
straddle.
but it's avian water. But I think they just like filled the avian bottles. They reuse them and just fill them with tap water. Or maybe
that's what we were-
someone in
that's
the
what we were
room did
questioning
that
at the
so they would pay
resort.
for it. Yeah.
The alcohol was not near. Like it would say, like let's say it would say Tito's or whatever.
Right.
Grey Goose. It didn't taste anything like what it said, or if it did, it was super watered down. Because like I drank.
This
like,
table
2
is
days or whatever, and I
extremely,
would've been
extremely
mashed,
talkative.
Like, I did that
And
yesterday, you know what I mean? But,
the
like,
action
over, there,
over
like,
the
I
last
know I don't have this good of alcohol.
half hour,
now.
45
Like
minutes or
12%,
so has been
I'm like,
relatively
No, I'm going strong. Like,
slow,
Recently,
relatively
we were at this
non-existent.
restaurant, and one of our jobs
So thankfully we get to hear about
oh god, I had to do that too.
but be filling from this giant
udder
vat of
thingies.
no name,
all these
no name
travels
alcohol,
to
so.
I worked
places
at an
in South
Italian
America that,
restaurant where we had olive oil
have had
that you would dip with your bread.
negative
And then they told
experiences
us
at.
We were told that we needed to reuse the olive oil.
Oh my
After-
god. Oh
after the
no.
game.
Oh.
Even if they double dip?
I guess
Some
we
people
couldn't
double
stand over them to see if they double dip or not.
To be fair, I did see with Mythbusters episode where like double dipping doesn't really matter.
No.
It doesn't.
What is
Yeah, but that's
I'm
not,
like
that's
a
not fair.
germaphobe.
I don't care.
Please
I don't
stop
care that
it,
it doesn't
you know?
matter. I still don't want someone double dipping.
Oh yeah, of course.
I'm such a germaphobe. I can't handle
What
the OCD
happened
factor.
exactly
What's up
with
Peop-
this?
Well, they told
yeah,
us so.
we
So
used to have to do
you
that
would
too. Like,
pour
we had to
olive oil on
collect
someone's
all the
dish,
ketchup
Okay.
bottles,
and then they would tell us
and it'd
like
pour 'em in, like,
the
this-
leftovers, and would pour it
pour 'em in
back
this,
into
like,
the.
plastic
Where was
vat
this?
with like different
At a
like
restaurant,
udders on the
so
bottom, and then put the
closed
room,
down
like you
within,
would
like,
recycle
5
all the
minutes.
ketchup.
And
Oh my God.
then it was
Oh
used
my
to
God.
cook
Can you
or
imagine
to
the
serve
cost?
again.
Like,
To-
ketchup
no, to
can't
give
cost that
people
much.
back.
It's not
There
like-
are
you can't do that
7
to
people at this
Aussie.
table,
It's like
Give me a-
Bring
and
out,
and I
like,
think there are
all
9
the-
conversations
like,
going on at
more-
one time.
But it wasn't like a small. It was like we
And-
would
It
have
doesn't
like
say
a
like
dish,
tomato
like
paste.
a
It
pint.
says like
It's
Heinz.
Right.
Little dish, right?
Dawley,
Yeah.
Tilly, O'Brien, and
I mean,
Mermelstein.
obviously, like it's
Doing most
clearly
of the
not up to
talking.
code either way. But if they were using it to cook, at least, like, all right.
Tom
you
Marchese
Yeah.
likely thinking
But like to reserve.
They're
Jesus
supposed to
Christ.
throw
I
away
can't
the
wait
bread. Like I was wondering if they
to get involved in a pot with these guys.
Dump it in a big vat and then just
He's
refill
been
the basket.
the
Right.
quietest,
I know,
and
I know places that.
Aaron Mermelstein's going to cut his conversation short as he finds 2 10s.
Just gonna throw it away. We mostly in Las Vegas exist on leftovers from restaurants.
Oh, I'm a huge leftover.
So
So many
we
people
take the
don't.
bread, we put it in the toaster. We cook. It's like I hate to waste. Why? And like, oh,
Oh whoa, excited.
yeah,
So excited to play
that's
this in.
right.
Let's get it
Just
in.
saw Mermel and glasses
I
running.
check.
So.
I check.
Dawley,
This way, if I see if I go
excuse
like
me,
this, then I
Tilly
can't
is
get it.
going to
Might as well just do this.
defend her big
I
blind.
was gonna bet anyways.
She flops bottom pair with a gut shot. And this is going to check raise to 600 after Aaron Mermelstein continued for
Good thing I got my
200.
glasses back on.
Dan, what jobs have you ever had?
I never had like a
Queen of Diamonds falls on the turn, changes nothing for
like a
both
real,
players,
like,
but
kid's job.
Jennifer Tilly is gonna lead
or anything, which I'm-
the
maybe I
turn
would've
for 1,000.
learned something from, but like I probably would have just hated and quit right away. But I worked as like a hockey counselor, like a hockey clinic instructor, and then a camp counselor, referee, and then lacrosse camp,
Oh,
and
it's like
lacrosse
all-
referee,
Okay.
and then I worked construction for a summer after first year of college, and that was
Brutal, right?
yeah. Well, that was the craziest summer because I was working like 50 hours a week construction, and then another 20 or 25 on top as a hockey ref. So I would get up at like 4 in the morning
Yeah.
and like just manage to get to this guy's house in time before he left. So he would drive me out east on Long Island because it's like annoying drive, and I would sleep on the way.
And while Dan
And then
O'Brien,
he'd drive me back to his house, and then I'd go home, and then I'd immediately
Keeps
get changed to
talking.
go ref hockey games.
Aaron Mermelstein
And,
is going to see
Yeah, I pretty much slept on Sundays. I remember.
Jennifer Tilly's straight come in on the river.
No, I,
Mermelstein
I'm
called
I
1,000
enjoyed it. It was like I was making good money.
on the turn,
It's like $12 an hour, and then like 15 refing.
How many people with
and he's
work
going to
ethic?
face
ton of money
1,700
doing
here.
Yeah, no, of course. It's just like at that age, money's so much less meaningful.
Oh
than,
yeah,
like,
of course. It instilled in me a work ethic that I have lost immediately
That's
after.
since lost,
It's,
yeah.
it's probably been counterproductive.
I don't remember it this summer. I remember seeing you a lot. I just don't remember seeing you working a lot.
And yeah, I will say that
Which says a lot about my summer as well.
while
because
table talk is
I was
good,
also
it's great for TV, it's great for
It
production.
was the WSOP at first.
When these kind of hands play out,
Yeah, and
Amazing.
then I
you
just played
usually
cards in
tend to
college,
see the
and
table
I worked in
realize
Wall Street
that
for a year.
a player is about to make a big decision that they're trying to think,
3 months maybe.
and the table talk usually
I was truly
kind
51
of
weeks.
slows down.
I was like,
Wow.
"God, I
Not
should
so
use
much
it for
here,
a
though.
year." This is close enough.
Yeah, you can round.
Oh, we had our first yikes of the day.
I think this is a spot where Aaron Mermelstein
Was asking me like what kind of part-time jobs.
is
he did.
trying to figure out what
Place
his hand beats, and
zero time whatsoever. He's like, I feel bad. I want to like.
just a
take
straight
back my
stone
stuff,"
bluff
and
is
like,
really all that
Does he live with you?
Gentili could be losing with here.
just like,
There's a lot of 2-pair hands that she could have defended the big blind with. She could also have a random queen that she
like try to pay for these
Nice
like
hand, Jen.
very small.
decided to check
Yeah.
raise with on the
I
flop.
feel like it's
Tried to
know,
get
But after the check raise
probably
and then
good
the
for
lead on the
you, though.
turn and the river,
Something, right? But it's like, it's,
Mermelstein
I don't know,
figured
I
out
just,
that
like, so much
his
better
hand
to
was beat.
be like creative. There's so many easy
And it was
ways to
correct.
make money.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like tutor online or start a podcast or do something like interesting.
I mean, these are still jobs, right? They're just like unconventional jobs.
Yeah, it's just like so much easier to manage your time and you're getting paid.
Yeah, I guess I would like
Exponentially
try to
more.
encourage my kids to just start making money on the internet by the time they hit 12.
Yeah, of course.
You have kids?
Like
Not
It's-
porn though, right?
None that I know of.
I mean, it's kind of like the equivalent of like.
Yeah, webcam.
It's like
It's like the equivalent of a
Probably has
lemonade
that one in
stand
Punta
or like having a lawn mowing business for us. Like, the
Yeah.
internet's just so vast and there's so many ways to monetize it.
And while Matt Berkey talks about monetizing the vastness of the internet, Jennifer Tilly is going to try to continue to monetize at this Poker Night in America cash game table. She's going to 3-bet the small blind to 450. Dawley lets it go after opening.
Oh.
Is that the Price is Right theme?
Yeah, I don't know why that gave away.
I
I
was
think
gonna go on
I think
there.
as I was thinking about like, am I getting a good price to call? And the price is right. This all just came
What a
together.
correlation.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't watch with Drew Carey. He doesn't do it for me.
Really?
No, I miss Bob Barker.
I like the way Bob Barker was so inappropriate with all those girls. That made it extra entertaining for me.
Yeah, it really did it for me.
Yeah.
Bob Barker was my ex-husband's personal hero because he's very into animal rights.
Knew what it
and
was
Sam
before I
was
looked
like,
at it, so I probably should have
Yeah.
said last time.
Yeah, I actually have a Mark team.
yeah.
So we can just kill this
He
guy.
spoke at Sam's funeral.
Oh,
Really?
wow, they were
Yeah.
really close.
Because Sam has a sea shepherd ship named after him. There's 3 of them. There's the Bob Barker, the Sam Simon, and the Bridget Bardot. Named after 3 animal rights people.
And Krillix, this is happening live, but we are on a 30-minute delay, so we're about a room and a half away from this table. Just gaming regulations say that since we are live streaming, we have to be on that delay just to keep the integrity of the game.
Only had a pair.
Wow.
And their Jen defend.
I can't. If you called, I'd call. What am I going to do this?
Yeah,
on
but I
the
can't
button?
call. I'm either stuffing in his
Look how
face or
super
folding.
juicy that is.
Glad
And
you- that
Mermelstein's
was-
going to
that
3-bet
was
the big
crackers.
blind and
Just
take it down.
crackable.
Jen Tilly doesn't want to give away her.
Really? For $10
Cards just yet.
$1,001?
She was saying that if Jessica Dawley had called,
Yeah.
that she would have gladly come along on the button.
I still would have forgotten, yeah.
Slightly more. The 8 of spades.
And I think the 5 of clubs, too. Maybe the King of clubs.
Really?
I had both of those. Just like a chip in the car, or a,
Actually, every card in that we had the same issue yesterday.
Is it because they're expensive? They're expensive cards. You can't replace them.
really?
Really?
It's good that it's almost all of them, huh?
I think since the tables go bright, you like
Cards
notice
are
more.
expensive.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you've been peeling them.
No. It was, there was like a, like someone took like a needle to it, kind of like
Oh.
scraped a chunk out of it. We're using the same deck?
Yeah.
has a different deck. I can swap this one out. No problem.
Yes, I mean, at least after hand, let me see this card. I mean, it's probably not that hard to spot.
I've never
The 8 of
seen much.
spades?
People are always picking up cards and going, this one's Marchese. And I'm like,
150?
And Big Pedro, we're going to have a few guest commentators all day. We're going to get Bag Boy in the booth in around 15 minutes or so.
piece if you want. Give me 4 of 'em.
And
If anybody wants a ham and
Only
cheese.
need one?
Yeah.
then
Want a piece of ham and cheese salad?
some players who are playing the 1K6 max
Smell it.
Yeah.
who
Yeah, I
could
know.
potentially come in
I'll
after
just
they
keep
bust
on
out of that
it.
I
tournament.
have to walk away from the table and eat it because
Right, you don't want to eat on
Keep
TV,
sniffing.
right?
no,
And-
it's really bad.
At least it's not like seafood.
It's going to be 3 players to the flop. It's ace high with 2 diamonds.
Oh,
And then you like laugh.
Dan O'Brien has flop top 2 pair. Jessica Dawley with pocket jacks
Like the, oh,
is going to bet. She's going to continue after opening the action pre-flop.
Planning ahead.
This looks like Dan O'Brien's going to cut out a raise.
If I didn't think you were so tight, I would never fold. But
And pseudonym asking,
Wow.
O'Brien, Dawley,
Well,
Mermelstein, and Marchese are
Sniff-
all
sniff
pros.
it out.
What's the story with the other 2?
Queen 4.
Matt Berkey in the 3 seat with the tie.
I'm gonna take a
He
picture.
is
Oh, you took
certainly
my
a pro.
picture. This is, I'm getting ready to
one
go.
of the
This is the person
regulars
taking my
in
picture
the
last
biggest
night.
no-limit cash games that Vegas has to offer.
Okay, I'm gonna stay here and play.
And then the player that just took the seat in the 7th seat is Dan Swed, a Florida-based pro, a.k.a. the Miami boss.
Oh, I got stuck in your
And Jennifer Tilly, while she might not be a poker pro, she is a regular in high-stakes cash games across the country, a regular on Poker Night in America, and has a extremely lengthy tournament resume, including a WSOP bracelet.
I'll do like,
So this is a very experienced table, and
Seems like a
Matt
small price
Berkey,
for a good photo
who
op.
is one of the more aggressive players that we've seen today, is going to open with Jack-5 of clubs, but snap fold when the Miami boss 3-bet. He had
I want to make sure everybody
the blades.
Let's let that one go.
Damn, Scott. Break me in, Scott. You're looking sharp today, though. TV ready.
Are you hiding any designs under that hat or what?
Huh?
Are you hiding any designs under that hat?
Not right now, bro.
I'm very disappointed.
they said you had boss shaved in the top of your head. Is that true?
No, I had WSOP shaved in the back of my
I
head.
saw that. That was
that's
really
much worse.
cool. I like that.
Oh,
I
yes,
saw a
okay.
picture of that.
Yep, and I think I had one cash that summer, so I don't think I can do that again.
Yeah, that was
I lost
definitely
too
the
much
problem.
money.
That
Yeah.
was definitely the problem.
Ran bad.
Skill had nothing to do with it. The shaved
Nothing.
head, WSOP, yes. I believe it.
I think I won like 4 hands that whole summer.
Which is surprising because I figured like people would look at you and be like, oh man, what a whale.
Probably they just put it in every time.
None of your bluffs would get through.
That's why.
All the decks are kind of beat up, huh?
That one too?
Yeah.
Really?
Let's see right here.
Is that really his
Oh yeah,
ringtone?
it's super tinted.
Yeah.
No. That's even worse. That would be
Yeah.
a bit much.
The one you put into it.
Oh, you're on me.
This one.
Oh, I just saw it, bro. It's a 3 of hearts.
Oh.
I'm in the hand.
3 of hearts is out there.
3 of hearts ain't coming back.
And 3 of hearts was
He's
exposed.
like,
Could be the deuce of hearts, actually. I am a little tired.
This is a under-the-gun straddle from Matt Berkey. A raise to 300, a call from the Miami boss on the button, and Berkey's going to come along as well, and he's going to flop the best with top pair on the ace-high 2-club board. Gentili, though, she opened the action with a raise to 300 pre-flop, is going to continue for 600. Swede in position. Calls, and Berkey's not going anywhere with his top pair, so we're going to still see 3 players go to the turn. 8 of diamonds. That gives Gentili a pair, and Gentili doesn't exactly need a pair every time to bet, but having one certainly helps, not when this kind of situation arises. As Matt Berkey seems to be playing his top pair solely and to perfection. I think he realizes that Gentili will do most of his betting for him. The Jack of Clubs completes the board. Some potential flush and straight draws got in. And it's going to go check, check. And Berkey's going to win the pot. I believe in that spot, Matt Berkey is going to be
I only
calling
played
just
that
about any
hand
river
so
bet
you
if
have to
Tilly
be able to take
does
pictures
make it, so she saved herself some money there.
Hope it's a good picture.
And here are the
Remind me to tip them.
updated chip counts.
$1,000 picture.
Dan O'Brien.
You're welcome.
Frame it.
I wonder if Dan O'Brien bought in, because it looks like he has just over
Except for, you know, my chest.
4,500 in black $100 chips alone,
But,
as you can
know,
see
you really in the big blind, you
right
should
there
have
on the
folded
screen, and then he has
because-
close to
ace
3
ten is, you know,
orange
Put
chips
together
as well,
once,
so
you should know-
No.
know by now.
No, you're in
we'll
the-
get some
no, you're
updated
in the
counts
straddle,
when these
but
players go
you
on
should not
break
have
around
this pin in the straddle.
4:30,
Right,
5
next to
o'clock,
like
but
three
don't go anywhere, guys.
Yeah,
We are
yeah,
here
yeah.
all
He
day
runs to
until
Yeah.
It's ace 10. It's like
I do
pocket
straddle
five.
because I feel like I get more hands under the gun than most.
Yeah, there's a lot of, yeah.
Okay,
Merit in that.
I'll straddle too. You probably-
here all day until 7 o'clock will be a short break. We're going to get Aaron Mermelstein in the booth during that break.
Double, quadruple straddle, you know, then you'll end up with something like
The Philadelphia
Something like going broken man.
Pro have won 2 WPT titles over the last 2 years,
I'm not playing anymore.
making
so
his
standard.
Poker Night in America debut.
That was it.
Oh, I wish I
Your
could
game
make the
faces
same
it.
promise.
So we'll get to hear from the
Honestly, after the flop.
man in the 6th seat.
And then I thought, ooh, he's on a flush draw, and then the flush got there, so no more money for Miss Tilly.
When we played in Vegas, we had a straddle up to 800. Went 25, 50, 100, 200, 400, 800. Negreanu was 800. And he had kings against Antonio's jacks in the 400.
Oh my
And I
God.
believe that was an 80K pot.
Oh my
As it
God.
should be.
That's crazy. It's very difficult to believe somebody in the quadruple straddle actually
I
has
was
a
so
house
sad to be watching that game.
and not be in it.
Yeah.
You don't mean big chips, right, Jess?
No, it's not.
This is going to be a 3-bet
We're playing like
They were playing
from
insane.
Jessica
It was
Dawley
not poker
in the
night
small
America,
blind.
You know, it's a super high
And
risk.
with Dawley and
50,000.
O'Brien
It's
Yeah.
very entertaining.
That
though.
made-
holding 2 of the shortest stacks at the table.
Unlike you, I was happy I wasn't in the game.
Maybe Dan O'Brien's thinking of making a little play here. Not so much as he's going to fold.
Boss is
And
like,
Miami Boss is going to do the same. And Dawley's going to take that down with a
Look at
nice
my
little
stack,
squeeze. It's
I don't think I can.
it's good to be able to squeeze with a hand like Ace-King.
Perfect stack for that.
And Dawley mentioning that her stack size was more or less perfect for that move.
Perfect stack for 2
Later on, I'll take you all shopping and get your hair done.
I love shopping.
I know you do. We used to talk about this years ago. Back in the day when we were both semi-BU, and then things just took a turn.
I don't know what BU means.
Belly up.
Oh, belly up.
I too love shopping.
Semi belly up.
Semi. I mean, compared to now, it's all perspective, I think.
I'm awake. It's my wake up time. I'm supposed to be at the gym right now.
I call.
Miami Boss
I have a trainer 4 days a week.
Man,
saying that he was supposed to be at the gym this afternoon. He's going to try to do some heavy lifting
I was dying to see
I
what
would
that
at
make
this
it the
Poker
actually
Night
does look
America
better
table
than
instead.
was. Okay.
Yeah, way better.
I didn't say that.
Because
Said he looks better.
when Poker Night in
He's doing
America
way
calls
better.
and there's a
Just
seat
wanna know that
open,
I'm proud of you, even if Jess is
Thank
just
you. It's
mocking
all
you.
right.
you drop everything
I
and
pay
you
people
make
for
sure you get to the Hard Rock.
That's why I
He
have
pays
a,
the
that's why,
trainer just
that's why I have a
to give
trainer.
him
Yeah.
compliments. He
No,
doesn't
my
actually
trainer's
work
great.
out.
My trainer's great. He's a beast.
It would like give me nightmares of boot camp again. I think if I hired someone, I hate being told what to do. Or
Yeah.
yelled at. I mean, I did have like a chick that did that for a little while, but I could run her over, so it didn't really.
A chick that did what?
I need someone who's like a lot more strict and like
Tell you really what's.
exactly. Don't tell me what I want to hear. Just like lay it on me. Like you're fat.
My trainer doesn't say that.
You eat too much. You know. That's what I need someone to tell me.
He could say that, but
Seeing my trainer hold a picture of my worst enemy in front of me, just like.
That does it.
who'd that be?
Yeah, I knew you were gonna ask that. I couldn't think of it.
And pseudonym,
No one
the
would know.
7th seat was supposed to be
back in
filled
high
by
school,
Warren
Yeah,
Roberts.
exactly. Had a rough high school.
Did you?
Yeah.
Wow.
She was unable to play in the game, though.
Probably, right?
No.
Not yet. That like came later on.
High school was bad high school.
Meaning that there was an open seat and the Miami Boss filled
High
it.
school, college,
So much
Oh,
fun.
oh,
best time of my life, my long shot.
oh. Oh wow, lots of deuces.
Take college.
I didn't
you're
realize this was
right.
the first hand. Sorry.
And some players over
Oh, I did. I threw that the last hand.
the last few minutes, the last few orbits have mentioned that pace of play is slow, but there's some ebbs and flows to this game.
College or high school?
And yesterday, even though we
High school was
started
awesome.
off a
Yeah,
little
most
slow,
college
there
players,
was
it's like, ah, I
a
wanna
few
go.
massive encounters
Yeah,
throughout the
yeah.
day with
Yeah, can you
Congrats, bro.
Jason Mercier winning
We know.
Drop out. How do you know?
basically all of them and basically all of the money.
That's not a college
No, there's
graduate.
plenty,
you
there's
refer
plenty of
yourself-
smart people that
Because you
shape
gave-
things in their
because
head.
you gave yourself a Miami Boss nickname and refer to yourself as that. That's all it took for me. I still love you though.
Oh, you're talking way too fast.
I said a lot.
I just
fit
remember,
a
I
lot
just
of-
woke up, so
She needs to fit a lot of insults in quickly.
right?
I gotta get
Yeah.
the zingers back quick
It takes
before you
the
realize
sting
And
what
then
I
she said a
said.
compliment at the end.
Yeah.
I love you,
Yeah.
and I'm
Yeah.
just like, oh
Yeah.
I
hi.
just wrap it. I just
Yeah.
gift wrap at the end.
Nothing.
But I love you.
Yeah.
And Jessica Dawley,
Pretty
gonna have-
first hand.
Tom Marchese
Playing there with top set.
dominated here with ace jack to ace
And on
10.
the river.
And Dawley with a, looks like a new patch on. KO
When are they
watches.
gonna do another Bride
Shout out.
Trophy?
We're filming one in January.
Never heard of them, but maybe that's the
Awesome.
watch
Yeah.
that Dawley
I can't tell if this is the level.
is wearing on that
it's really
No, I
true.
can tell. Yeah.
right wrist as she goes to
So far. This will be my fourth.
grab
Yeah, I love
calling
the-
chips
How are you surviving
on the turn after it went check on the flop.
She's a doll now.
Yeah. Well, I'm a doll, but the first one I was a woman who got turned into a doll.
Okay.
And
Oh
the
yeah, I do
second one,
apologize.
I like
it's
that.
really
Jason Mercer didn't
complicated.
win all the
I
money
was
yesterday.
Jennifer Tilly,
Stu
world-famous actress,
Newman,
and I
a
was also
Sherpo
the doll
Patch
that was
Pro,
the biggest fan.
did book a small win of,
Oh,
I
and
believe,
then
close to
meta.
Then
1,600.
Jennifer Tilly gets impregnated by
So,
the doll.
Mercier
by
left
artificial insemination.
a few bets out there, I guess.
Whoa, whoa,
He
why couldn't it be
decided to
natural? That's good
pay
to
for
hear.
Stu's
Oh,
next
you
tournament
know,
buy-in.
because, you know, I don't think it was
Everyone
like
else in the game, though, was a loser.
He's a turkey baster because
And we've seen some
Do you
really,
actually have real love scenes with the doll? Or?
love scenes.
really big winners over the last few
Well,
Poker Night in America
Joy
streams,
Chucky
but
have
we've never
sex-
seen
have sex
a
in
disparity
the
like
photo.
that
I
on
do
the
not have a
final
love scene with
count.
Chucky,
Such a
but-
family game.
because he's gross. And so then I get pregnant,
Can't bluff the
and
calling.
at the end of that movie,
Bluff the
I'm
calling.
infiltrated with
I
the
think I could
spirit of
probably bluff you
Tiffany.
there for some amount.
And then the third movie,
Who's Tiffany?
the doll.
Francis, what's up, man? How you doing?
That's that you've taken
And
off.
then the third movie, then
Nah, I had it.
Universal thought they said there were too many shenanigans. They said the problem with the movie, there was too much
No,
Jennifer
but-
Tilly. They said it was too funny, too gay, and too much Jennifer Tilly. And I was like, how could there be too much Jennifer Tilly?
The world needs more.
Yeah, so then the third one in the ones that I was in, they decided to go back to being really scary.
And Jason Mercier,
So it's very, very scary.
Won
and I feel
$65,000,
sorry for Tiffany. I'm mailing
or as he said on Twitter yesterday, a Tesla.
I don't know why, because I only read my part.
I like-
Then the next movie, I'm not quite. I can't give away.
I was gonna say, are you just giving us spoilers right now?
No, no, that was the movie that already came out. And the next movie, I show up. I'm either Jennifer Tilly, possessed by the spirit of Tiffany, or I'm Jennifer Tilly, not possessed by the spirit of Tiffany.
Ooh.
Or I'm Tiffany. I'm not sure.
Edge of
which.
my seat.
Yes.
I know.
I'm so glad I went to drama class for that.
Jennifer Tilly is going to be possessed if this
I
board
didn't know they have. I
came
think
out
it's
with
called 'cause I was talking.
3 clubs, because she would have been
Having-
dominated and
having
likely
min-
paying off
min raise
the
me.
Miami boss, but
Oh, yes.
it's going to be ace high rainbow, and the Miami boss is going to take it down with a
Because you would remember if you had ace king. If you had like some garbage.
Bet on the flop.
Like, did I connect with that flop?
What's the first one? Is that the one you played in the trailer park? Was that the first one? I like
Yeah.
that one.
thank
Yeah,
you, sick hair, bro.
That was cool.
Thank you.
Jen,
That's what everyone's been saying to me
literally last
this
night,
week.
I'm not even
Sick
sure if
hair,
it was funny
bro.
or not, but
Finally decided
I
to
was
grow the
watching
hair
last
back out,
week
and
before I went to
been
sleep,
getting
I was
some
like,
stick
"Man, that
for
voice
it."
sounds so much like Jennifer
I won't
Tilly."
lie.
Oh yeah, that's me.
Was it you?
Celia.
Wow, that's so crazy. I haven't watched that
Jessica
movie in, like,
Dawley
I don't even know, 10 years.
made
or
fun of
whenever it
me
came out. And then I'm like,
last
laying in
night.
bed, I'm like, wait, sounds like Jennifer.
Esther Taylor
That's so
Brady
weird, 'cause I
made
was-
fun of me
'cause I see her
yesterday.
tomorrow. I was like, how random is that? Like,
Yeah.
the
Wonder-
voice
Could have
of
been
the-
in the hotel.
Who's going to make fun of me?
That's what with
No, I had my ear to
Today.
the door.
Probably
Closed the door, just having sex.
Ian O'Hara when he comes into the booth, bag boy.
Literally, like 5
Should
in the
be
morning. I didn't
any
go to
minute
sleep
now.
for, like at 5 in the
The
morning.
anticipation is actually
Come
killing
on.
me.
I was
So I put my ear to the door. I was like, pretty good.
They said the number one problem in hotels is people
Having sex.
having loud sex.
Yeah, because
That's
they're
a
in
That's
hotel.
the number
That's
one
the number
problem.
one thing that people complain about.
Oh, really?
Not in
Mine's
Japan.
smoking.
Yeah.
Mine's smoking. Like,
Why?
like the next snoring
The
bird smoking
huge,
cigarettes. I hate
like the
cigarettes.
population decrease. Like just people aren't having sex
I feel like
anymore.
so many of the older hotels
Oh,
do,
okay.
like,
Because
do
of
the
I
porn,
understand the
nonsense
reference.
cruises.
Something like
Because
that,
of
right?
porn.
Like,
Thank you, Lemon.
Well, just the population is much older.
It's decreasing. Like yeah.
I thought it was a porn.
Unfortunately, or maybe
Alright.
fortunately today, because I've just been able to sit back here and eat
Pants so
pizza.
bad.
Oh,
They
how
must
many
be
Jessica
dying
Dawley
to
and
go back.
Gentili are
Dying
kind of
to go.
driving the conversation.
I'm bringing
We've
my
gone
girlfriend with me,
from-
so.
What is
4 years they live
Yeah.
in Tsurugi, Tokyo.
Oh wow.
I'm there.
Talking about
I haven't
Jessica
been. My
Dawley's
sister-in-law's
simple
Japanese,
upbringing in
Love-
Indiana to
Oh, because
Jessica
of the-
Dawley talking
Decent
about
last time,
the
right?
Air Force to
Yeah.
Jessica Dawley talking about loud sex in hotel rooms.
I like that.
And as we were just talking,
I actually
We-
really like it.
I know
I
a lot
watched
of
it.
people don't like it.
I'm rooting for you now.
are
watched
bringing
it on
in
the
our
plane.
first guest commentator
I haven't seen it in a while.
of the day,
Yeah,
And I think
that's-
it's
while
really
we've
good,
talked
like, there's a few
about
things in it that are, like, a little
a
bit
few
different.
Florida
It's
legends
the raging
I'm not
alcoholic
sweating,
and like.
Yeah, like they could have done a better job, I think, with some of the lines.
over the
some
last
of
few
the lines.
days, and we're going to see some of
Berkey
them
gets, like, the nuts
throughout the
8%
next
off,
few
and I
days.
get 9.5.
We are now
The
bringing
overall, I
in
think it's quite good.
I know.
It's just
I
like
a
know.
legend in his own regard.
you know, Tom Cruise is the Last Samurai.
the man that they call
What is the?
Bag Boy.
There's some movie coming out
The
about
Wall.
like the Chinese wall.
Ladies and gentlemen,
No, Matt Damon.
Ian O'Hara. What's up, man?
Hey,
how's it going, Will?
Good, good.
So they couldn't just find
Now,
Chinese guys.
today we actually have a really easy job
Yeah, at
because
least with like
Dawley
How's that
and
real?
Tilly and O'Brien are
part of
just
the story that he's like
talking the entire time. So like we don't really have to do
The
anything.
wall, I don't know.
Easy
if
gig,
it's,
right?
like,
That
similar,
makes it
like,
sound very
you
easy.
know, all that doing supposed to be flying or Chinese.
So how have you been?
Pretty good.
Good, thank you.
I'm gonna go
Good,
see it.
and
I see
I know you're
It's
trying.
a
You're going to be back here in the booth for a little bit, but you're actually trying to get in the game, right?
That would be ideal.
That would be ideal.
Hang out here right
They're
now.
like, stop
Alright.
these monsters from coming over
We're
the wall.
gonna.
It's like
Jesus,
not
these
a
guys are
normal film. It's like
talking their
sci-fi.
ears of Tony. Tell them to go quiet down out there. But we have had some
See Suicide Squad?
interesting conversation. We haven't had that many big pots so far today.
Really?
Not many swings,
Not gonna see
but
that?
speaking of big
Not bad
pots,
reviews,
Jason
though.
Mercier seemed to win every single one
My
yesterday.
roommates just saw it
We were
and said it
talking
was
with Jason
awesome.
yesterday about his
They even wasted their time going.
25K high roller win during the Sherpo series last August. You chopped that with him,
I did, yes.
and kind of that was like
Will Smith's great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check your head and mob right now. But was that your biggest career score ever?
It was.
It was like for like 500K, so right?
Yep.
Nice.
See that?
Well,
Is that
500K
like
like reported,
Yeah, yeah. That was our
quote
chop.
unquote. All right, awesome, dude.
Because I just love
And
it.
you know you've had
Pretty good, actually.
for the last like 5 years or so. You started playing in Florida casinos when you were 18, right?
Yep.
So you have
Yeah, but I thought
you're
it
really
was pretty good. They
the
have, like-
next wave of
that's a
poker players, so
really
like that live pro. Like you really haven't had a chance to play online that much, you know, because you weren't prior to Black Friday, obviously. But coming up, you've been really on the live tournament scene, and your tournament resume is just Florida, 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 Florida. So kind of walk us through your start, and now you're playing. You're traveling around playing some huge buy-in events.
Yeah, I exclusively play just live poker. Being in Florida, you only have to be 18 to play, whereas everywhere else is 21. So I got a nice head start on most of the other country.
Yeah, no, you had some moderate success at World Series of Poker, you know, WPT events, things like that. What's next on the tournament docket for you after, you know, Sherpo? Obviously, this weekend's going to be huge for you, right?
Yeah, I plan to play all the events this weekend. After that, I plan to just relax here for about a month and head to Borgata for the WPT.
All right.
Credit.
And
Hurts.
if you're going to win one,
Why do you prefer the?
you want it to be the 25K or the 5K? Which one? You get to pick one.
I would rather win the 5K because first it's going to be
Because
more money.
money.
Yeah. But winning the 25K or chopping back-to-back years, I think would be a pretty cool accomplishment.
Yeah, that would be very, very impressive. And
Like make it thicker?
No, thinner. Like
let's look in here because Tom Marchese, you have some experience playing with Marchese, I would imagine, just
I do.
in really big buying events.
In medium to big buying events, we played a bunch of times together.
Okay, and
sewing yarn.
just based on this
That's
table,
like sharp, I guess. I don't know.
you think Marchese has
I don't know the science
the
behind
edge,
it, but it works.
quote unquote?
And
I would have to say
eyebrows
so.
are
And
amazing.
everyone in the chat has been
My eyebrows are really
kind of
big.
saying that as well.
Yeah, everybody in here seems to be an accomplished pro poker player. But Tom, I would say, would have the biggest advantage just because he's been around for a long time playing in all the biggest games.
And
I would love to just know the
while
process. to be
Marchese might have the advantage on the field and had the pre-flop advantage, we are gonna see Dan O'Brien flop top pair and check on the flop, but take it down with a delayed bet on the turn. And okay, so I have to ask, and the fans need to know, Bag Boy. Where did it come from? Where did the nickname Bag Boy come from?
Well, before I started playing poker, when I was in high school, I worked at the local grocery store, and my first job was being a bag boy. So it kind of just stuck since I was always the youngest one.
All right.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Who was the first person to call you that?
No, I do this.
First
You like
person
him
to call me
Baghdad,
that
your
was
eyebrows spread?
Exactly.
Zoe
As I
Kareem
walk
and
off stage,
Muckle
they talk
Bahua.
to the eyebrow lady and be like,
They
Zoe
kind
Hair.
of invented
No, I
it.
got
Zoe
it.
Hair.
Correct.
Zoe actually did a stint in Pittsburgh. He was just randomly in Pittsburgh when we were there, and he was texting me. He's like, "Hey, can I come in the booth?" I was like, "100 times yes."
Yeah, he's a great character, been around for a long time, and he was one of my first friends in poker.
Yeah, and that stream had
No.
close to a $50,000 pot play out, all in pre ace 10 to ace queen, and Zoe just sat there the entire time dead silent, and then like a minute after it all died down and everyone was quiet, Zoe was just like,
Everybody's loaded.
that was a pretty big pot.
Yeah.
Follow people.
That's
Yeah,
where it's going.
especially in these
Still
cash
going
games,
there. There's like a bunch of people
pots
down
that size are pretty rare.
Yeah, well, and we were talking.
You either
It's a
probably
7-handed table, so once you get some straddles going, pots can get bigger. But
30 minutes, I feel
it's
like.
been today it's
Like,
been
so
relatively
weird
quiet.
because
And have you
it
played on
wasn't
Poker Night
intense.
America before? You have, right?
I have. I played at this time last year.
Okay, and how did that game? How did that game go? Was that a big game, or was that one of those these small tactical battles?
It started out relatively slow, but it quickly the straddle started and everybody was more comfortable and the pot started building.
Yeah, no, and I think we've seen a few straddles
They
today,
love
and
blonde girls over there too. Right?
I'm of the thought process. I would rather see either everybody straddle or everybody not straddle. I don't want to see some people do it, some short stacks not want to do it. It creates for a weird
Yeah,
dynamic, and I think the
Bugatti
game
and
just
stuff.
flows better when everyone knows. Okay, we're gonna pump this up each time.
No, you're like,
Yeah, I agree with
They're all
that.
loaded.
When you're constantly changing
First of all, I had a
basically the
I was
blinds, the
intelligent
straddles,
so
it
I
kind of
learned
messes
how to,
with the
like,
game flow. People
fraternize with the
generally are more conservative in the straddle pots when not every hand is straddled.
Yeah. It's like a kill pot in a mixed game,
Essentially.
All right, so the slow play is going to continue. Are you familiar with Matt Berkey at all? Like, have you had any run-ins in poker with him?
I've played a few tournaments with him, but never in a cash game.
Okay, but he
athlete. I think I saw you. In
regularly
basketball
plays
line.
in some of the bigger cash games in Las Vegas. So this actually might be considered smaller stakes for Berkey at 25.50, and he has been one of the only players that has been straddling today.
I think I saw you on the
Something to play with.
Don't worry, Ian. We'll see a hand that actually counts eventually. Maybe.
I'm sure they'll get some pots flowing at some point.
Yeah, it's super
So do you how far are you from Hollywood? Like where do you live?
What did you
I
do in
live
the airport?
approximately about 30 minutes north of here.
Okay.
It's like my home base when I'm in Florida.
I
Okay.
was an intelligence analyst, but like I
And what do you know about the Miami boss?
Yeah, we'll do.
I know he's
That he's a boss.
He is a boss. He plays in some of the big games down here in Florida, plays the tournaments, and he's created quite a brand for himself.
And then when the pilots come back,
Hashtag brand.
He's got the
Brand,
swagger
brand,
going
brand.
on.
good time.
Yeah, he came in and he was
I just didn't-
talking.
I
He
never
said,
thought
"Oh, I
I'd
was
end up
supposed to
going
be at
over.
the gym,
I enlisted in April 2001.
but I'm gonna do some
for a
lifting
time.
here." So
Yeah,
right off
be
the
ready.
bat, I was I was thoroughly impressed with the boss.
Yeah, he's gonna be
No,
ready to
not
lift
at
all
all.
those the chips
Oh,
he's
yeah.
gonna win.
I mean, it gave me the life I have now.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I would have been like,
All right,
Who
and
knows
two
where I
players are
I mean, I could
taking a
afford to
break.
go to
That's
college,
Gentili and
so
Dan
I
O'Brien's
would
empty
pay for
seats,
that and
That should possibly bump up the action a little bit,
Gave me a
playing
lot of-
five-handed.
and so should
Or that.
Pocket Jacks for Aaron
afford
Mermelstein.
that. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't want to start my life out like that.
So put in a 3-bet.
But also at the time I joined the guard, so I was thinking 1 week in a month, 2 weeks a year. I wasn't
Right.
really
And this is
myself
an under the gun raise from Berkey to 250, and that's a 5x raise.
No,
We've
it's
seen him do that a few times. Jessica Dawley is going to fold
mostly
ace
because
queen, it looks like, in the
they're
big
really
blind.
strict about
And
guys
Berkey's
that-
going to fold as well. What do you think about that kind of
People
sized
think
open?
that's
Is that
what they do.
something that he's been doing it a few
Like
times, but
arrested, actually.
is that something that
They're really
is
strict
like
about
kind of going to be the
Plus,
new
it's
wave
like-
in
I don't-
this game, you think? Or, I don't know, that's 5x. You don't really see that
Yeah,
ever.
I mean, I acknowledge
In
it
cash
exists.
games,
It's
you
like,
see
I
raise
would
sizes
figure
are
it's
generally a little bigger,
When I
but
lived in Vegas, I used to get
Berkey
public
has always
all the time.
played a different style than, say,
Yeah,
the
I could definitely
standard
see
of
where it
everybody
happens.
else.
I just
He
personally
kind of
don't
adapts
see
his
it
own
at
way
all.
to play.
Kind of strange.
Like go back to their hotel and like
And do you think Berkey's going to be
in Vegas when I was
varying
there
his
for
opening
4
size
years.
based on his hand? Like
Oh,
he has
yeah.
6-3 of
Never, like-
spades, so he realizes
But
it's a
it's never
5-handed
so
table.
much.
Maybe I can, get this through or get somebody in the big blind to call.
Oh, yeah.
Or
So
is that
that's
just going to be
assume-
standard
when I see a
throughout?
female playing, like, high
Interesting to
stakes, I
see.
assume that she's
I
very
think it's
good
going to
player.
depend not on his hand
I hate
strength,
Vegas.
but more along how the game's been playing and
I love Florida.
who the players behind are and how loose everyone's playing.
But like my brother is 10 years older than I am. He was in my same unit. He's a pilot and also an officer. So
looks
like
like Berkey
none of the guys would mess with me, like,
Has put in a 3-bet
yeah.
to 700.
Oh yeah, when I landed.
The ace-6
so
of clubs,
my unit
and
got called up, like, one of the
a
first
Miami
units got
boss
called
is
up
not
the
going to
day
be able to continue
like, so my brother went
with
and, like,
ace-8,
all my friends
so
went. I didn't go for like
some
2 months
3-bet
after they did. When I
poker
landed,
getting through on
and
the
So we fought the big cargo planes.
pre-flop
When I
over the
landed,
last
like,
2
the ramp was
hands.
down, and I'm like walking down, and my brother's standing at the bottom of the ramp with his arms.
And Jessica
folded, just,
Dawley.
like, waiting.
Continuing the scores.
Is he older or younger?
Older, 10 years
Yep,
older.
she's quite the
I was
storyteller
telling
at
him,
the
like,
table.
that's why the guys would leave me alone because he was like.
I think she has an
he
off
was an
button
officer and
somewhere.
also a
We
pilot.
haven't found it yet,
And
though.
Also 10 years, like.
You were an
simulating.
officer?
My brother was.
Is he still in?
You had to salute him?
No, sir.
Yes, yeah, I have to. Yeah.
Like family
Unfortunately.
gatherings too, or
No, only in uniform. Only in uniform. If it was at family gatherings, I would become an officer just so I didn't have to do it.
Right? Thanksgiving would be so awkward. Like, can you pass me the mashed potatoes?
Some players in the Twitch chat in that hand with
Oh, yeah,
Berkey
he just
opening to
actually
250 and
retired
Mermelstein
after,
3-betting.
17
Dawley
retired
just
for
kind of
22
snap
years.
folded ace
He
queen in the big blind.
amazing.
What do you think about that, Ian? Is that a little tight, or with her stack size, the okay play?
I
funny
think the
though,
way
the
the
first
game's
person who
playing
asked me
right
is, like,
now,
if you're in the
just how
military,
everyone's
they
kind of
always say,
feeling
like,
each other
fireman,
out,
they say no Air
folding the
Force,
ace
so
queen
you're a
seems
pilot?
like the,
I'm like, there
the
are
right
more than
play.
one, like, there's more than one job in the
Yeah,
Air
no, and
Force.
I-
It's kind of crazy to me. That, like,
In this game,
they
you
can
know,
snap people
with
to
these
the
short
they're
stacks, you
pilots.
don't want
No,
to.
the Air Force do the prisons too.
You don't really see just like pre-flop flips
Everything.
so much,
They
and
do everything. They do, like,
Jessica Dawley has been
there's
playing
chefs,
relatively
there's
tentatively, but
cops, there's-
Really
also
not
been
that much
pretty
different
active
than
off of her
when
short
you
stack,
go,
so
oh, so you can count
not
cards.
so much with the ace queen
It's like
facing
their scope
a
is
very big
really-
open
Like, I wish.
and a sizable
I feel
3-bet.
like the military
Yeah,
doesn't
that's the
really,
one thing with
like,
the
It
bigger
says Air
opens means the
Force in
3-bets
name,
are
like,
larger,
assuming pilot
so
is
it would end
reasonable.
up making
You don't know.
Listen, Dan, just because
her
you
having
did
to
it,
like
you don't
play
mean
for
calling you out,
stacks with
okay?
ace queen, which at this time she just wasn't comfortable
Yeah.
with.
I wasn't
It's
gonna
also
mention.
it's also annoying. Like my buddy's a pilot, and he's not even in the Air Force. He's in the Navy.
Yes, you can actually
Get
be.
your shit together.
Yeah, get your shit together. How you?
Why do we have all these branches if they're not actually segregated by job?
Yeah.
Aaron Mermelstein
They
not
like
going
the
to
Air Force,
defend
like,
the queen
self-sustained,
4.
like,
He's
It's like their own.
defended pretty
home
wide
base.
so
It's
far
like in
today.
Germany,
One
it's
hand
a
with
big base in Ramstein in Germany.
Jessica Dawley.
I mean, there's
Good
everything here.
band.
Just showed
Yeah,
straight
um,
disrespect with the
but,
8 deuce off.
You never have to leave. Like, it's
Just-
got everything. Movie theater, grocery
I
store.
think it was actually 8-4 off. It
I mean,
was,
Yep.
it's
as
its
Joe
own-
as Joe McKean would say,
One of my friends is a
disrespectful.
Marine.
Just had a good feeling about the hand, I
San
guess.
Diego.
Oh yeah,
I forget what the base is called.
Aaron Mermelstein's a field player.
it's a nice place.
Yep, he's definitely
Yeah.
he's been on the live circuit for a while now, and
Good things about San Diego.
it's done pretty well for
you know,
himself.
it's like
Well,
kind
and
of 45
it is, you know,
minutes.
poker is so amazing in the fact that, you know, just one tournament win
Yeah, don't
can
think that it's
suddenly
anything.
turn you into
Cash guys, we don't.
like
we don't
a
mess around
name
with
brand
football.
guy.
This week doesn't
And then he
matter.
followed up his Borgata win with another WPT win in Maryland.
Totally
So
agree.
a year after being more or
people
less
think
kind
it's
of
When they do the
anonymous,
call and they're not making another
he's,
decision, like they're just
you know, two-time
they aren't,
WPT
like,
winner
taking,
and
like, raise or anything. They're just like,
now on, you know,
You do that, you do
not that
I don't need to worry.
Poker Night in America is the end-all be-all, oh my God, end-all be-all for Jessica
No,
Dawley.
no, I'm saying him, not you,
I'm
obviously.
going to interrupt that story
Let's be real.
because Jessica Dawley has flopped bottom set to Aaron Mermelstein's middle set of 7s.
Yeah, we're probably gonna be seeing an all-in pot here unless the board runs out. Very unfortunate for Aaron.
And this is going to be a check raise from Aaron Mermelstein.
Yeah, he's basically assuring now
What's it
that he's gonna end up getting it all in with Jessica here.
And this is a spot where Jessica, as there's 2 diamonds on board, she's not going to want to call and slow play. She just want to pile it in. Now, maybe a raise of all in right now is just a little too big, but I think we could see her click it back.
Yeah, I could definitely see her re-raising here, putting Aaron on a flush draw. And she elects to just call, keep in some of his worst hands.
Yeah, Aaron, as we were talking about, little quote-unquote disrespect in the blinds in a previous pot with Dawley. Could potentially be check raising with a flush draw with top pair.
Yep, you could have. He was in the small blind here. You could have some of the 2-pair hands as well.
Yeah, Jack 7 or like a 10-9, 10-8.
Yep.
And if Mermelstein did have 10-9, then Dawley would have been in trouble, but she's in trouble anyway as she's going to call 1200. And we're going to see the river, and it's the 3 of spades, so pretty innocuous.
Yeah, with her stack size back, I expect him just to put her all in, and she's going to call. It's just an unfortunate situation.
And now for Aaron Mermelstein, could he potentially be thinking after Dawley called the check raise that she could have a hand like 9-10? Maybe 9-10 is really the only hand that could possibly be in Dawley's range that he would be worried about. Pocket Jacks, I think, gets re-raised from Dawley. And Mermelstein not going to put Dawley all in, but it effectively looked like 2,600.
Yeah, and it's not a great situation for her, and she knows it. But I I cannot fault her for calling this.
Call.
Yep, there's the call.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate situation with all the draws missing, except for the
that's-
9-10.
I mean, you know you're beat, but
And Dawley
Place
mentioning when you
20,
know you're
right?
beat, but you have to, and that is a spot where,
nice hand.
with the run out, if a third diamond did fall, if 4 to a straight ended up on the board on the river, then.
Yeah, that could have possibly saved her.
But I don't think she's ever getting away from it, especially against a player like Aaron Mermelstein, who can have a lot of really weird hands and a lot of really weird spots.
Yeah, as you said earlier, he defended with the 8-4, so he could even have the Jack 5 for 2 pair, Jack 7, 7-5.
I haven't done set over set in a while. It's funny because fives. It's like the third time I've seen fives.
Set over set?
Yeah.
Oh, that's gross.
I guess that's good that Jessica Dawley hasn't had set under set in a while, but
Yeah, it's not a super common thing to happen. It's pretty hard to flop a set, yet alone have 2 people flop one.
Can I buy it?
and it's not fun.
What do I
It's
have?
definitely not fun,
Look how great I am with math.
unless you might hit that the 4 of a kind.
Oh yeah, well that would have been if that happened, Jessica Dawley would have hoped that she had more money in front of her, get really paid off. But Aaron Mermelstein would have been wondering
Yeah, that would have definitely
what
sent Aaron.
the WTH
It's easy. Just
Aaron would have been on the steam after that one.
on the pipe. All right, and it looks like Jessica Dawley has re-upped here.
Yeah, it looks like she had it on about
Excited that I didn't
2,500.
lose all of it.
All right, so she's probably now playing closer to 5,000 than the 2,100 we have listed. And
lose all of it.
Yeah.
despite that set under set and counter, she's going to open again. And
Yeah.
Aaron Mermelstein,
Check raise swap.
we're going to say disrespect in italics. A little
Those are
bit.
too good for me.
8-7 off on the button. He's going to call, and
Actually, you're not.
As
you
is
should have got it all, right?
Of your
the
capability.
Miami
I
boss
could- no,
in
if I
the
was
small
good, I
blind.
If I was really good, I just fold river, But
Yeah, Aaron with the button
I'm
feels
good,
he
I'm
can
not that good.
can maybe outplay some people, billion
I have a
position to sand.
No folding set policy.
Probably go in and have.
Dawley is going to continue here with top pair.
They're worth policy.
King high board, 2 clubs. Mermelstein with a gut shot. He's going to raise.
Yeah, he's gonna play his draws the same way he played his set the last hand, so
Do you have set of fives?
be kind of tough to read what he could have here.
And this is maybe a spot where Jessica Dawley might just think that Aaron Mermelstein is picking on her after that set under set encounter. Mermelstein coming right back with another raise on a flop. Dawley's not going to go anywhere though.
No, I expect her to call here. The clubs and the straight draws out there.
Mermelstein does have a gut shot straight draw, as you can see in the top right hand corner. His outs, and now Mermelstein is going to find a pair on the turn.
Yep, that could be a good card for him also, because if he was check raising or raising with the 6-7 instead, he just made a straight. Now he could hit 2 pair.
And Jessica Dawley is going to check. Mermelstein's going to bet 900. And right after that bet, Jessica Dawley made a little bit of a
Maybe you have
face.
a clubs hand here, which is what I was hoping I had. Nice.
Mermelstein is going to take it away.
It's a well played hand by Aaron and a nice bluff.
Yeah, it's good when those work. And it's good when those work, and it's good
Why can't you
when
shadow the button, Scott?
you can get your confidence going early in a game like this. You know, it's kind of seen a slow start, but now Aaron Mermelstein looking like he might be hitting cruise control.
Yeah, he's in his zone right now and looking to take advantage of everybody else right now.
And you know, in poker, it's funny because there's some people who don't really believe in quote unquote momentum, or it's poker, so you can't really have a competitive edge because it is cards. But there is something to be said about I'm making these plays and that raise on the flop and that continuation on the turn is working. And there's something to be said about just like inside you must just feel like okay, like this is all working, it's all going according to plan. While when it's not on the other side of things, you're just questioning yourself. So when you're playing, you're mainly a tournament player, correct?
I play a mixture of both cash and tournaments now.
Okay, but in tournaments, are you when you get off to a good start for the rest of the tournament, you have to just feel like okay, like this is good, like everything's going right. I'm making the right plays.
You get into a good mental mind state, and while the cards don't know momentum, you could be playing at your top of the game.
Like,
And,
Yeah.
no, no, no.
Tom's got
you
a
have
monster.
confidence to go with what you think is the right decision.
And there is something, I love that point.
Jack, I don't
Cards don't know momentum, but everyone at the table does. So everyone at the table sees, like, okay, wow, Aaron's, like, really on the top of his game. And, guys like, Marchese and Berkey, they might be watching this and saying, okay, like, maybe I don't want to mess with this kid. Maybe I don't want to mess with this kind of kid that I see coming up the WPT ranks and all. So should be an interesting dynamic. And unfortunately for Jessica Dawley, momentum not going her way so far.
How someone gets stacked.
And speaking of Marchese and Berkey, these two are going to battle on a queen-queen 6 flop with Marchese getting more or less all of it.
Yep. Tom checks here because since he has a queen, there's not really much Matt could have and no card on the turn that he's uncomfortable with.
And while Marchese might not be uncomfortable yet, Berkey has improved his equity drastically with that gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, there's only a few cards on the turn that would have him from drawing dead.
And can Marchese check this for a third time, just hoping Berkey fires out a little bit of a bet?
I think he's going to bet here and hope to just get called on maybe an ace-high or a king-high hand. So Matt's shown he doesn't have much of anything because he would have bet a pair earlier in the hand.
Chat.
Yeah.
Twitch chat. It's what, Poker Night America's Twitch?
I was trying to think the last time I had said it was that. It's been like
And while the table tries to figure out where this game is being streamed,
a year.
you guys don't need to because you're already here. Poker Night
Since what?
in America Twitch channel,
Over a
twitch.tv
year, probably.
/ Poker Night
And you
TV.
run- You're not playing enough
Yeah,
poker.
because
You're not
no,
following
because I-
along.
I fold-
And Bag Boy, I just want to let you know that
I wouldn't have-
we
I
are
would've flopped
peak
it or whatever.
viewers for the weekend now.
Most of the time I don't
You
see
have
the
brought
flop,
you have
like,
brought in the
goes down
masses.
because it ends up being so massive
Peak
of a-
viewership.
Oh, in tournaments, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah, in tournaments, probably. Cash games, you can see a lot.
of course. Yeah, you're
You'll see
obviously more
Dan
likely
mix
to
it up
flop
here
more.
and get involved in
Play
a
more cash
hand.
games,
Yeah, Dan's been
Yeah, I play a lot
relatively
more tournaments this time.
quiet in a poker sense. He and Jessica Dawley have been
No, it was actually it was
driving
actually
the
good.
traffic.
Was it?
But
Yeah.
the table has been quieter since Gentili left.
Normally, yes.
It's
normally, sorry, but-
not surprising since she's been a movie star
I've
and
just been
has to
dumping all the
speak a
money.
lot and has a lot of stories to share.
Dump trunk in it.
If there's something that Gentili has, it's stories.
That's
That's
for
what happens when
sure.
it's World Series of partying, you know.
Queen high flop
I
rainbow.
feel like I tried my best when I was there.
I cashed in the main this year for the
Yep,
first
Dan
time.
with the only one with a pair now with middle pair.
I was 0 for like 9. 0 for 8. Now I'm 1
I
for
haven't got up that far yet, but
Berkey hits the
One for it.
3-outer on the turn.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah. The World Series is like an incredibly overrated time of year for poker, I think.
Really is.
It's a pretty angry check.
Check.
Did this just check through?
Yeah, check through all the way down to the river.
I think the 8 high was
What was
my
it?
main.
Yeah, very uneventful hand.
I didn't even, Tom, I didn't even see you out there.
Yeah, I was there. I didn't play Appalachia once.
Neither did I. I didn't play one cash game out there. Just tournaments.
Just
Yeah,
tournaments for the
like
Miami
that,
boss.
and then I played
He was saying
Aria
earlier
a
he
few
had
times.
WSOP like shaved into his
With
head or
the 25K
something.
Aria high roll, I think.
I didn't even play any of them.
Not surprised.
Ay,
He,
ay,
He's
ay.
giving me money for that.
he definitely
Whatever
likes to
that
have the
is.
attention and the spotlight on him.
I already gave him enough, yeah.
Fold.
Fedor quickly grew on me.
Yeah,
I like him.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice guy.
Twitter is funny.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he's like needling. It's just
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah, yeah.
He's very witty. Some of like the things.
Who are they
he's
talking about
saying,
on Twitter?
Super high roller.
Yeah, when you make 10 million, you know, you can be pretty witty.
You see Gentili come back and immediately get involved in the next hand.
Well,
Time to liven up. the
Gentili
table.
did not come here to fold. I know that much.
Yeah, you never want to travel halfway across the country to come and fold. Especially with a hand like Queen 9.
That's so amazing when in tournaments and stuff when people, complain. Oh, and even any game, they complain, like, oh, how'd you call with that? And some guy says, I didn't come here to fold. Like,
Exactly.
you didn't go shoot hoops. You didn't go play basketball to not shoot. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
You came to play, so you're going to get involved in the hands.
I paid my money. I'm playing.
Exactly. That's why when people always, criticize how others played the hand, It's their money. They chose to play it any way they want.
And you're relatively a quiet table demeanor guy. Just I've seen you, at Borgata and down here in Florida. You're you're a business guy. You're all business.
It depends on the table. Sometimes I get more familiar with some of the people at the table, and you can liven it up more. But a lot of times when you play at more serious tables, if you start talking, people kind of look at you like, "What are you doing?" So I just kind of go with the flow.
6 sessions with 3 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I was down like a ton. at one
This is
point.
going to be a
Lost like 150 or something.
check raise from Jennifer Tilley. She's going to make the Miami boss fold top pair here on the flop.
Yep. Came in, played the first hand, and check raise, and got top pair to
So
fold.
annoying. After one of those sessions we played,
Easy
we
game.
played, like, 200
Gentili,
yourself.
Gentili. Easy, easy, easy,
I
easy.
like lost. It was, I don't know, like, first time
I love when Gentili makes plays like that, and then people like say Gentili like, oh, and that's actually a good play from Gentili. Like they're like surprised.
Yeah,
Like yesterday
she's-
when Shetty was in the booth, Glance texted me. He goes, "Wow, that was actually pretty good with Shetty," and I was like, "Does that mean you were expecting it not to?" be?
But I could have just played. I would have played
Yeah.
for 3 hours.
Shetty.
Yeah, she's played for a long time, and she has the
That's the
moves.
problem,
Very unpredictable.
Well, and that's something to be said. You were talking about big buy-in serious tournaments. There is something to be said in big buy-in tournaments and big buy-in cash games, where there's kind of a status quo of how you should play, quote unquote. But when you just throw like a wrench into that machine, who knows how everyone's going to react? So people are going to react to Gentili differently, and that time you have to just kind of take her for her word and just realize, okay, maybe king high, king with the 10 top pair isn't good, and just flick it. But it's Gentili is good for the game. What we will say.
I did the same with the
She's
old one.
a
I started
lively
playing this one
character,
again, like a year ago.
livens up the game, the table talk, and everything.
Without a
Didn't
doubt.
play that much.
And this is going to be
My,
Mermelstein versus Berkey.
Driving on the highway and shit.
Yeah, I think I'm either like around even or a small winner, like in all my games.
Yeah, we have
But
Mermelstein here with the gut shot again. Decides to just call this time.
But it's but I'm also just
And
losing heat
Berkey's going to
because
turn.
I've settled all my debts.
2 pair.
And no one pays me.
Secret
That's
2
what-
pair.
Thing.
It's insane.
And you play it while you're playing cash games, so it hurts your cash game too,
Yeah.
Oh, the apps, like the.
But no, that's why I stopped. Like, if you insta pay and everybody else slow pays you, it's miserable.
Right.
Dude, I
See
just
Berkey
always
bet here again, and
I wasn't sure if I raised under the gun or if I defended the big, and then
Wow,
now
is that bad?
And now I
Aaron's
just
gonna
realized I
throw it
raised
away
under
here.
the gun, right? Like I said.
And this is the guy I
It
lose
really
to.
changes what I think about your hand.
Let's see it.
Oh my
Mermelstein
God.
doesn't want
I
to,
don't know, I
though.
don't even know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
That's how you win WPTs, huh?
Yeah, Miami boss throws in. That's how you win WPTs. Referencing he doesn't know what he's doing.
Is that what you showed? Queen Tree suited?
I was gonna-
It is
I'll
also
stick the will.
tournament
like,
poker,
in
and
the middle
that
of the
was the
conversation,
whole
I'm
contention this summer. It was tournament poker with like Doug Polk
Did you straddle or
and
did you raise? You think?
No, you
that
did.
I raised under the
debate.
gun and I check called.
It is funny how
Would've made a
you
difference. I
can
just
go from
That there.
people not respecting your game
We won
to winning one tournament, then people like they kind of have to respect you. But there's gonna be people who
Yeah, there's always
there's gonna be people who just don't. They're just gonna be kind of stuck in that mindset. But Aaron Mermelstein has been crushing on the East Coast for the better part of the last 2 years. So while he might not be a boss to the Miami boss, he's certainly a
He's a boss.
Mid-Atlantic region boss.
That's very true. He's done very well.
The Philly
recently.
boss, the Philadelphia boss.
Yeah, he could be just a smaller version of the Miami boss.
Is that a comment on the Miami boss's physique, Ian?
No, that's a comment on his branding of himself.
Really?
He's done a very good job with that.
There is a lot to be said about the Miami boss, and
Anybody watch
When
Phil-
he came
Phil's
in-
crush in the pool?
one of my
So sick.
That's
friends,
awesome.
Drew Amato, made sure that we did not call him
He won 2 yesterday.
Dan
Yeah.
Swede. We called him the Miami boss. We
Helps.
got that out very quickly, and it's a self-appointed
Phil's there, right?
nickname, I
Phil there?
think.
Yeah,
I thought I saw him.
But okay, we'll live with it.
It's self-appointed, but it's stuck. Whenever no one references him as Dan or Danny or anything, it's
yeah.
always the boss,
Bagel.
Miami boss.
Oh, it's 50.
That's what they call them.
Yeah, local players and all everyone
5'10", seat open Miami boss.
I
5'10".
met him at Burning Man last year.
Oh, yeah.
What's like the biggest no limit games that run around here, like during series? Does it ever get 25-50 or?
Very, very rarely.
Okay.
During series like this, there's sometimes, you know, some 10-25 PLO games,
Oh, right.
5-10, 10-25 no limit games.
I know how I
Follow
feel.
Tom around.
All right. And
Tom, see
the
what
Miami
he can get.
boss
We can start games.
is going to
Some things go
look down at pocket aces in the big blind after Aaron Mermelstein attempted a little squeeze in the small blind with ace 3.
The biggest game's private. in some
Yeah,
ways.
he's
Like, they're, like,
just unfortunate for Aaron. He's run into the
Yeah.
boss's boss hand.
about that, or-
In LA,
No, I
most
didn't.
of the
Bosses
games
do boss things.
Oh yeah, I know that. But
And this is actually the second time
and
the
that's
boss has picked up pocket aces since he
Start playing those levels.
sat down. He was a late entrant into this game.
it's not even really
Actually, he
big.
took your seat.
Oh.
Jesus. You better hope Aaron does something crazy here.
Yeah, decides to get in with the ace 3, maybe make a flush or something.
Yeah, it's just like such a
Just
recipe
gonna-
to get cheated.
Give up the nice playable
Yeah,
hand.
you can get really
Yeah.
cheated in some games.
Yeah.
That's a
I mean,
spot
it's like
where
the game would
there's
spread otherwise.
a decent amount of money in the pot pre-flop for Mermelstein, so a 3-bet taking it down would be fine, but there's even more money in the pot then, and
Certain pros just trying
that's
to
a
get on
decent little bump for
But if it's
Yep,
the
never-
boss.
Never any issue taking down a pre-flop pot.
Yeah,
happens in some
especially when there's a raise, a call, and a 3-bet in front of you.
Yeah, that's
That definitely works.
yeah, that's definitely a
Like running private
nice pot to take down. And if
They do 'em
Aaron wants to do anything, you know, you're ready
Well,
for
it
it.
seems like if you're not charging rake, you know, then the games they play, they get around the no rake thing. They go, oh, we don't charge rake, but you know, you have to tip like
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 to 10% at the end.
Or tipping is highly encouraged.
And
Yeah.
some players in the
Highly
chat are
encouraged to get to
asking,
your car.
Right.
why would you 4x his squeeze? It's never a bluff, and I think that's because the Miami boss probably doesn't want to make a small 4-bet, because then he can potentially give players maybe a price to set mine against his pocket aces, and like you said, with so much money, you're totally okay taking down that pot right then and there.
Yeah,
because I know
I think
they'll- I know
he
they'll
went
have
probably a
jobs
little
and
too
have
large, but there's never anything wrong with just
They let
taking
you
down a
bring,
pot.
Like everyone brings like $1,000 cash, and then you just bring.
You know,
it
he
back
was
check.
just,
But,
he
like,
thought
if
Aaron
you're
had a
poker
big
player,
hand
they
and
let
was
you, like,
kind of forcing him to go all in.
Yeah, I'll take if the Miami boss doesn't want that $1,600
They
pot,
don't
I'll
worry
take
about
it.
It's better to play with the money.
Tony,
than
you want it?
actually
Yeah,
have money
okay.
in my purse,
Everyone wants it?
because,
Yeah.
you know,
You're good?
pretty
Hand it over.
soon, you know,
Okay.
the playing on
Ship
hand
it.
just spirals out of control.
Oh yeah.
But they don't like people to bring money because everyone's afraid of the home games getting robbed.
Yeah,
Which is like
happened.
the-
Or rated.
Or rated, yeah. So it's like good if nobody has money and, you know.
And I
like said,
regret to inform everyone following the chat,
Underground games in Pittsburgh, and
Joe
one of my
McKeon
friends was at a
has
place
busted out
they busted
of the
out
1K
with
Sherpo
AKs,
6
like,
max.
5 or 6
Oh my
guys.
God.
Can anyone
Oh my God.
run
No.
worse?
Yeah, it's really insane. You know, the run he's on. I feel really bad for him.
Motorcycle dude did that at
It's a
Suncoast.
super nice guy and
Bellagio Bandit.
just been super
Yeah.
unlucky lately.
I got to play
It's,
with him for
I'm sure
like
it'll turn around, Joe.
a month.
Joe had a
I'll
friend
never forget,
in
we were playing-
the Big Stacks
we were playing
300. I was just covering that outside of Philly before I came down to Sherpo,
and,
who was deep after the dinner break. I think
like
ended
married
up busting
for
like
heaps. It was, like,
maybe
me,
55th or something like that in like a 2,500 person
and,
field.
Billy
And
McKeon,
Joe goes,
and then
whatever,
Bellagio Bandit.
MTTs are dumb, real
He was, like,
humans
trying to
never win
sell his
them.
flags.
Yeah, that's a very fitting comment from Joe McKeon.
From the main event
Yeah, he was
champion.
selling cranberries. That's what got him, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
The
Oh, yeah,
cranberries
yeah,
are
sorry,
hard, yeah.
cranberry.
If he would
Trying
have
to sell
just thrown
cranberries.
those away, he
Yeah,
probably
but
wouldn't have gotten caught.
they're hard, like it's suspicious you're selling cranberries at a discount. 'Cause
Oh, it
everybody
wasn't
knows
suspicious. We knew what was going
Oh,
on.
you knew, so, oh, you knew he was a Bellagio Bandit?
I mean,
or
at that
you
point.
Sort of, yeah.
Matt
I'm
Berkey,
just trying to sell them for like 10,000.
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
How many did you buy?
Jesse Will, I think all those that have fallen victim
I mean,
to
well, if you
Joe
have,
blocking
you know,
them on Twitter
bunch of
are
cranberries already,
forever
just take those
blocked
things
on
and-
Twitter.
Yeah, they're hard.
Yeah,
He
I
ain't
don't
going back.
see any
He ain't going
comeback.
back anytime soon.
Right,
Right.
yeah.
You'd have to hold on to
Yeah,
them for a little
Joe's not backing down from his blocks. Once you're blocked, you're pretty much out.
He finished.
yeah, where do they go? They actually
I
have
think he
them, like,
finished
marked down, like, through the-
fourth
they
at the
have, like,
WPT
RFID or whatever.
right at the start of this year at Borgata, right after his
Well, the Aria, they
his
put 'em
super
over
high
the
roller
scanner.
They are correct.
runner-up finish
I
in
don't know if
PCA,
they're,
and somebody
they're just
tweeted
put
at
on
him
Dog and pony show
like,
first, but
"Good run, Joe. Like, get him next time or something." And he just blocked him, and then the person tweeted at me like, "Hey, can you get Joe to unblock me? Like, I just wanted to wish him good luck."
Yeah, I think since he got a lot of hate and trolls,
A lot of flack,
yeah, he just assumes everyone was out to troll him.
Directly connected to the chip.
which they kind of
right, but
are
those-
sometimes.
but like,
Yeah, sometimes.
For the one case plus at Aria, they just
Can't really
like, put
blame
'em
them
over
now.
the RFID
But yeah, I
thing.
think we will
They're real, right?
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they have to obviously.
at a resale.
No, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. That's funny. Ace High correctly calling. Bosses make boss plays.
Yep.
Um,
Boss seems to be bossing everyone right now.
yeah, it's crazy to me that they.
What's the
wouldn't
backstory
always
on
have
Jessica
chips in
Dawley?
them. A lot of
Someone
these
asked
things,
in the
like,
Twitch
the same
chat.
piece of
Well,
clay
she's
with a
basically
sticker
given
on
us
it.
her life
Doesn't
story
seem
so
like
far
the
today.
hardest
Grew up
thing.
in a quote-unquote podunky Indiana town.
Right, there's no, like,
She,
what's
her,
that thing,
she actually said the
polygons
first
or-
paved road in her town was put in like her sophomore year of high school. Can you imagine that?
I
How
cannot.
podunky does a town need to be to not have a paved road?
Yeah, I've never
Yeah, I don't believe
never
it.
been in a town really, lived in a town that has.
People take that
People
for a
No,
souvenir.
that's how I think. That's how
People
I
take it for a
think.
souvenir. How many times
And
do you
then
like when you're going,
she went to high
like,
school,
running
went
over, like,
to
traveling or, like-
enlisted in
Well,
the
most
Air
people do that
Force,
'cause it's so strictly. You lose.
and now she's
It's
a
$100 chip.
Stick it
and
in the bag. You
poker pro.
you
I'm
get
sure there's a
caught
lot of
with a
stuff in
World Series
between,
chip,
but that's the
Yeah, you're done.
basic
She's
gist of
arrived
it.
at Poker
like
Pro
the-
now for the
the
last
kennel
few
club.
years at least, and she mainly
Like,
plays
for
down in
example,
Florida
you got,
but
like,
travels
heads
as
up or
well.
something,
No,
like,
the guy
try to
won the
take
tournament. Then
Oh.
he took
Oh,
a chip
yeah.
for a souvenir, and they called him.
I was
and
saying,
he had to forfeit his whole prize
yesterday,
for
this
first place.
is
He won
such
the
an
tournament.
easy. You're talking about traveling.
he
This
took
is
a
such an easy
Yeah,
venue
it's
to
like-
travel
it's
to.
like-
Like
everybody
right into
knows
Fort
about it
Lauderdale,
2
it's
years
like
ago.
10-minute
Yeah.
Uber drive. It's so simple.
Yeah, direct
World
flights
Series
to
event,
Fort
World
Lauderdale,
Circuit event.
like all over the country.
Shady about it, like he's claiming I took it for a souvenir, or, you know, like, that seems like an
But he won
odd.
the
It leaves
tournament, so
room
it's
for
like
doubt, that's for sure.
decent.
It's a great venue, you
Yeah,
know,
very- I
I don't know
hotel
what,
on
what
site,
chip,
pool,
I don't know
great
the whole
weather.
story, but I just know that
Yeah.
definitely happened. And
I think it was a 25K chip.
they 25K chip. Which one?
Maybe.
But he
I
took it
actually-
like
that
during
actually could be-
play,
Uh-huh.
right? He didn't take it like afterwards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not sure.
Why would you take it?
Is this your
why would you take it
favorite
during- like,
Seminole
after
property?
you win, right?
Oh, for sure.
think
There's
she likes
no
sure.
comparing the other ones. This is
Yeah.
Okay,
Far and away
easy,
the
easy,
best.
easy.
When you have all the chips in
Have to
front of
protect the
you,
brand.
doing
The picture, that's what I was thinking. He just
on the
palmed it
chip.
off.
Yeah,
That's why I thought he took it, but
yeah, but they said he took it during play?
I'm not sure. I don't know the whole story.
I
I
just
just
know he didn't get any money,
can't-
which is insane.
Yeah, poor
That
thing.
is terrible.
Well, I hope he enjoys his souvenir chip.
That he doesn't have any more.
he didn't get. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they took that too.
You're like, listen, we're gonna take your prize money. Here's this chip.
Is it 150?
All right, we are gonna go
They gave it out to other
4 ways to the pop.
just keep the money.
Yeah, they like moved everyone
Dan
up.
O'Brien
'Cause
opened
someone got-
250,000.
like, this guy was,
The
just got a
boss
phone call, like, hey, you won a lot more
called
money.
in position, and the blinds came along as
Someone,
well.
like, known was in second place. I forget.
Everyone's gonna
I want that
miss
to be my day of my life one day. Just
Berkey in the lead right
Yeah,
now.
well-
Just
Oh, excuse
pair
me,
of
no.
sevens.
You're all sad at home.
Middle
and
pair
they
for
got
Berkey
second,
on the
they
queen
go,
high
"Nope,
flop."
First place
you're like,
and the trophy.
and the chip.
Check through, and this is a spot where
And just in
I'm still hoping that'll happen for the.
if Matt Berkey didn't bet, I
Hopefully
think
that
Jen
kid's
Tilly
not, hopefully that kid's not
would
watching
have.
this
She
on
does
Twitch
these
right now. It's
weird
people.
He's gonna kill him.
leads or semi-leads on turns where she
That kid
picks
doesn't
up
play poker anymore, exactly.
Yeah, she
like a
has some
strange
outs.
gutter or
I
something.
think, I'm
That kid
pretty
works at
sure he
Publix
probably
now.
plays because there's not too many things you can do after you're playing poker. I think he's a pretty
Berkey
good.
just
gunner
takes it
player.
down with his pair of sevens.
I mean, he did win, so there, there's that.
You want to put 100? I'll go 200.
Yep.
All right. Yeah.
You go 400, I'll be all in.
And here we see
Tom, do it.
another
Tom.
one of our Poker Night America stats, aggression frequency.
Wow, Tom. No, I was
And
kidding.
it's not really surprising that Matt Berkey's at the top of the list.
I was like, wait, maybe you should.
Aaron Mermelstein was second to the
Should've.
bottom, though.
They should have.
I mean, someone.
Yeah, it's
gonna be-
surprising given
gonna be a close
he's
call.
played a lot of hands
Tom
since
had a
I've been
hand, you
here
do it,
watching.
Sandbagging mofo.
You'd only be
Guess he
someone-
started out slow
Wow.
early
Yeah,
on.
that would have been in there.
You could have just been lying in the weeds still.
And speaking of aggression, Matt Berkey looks like he might be interested in a. Was this a? This was a straddled pot.
Yes,
so mad at me right
straddle, and Tom opened it
Dude
up
had
to
all this
600.
action, and then just,
Maybe this was a, actually
That's a good amount of action.
an open to
yeah, really
200.
greedy,
I think he would have 3-bet higher
Yeah, I
than
think it was
600.
just a straddle.
Maybe a double straddle for Mermelstein and
Yeah, it's possible it's double, but I think it was just a single straddle, and Tom raised it up.
When did you get in town, Jen? A couple days ago?
Yes, day before yesterday.
And Danny Boyd star Jason Mercier is not going to play today. He's going to take the day off, I believe, or not actually take the day off. I think he's flying straight to North Carolina for the 10K, right?
Yep, he tweeted out that he was direct buying into the national championship today. After
How
his,
many bigs did that, or did that give him?
Naked equity.
I'm not sure. I wasn't familiar
I
with the
was like,
structure.
well, hey, where's that game at?
Somebody tweet at DJ McKinnon, see how many
Make up my
big
mind.
blinds that would have been.
DJ's the all-knowing circuit grinder.
Yeah, DJ McKinnon, great circuit grinder.
Is roulette your favorite out of those?
No, I was joking.
DJ actually busted that tournament, so let's.
Pro gambler.
Yeah, so I'm sure he's definitely ready to answer some questions about it.
How many are getting paid? What's the prize pool? I think DJ's actually coming straight to point. It is amazing. The 10K Global Casino Championship for the WSOP.
Wow. Moving all in. I had the 9.5.
She said,
While we were talking about that, that was a check raised to
what happened? What
over
happened?
4,000.
2 8s?
Yeah, Tom check raised.
Tom's
the,
gonna show it.
flop.
Damn you.
Got Berkey off the ace high. Just the best
It's a
hand.
good plug for Poker Central.
Okay.
I had a backdoor.
Anyway, it is
Way
pretty
easy, too.
cool that there
Yeah, you probably
are
would
a
back
handful
it,
of
I would sort of kill
other
myself.
tournament series
wanna
running
show 'em
across
the
the country,
network,
and everyone seems
owns
to
it?
basically
you wanna
be
put your own equity in it?
the second they bust a tournament,
Actually, I was just joking about that.
trying to get
but
as
wait,
quickly as they
yeah.
can to the airport to get down here because they know how big this weekend's going to be.
Yeah, everybody
How's
wants
it
to.
doing?
You can't miss the 5K here, the freeze out. It's one of the best tournaments of the year.
What do you think about that freeze out? Did you like the idea of the freeze out in just for this tournament alone?
I think it's a good idea to mix in some freeze outs. You know, change
Yeah,
the
that's what it is.
pace
I think they've done-
outside of the World
They
Series
made some
being
really good footage
freeze
on
outs.
lots of things, like the tournament and the
You know, and
but
I probably have.
Tom,
it.
you
Seminole
travel,
has
right?
Yeah.
really set the bar high on terms of their massive guaranteed events, and
yeah, they're great.
Yep.
But yeah, like
this
right now,
wager is going to be going higher from Aaron
it's
Mermelstein.
it's just,
Yeah, I definitely expect a
people have to
re-raise
do,
from
like,
him
Roku
here.
and Apple TV
And
things
this
like
is
that.
a straddled pot.
It's not.
They're like in the early stages of turning it into
saw.
a network.
It's not on network.
Tilly limp in with the King 10 and
Go to my
Mermelstein
remote
raised
This is
it
a-
up.
Poker Central.
This is a
It
double
won't
straddle
turn
pot.
on.
This is
Right.
we're getting into it here now, Ian.
Yeah, this game's loosening up a bit now.
They have, I think, like 24 hours a day. So
And Boris, my name is Will O'Connor, and I'm here with Ian O'Hara, aka Bag Boy. Been on the Florida scene for the last half decade or so, and after a runner-up finish in the 25K high roller here at Sherpo last year,
Stars in Jersey is going to be close to merging.
looking
like, the world.
to
You can play against players
go
on the world.
back to
That's
back.
what I heard.
That would be
Just Great Britain.
great result.
Liquidity with Great Britain.
Wow.
That's a huge step, though.
I'm Canadian. I got
As long as they don't let Germany in. Just everyone but Germany.
Yeah.
I used to love playing with Germans back in the day on Full Tilt and Stars. Germans, people from Japan.
You love Japan.
Yeah,
I do.
Wow.
Yeah, ever since I saw Tokyo Drift, that was one of
No, Tokyo Drift is fire.
See here we
My
got
new
Tom
favorite
now with the
Japanese
big
restaurants
hand
in Vegas too.
after his bluff against
What is
Berkey.
Everybody probably knows. I'm sure you guys have been to that one.
And after a bluff like that,
Umaya?
Amazing.
Jennifer Tilly has
I
to
went there 4 times.
be thinking that Tom Marchese might just be trying to run over this
Thanks for making
table,
it.
and
You didn't take her? She's not on the list then. You're not on the
it's
list.
like Spring Mountain and Arville.
she is going to call with Ace Jack.
Yep.
There's no.
Can't falter
It's
there.
like a
But,
small
couple of
Japanese
big
symbol above it,
cards.
like,
Oh.
It's the
Very
best
similar
Japanese
to-
restaurant I've ever been to.
Play
in
in
my life.
position
Okay.
against Tom.
I'm plugging you right now.
Yeah, and definitely if you go sit at the bar.
And
Yeah, bar.
It's like
Get the 160.
the last time
on
we
the
saw a
top.
player flop a set, it was
One and a 160.
a set versus a set, but this
I
time
went to one in Miami like 2 days ago with my girlfriend.
Marchese,
It was like $350 each. Wasn't no way
more
even
or
near
less
the one in
stranglehold
Vegas.
on this
I'm like,
pot, but
so
Jennifer
miserable.
Tilly
Big brag, yeah.
not going to go away just
Oh,
yet.
you saw that in there? You saw
Trying
that?
to spike the 10 on
You
Tom.
You
You
don't
Put a
know
big
we're
guy.
friends on Facebook? You know I have a girlfriend.
2 things. A, I only have a fan page. And 2, I don't have a regular Facebook.
Oh.
7 of diamonds
Wow.
changes
Fan
nothing for
page.
Gentilly. She still just has ace
I
high.
mean, like the 4 friends that I have, but
I expect Tom to bet here,
I
and
used to have a regular Facebook.
Jen
I don't
would
have
fold
one.
most
I haven't
likely.
either, so.
Sorry. All right. We're not friends, though.
Who's your biggest fan?
Me?
Okay. I don't know if you have like
And Ian, how old are you? 22?
I'm 22.
Three people I would
three
say.
mega fans. Anyone you want to shout out? Or?
Probably ones with stuff.
Random
Ones
Ian
with
O'Hara
stuff, right?
factoid
Exactly,
in the middle
There's
of
a thin line
Tom
between
Marchese
Tiger
versus
fans and
Gentile.
stalkers when you're
It's
Looks like
really
4,200
I
from
don't wanna,
Marchese.
Put their name out there and then let them think like,
Yeah.
wow, she looks so
Jen has
messed
the
up. She looks
the
really
interested
like me.
look on her face, but
Because after
it's not a good enough hand to continue with.
She's interested.
the-
It doesn't,
I'm
doesn't
the
mean she
brawn
has to
ass.
She
continue.
was interested in trying to hit that 10
I'm
on
the
the
brawn in that
turn
dynamic.
with a big pot.
She was just thinking how many 10s are there in the deck? Okay, maybe
That's
one
just
of
true
them will
of most
come.
relationships.
But she's not going to
Uh-oh.
be able to see the river.
Cash money, you know that?
Tom's not gonna let her hit the gut shot for free.
He knows.
He knows by now.
Yeah.
He might not
He didn't know, but
And
he knows now.
you
In
were
like 30
saying
minutes
that
he's gonna know.
Marchese would definitely go for
not
a
on
bet on
the
the turn. I
menu?
think Marchese,
Oh,
after
put it in.
flopping that set against a player like
Well, that's
Gentili,
on it.
is going to
Yeah.
go for 3 streets unless the board runs
Sounds
out
European.
horribly for his hand, whether it be 4 to a flush or
He
4 to
plays
a
sometimes
straight.
if he is, so.
Yeah, he with the flush draw out there, straight draw,
No, he's
and
like the sweetheart one. You know?
Jen
he's like the
Jen
nice
likes
guy.
calling a
What's
bit
it like
more than
dating
some
a
other
poker player?
players. I think he's definitely gonna
I don't know.
go
like,
for
really,
the through
we
max
honestly
value.
really just started dating, so I don't.
I would never date a poker player. Female
Hard,
poker player?
hard for a chick though.
All right, we
Why
are
would you not date a female poker player?
getting
Nah, it's
some
just too much.
'Cause he doesn't,
updates.
like,
Too
wanna
much
look
gambling,
bad in a
yeah, I don't like-
relationship.
from
Yeah.
Brian
work
in
with
the
somebody
in the other
else.
room.
He doesn't want
Be at
them
the
to,
same
like,
About
table,
some
like,
criticize
in a
rebuys.
tournament,
We'll
like-
talk about those
I did
when
bust him out.
when they
Yeah.
happen.
570. I busted him.
Because we
Yeah,
are
he
on a
moved my
30-minute
table,
delay,
and I was
so
like,
we
oh,
actually
this is
know
sick,
what's
we have
going
to play
on
nine with each other. And he's
terms
double
of
11
buy-ins
times
and
over
things like
again,
that
in the small. I snap off
before
with
you guys
ace
do.
jack.
But we are actually
Yeah,
seeing
he
the
was like-
hands as they happen.
Lost like king 10-3, good night.
How can you win?
Yeah, how can you win until the queen comes on the river? But
Then he makes you sleep on the couch, right?
like, something like that.
Like I said, we are on a 30-minute delay, but we are watching the action live, commentating live.
But in everyone, not just.
So our
not, like-
reactions are genuine.
That's why I'm single most of the time.
There actually was one time where I was walking around,
good because
just like
you can
outside on
count
the
and
30-minute
go
delay, right at the start,
together.
and first
Traveling
hand off
part,
the
yeah,
deck,
but-
like 30K gets in, and like I had to
Yeah,
pretend to
for sure,
be.
like,
Yeah,
for
you gotta be
relationships,
surprised
yeah,
then.
it's like-
And
Both
meanwhile,
usually not
in the
going
shot,
at the
I'm
same
like
time.
standing right there.
Yeah, that's like-
Not surprised at all. Seeing it happen live and then
Like,
commentating.
oh, weird. There's that. Who's that blonde kid in the back?
Fast, like, I bust out
just
in the
cuddle
main
up,
event,
watch
I'm really
Netflix?
depressed, and then Phil busts out of the main event. Then we're all pub.
You have nobody to like.
We drown our sorrows in Orange is the New Black. That's what we watched like this summer. We watched a lot of it because well,
A lot of
It's a good
sorrows.
show.
a lot of busting, a lot of busting.
See Stranger Things.
No, I
Don't tell me anything about it yet.
Amazing.
I haven't seen it. Is
I'd
it
like to
scary?
see
All right, guys. So
Is it
we are gonna
scary?
have
'Cause I can't do scary.
Yeah, it's
Monsters
great.
Ian
Inc.
O'Hara
kept me up last night,
depart.
I'm not even lying.
He is, I think, gonna go sniff around, see if he
Like the
can
closet,
maybe
like the-
work his way into
space
the
in
afternoon
closet.
session of this
Maybe no
game.
show
But
to the
Ian,
night
thank
off
you
when
very
he
much
feels-
for coming in the booth, and
scary.
best of luck
The
this
Stranger Things
weekend.
is a
Some
little
big
scary.
buy-in
It's not
tournaments
really
here at
that
Sherpo,
scary.
and Ian O'Hara
It's a
is
little scary,
certainly
like Bride of Chucky,
gonna
but it's not that
contend.
scary.
Hopefully not in all of them because you want to go deep in one of them. All right. So good luck, man. Thank you so much for coming in the booth, and that's gonna open us
Yeah,
up. We
that
have
little
we've had
doll.
some people asking to come in the
Sister had one
booth
too, I would-
over the last few hours. So
Maybe
we'll
we can
be
get some Joe McKean in here.
wow,
Freddy
the
Krueger's
champ,
scary.
champ
People-
life.
people
All
say
All
about it.
right, but hey,
Yeah.
Ian, thank you so much, man. Good luck, and
Yeah,
Dan O'Brien's gonna take down that pot with
So
queens. A whole lot of nothing going
I
on
like the
there.
scary talk about it. I don't even want to talk about it.
The
Yeah,
where they wake
and
up
he's
from
sleeping.
night
Thanks, Ian.
and then they're still in the dream. That's like the scariest when my
Right.
dreams. I'm like, oh, you thank God it was only a dream. And you go to wash your face and there's like a demon behind you. You're like, oh, thank you.
They don't really make that many great scary. I don't even like scary movies.
No,
anyway.
it's not the same.
They're so
Scream
brutal.
was like
Also, because
terrifying
we were
for me.
kids. Too. I mean, I think.
Yeah, it's way harder to
I'll
scare
be
you. But
right back.
You know,
All right, so
the
here we
scariest
see
paranormal activity.
Cumulative winnings,
Because it seems like it could be
and that
true.
Gentili figure,
She got
as
out
we
of
mentioned
bed
earlier,
and
is going to be
stood
off
there
all
for
day.
4 hours looking at him, and you know it was like the demon.
She
came
is
into her
actually a
body.
$1,000
Like, oh, I'm insane.
loser in this game.
That's weird, you know?
Yeah.
Because I always thought like I was safe as long as Phil
That
was
was a
home from
technical-
supernatural activity.
Numerical
Like,
glitch.
you know, I knew you could become possessed while you're lying in bed with your boyfriend.
Who knew there were rules to possession?
Yeah.
If there was someone that could stop like a supernatural possession, I think it would be Phil. I think he's kind of on that
Yeah,
level.
Maybe
The
that's why he
goggles
wears the
on?
goggles.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say, yeah,
exactly.
for sure. He's like Constantine.
Little did we know the goggles are
They're-
like, yeah.
They're remaking It the Killer Clown. The first.
Are they really?
That book was so
Wow,
scary.
that was another.
Stephen
movie
King books are
terrified
the
me as
most
a kid.
horrifying.
It was always like a 3-day event when it was on TV too.
It's so
Yeah,
long.
it was
With
really
commercials,
cool.
you can't watch it with
Very
commercials.
fun, yeah.
I should watch that movie again.
Just
haven't
watching
seen a
that
scary
show and there's
movie
like
in
a
a while.
Chili's commercial.
I can't believe I played that hand with Tom like for 1,200 pieces, and then coasted the flop for like 1,500 and then folded.
All for a picture. Oh.
No,
that
the
was
one I
me.
just played. I'm like, what?
All right, guys, we just got some information that we could be
Yeah, I had a big hand.
nearly a half hour out of the midway break of this Poker Night in America cash game session.
I don't need to play scared.
I mean,
And Jessica Dawley
that's
is
what you really went for.
hoping
That's
that
what you kind of have to call.
that break can
I wasn't gonna do that.
jumpstart a little bit of a comeback after a set under set encounter with Aaron Mermelstein. She has the best of the Philadelphia Pro in this hand with
Got a bit more.
top pair on the flop. She now has 9s up.
You called. I was just Queen of Spades turn, please.
I was only shoving her 4. I had the ace of hearts.
Scott, can I get a cocktail?
It's tough to bluff shove that whenever you don't have the ace of hearts.
Oh, again? Wow. That's basically what it is.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, you're welcome, guys.
It seems like a lot of times the same person.
I'm gonna go ham on the snack bar. That's all I know. Get my belly.
And Capico,
Yes, it is.
unfortunately,
pictures
once
up
we
there.
start streaming,
In the spare balls.
the volume levels
Granola bars
and
are good.
audio levels are
Man,
kind of set in stone.
yeah, I'm
Can't really change those without actually bringing the entire stream down, and we don't want to do that.
So far.
Yeah, I had
Matt's-
it down and I got really
Matt's like, oh, we have so much food up there. I was
But
like, okay, none of
good
this
to
is
know for
actually
tomorrow.
Of course.
Good for me.
And tomorrow should be an
I
action-packed
know that I was going too hard this summer.
Day
because
of
Cali was
poker.
surprised the last few days, and I'm
Some
not
really
even
big
doing
names.
stuff Like that.
You know, what did you start with? You know that you've been, what? Good
Just like
on it?
doing poorly throughout the summer.
Yeah.
South Beach diet, right? South Beach.
Wait to make those.
And Jennifer Tilley
Oh,
and
yeah.
Aaron Mermelstein are going to see this queen high 3 club flop.
I bought some good food at Whole Foods yesterday to get back in the kitchen.
You have a kitchen here? Do you live here?
No, we just rented a house like
Oh,
20
that's
minutes away.
such a good idea.
Who's we?
Me, Burke, and a couple other dudes.
Oh.
You don't have to eat restaurant food all the time.
Yeah, I can't. I just really
Yeah.
can't.
I love
Especially right-
eating out. There's literally nothing else.
I can
makes
actually
me
like
more
I can.
comfortable.
It sounds like diva, but like I can pretty much only eat at like very expensive places.
Wow.
Because-
that is really
Yeah,
good.
that is literally so
You know
diva.
what? Prefacing it actually made it sound more pretentious.
Yeah. Well, it's because like they don't use like the shit oils and like fake butter,
I mean,
which is what like exactly what I'm
Right.
trying to avoid. But like anywhere else you go, it's like if they cook it, they're gonna cook it in horse shit.
No Hooters? Hooters is
I think like high-end places still cut a lot of corners.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure they do, but especially like Italian places typically use olive oil.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
you can just ask them, and they'll actually know the answer at least.
Yeah.
Coral is really good, huh? Coral?
Curl, I love it.
Oh,
Yeah,
curls
so
are
good.
Yeah. What's that?
Council Oaks and Coral, I went to a good restaurants, yeah.
I live to go there like 3 times a week. I just can't get enough of it.
I only play here to go eat there for 5:30.
Nobody just raises.
Dan O'Brien, who has been
Well, I raise.
relatively
Nobody just calls. I'm
playing
Like snug
snug.
tournaments, like I bust out of tournaments. I'm so happy. I'm like, oh,
I'm like, wait, is
Gonna
it
put in
past
a-
5 weeks?
yeah, exactly.
Sizable 3-bet with
If it's like
ace
5, I
deuce
can kill
and
some time.
take it down. That's a nice little pot for O'Brien, who is looking to get back up to his 5,000
Yeah.
starting mark.
Well, I'm
I
afraid to
can
find
I
out
put
what's
it
in
here,
it.
or-
at a sausage
What's the
salad.
wine?
Yeah.
It's sausage,
They cook.
Okay.
onions, tomatoes,
All right.
and
Oh,
a
so
bit
that's
of
why
red.
mine's like that. All right.
They took the Maranos out of
I'm at a weird
Yeah.
angle.
Vegas.
Rio.
Very annoying.
They
Out of
moved
Rio.
it to the Paris.
So, right,
yeah.
Oh, really?
Paris, but
Okay.
yeah, that was pretty much the only good
No, but
restaurant.
Yeah, it's the only place I would eat at the Rio.
I think
Yeah.
they're RFID too, no? Or they're not RFID.
And nobody
thought they
kinda
were?
seems
No,
to
they
go
are.
back
They are
there,
RFID.
so
Yeah,
you-
it's different.
you
They
know,
get
it's pretty
graphics from
easy
this,
to
and then
let
they
them-
get the
live
actual
stream.
camera shot for.
Right.
Oh,
gotcha.
Other
they
than
get.
wine
Oh, they
shop,
do.
that it was
Oh,
about
yeah, yeah.
both, yeah.
wine.
That's right. That makes sense. See that? See these cards? Anything good?
Jessica Dawley and Gentili are going to see a king high flop rainbow. Dawley's going to continue with ace high, and that's good to take it down.
I was more so doing it because the corner of this ace is bent pretty badly.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that in future play.
Thanks. Yeah. I'm just letting everyone else know so they all have the same edge of.
Give me the best.
Never mind.
Wow, he just had it. Wasn't
Wow. Thank you. I wouldn't care if it's like an offsuit, whatever, but
Yeah.
ace, I mean, if it's like a deuce of diamond, whatever, like.
It's funny because I know it's meaningless to them, but like my heart breaks every time I see one of these cards get piled up. It's because like I know how expensive they are to get a deck and get them replaced.
They're doing it right here.
You don't think they're like $50 a deck?
No, they're
Like
like
150.
no more.
Now, really? There's
Yeah,
something you
they're
roll
like 175.
These ones.
They should have
Yeah.
a lot of decks. They've got like a lot of money passing through.
These are exactly.
And
He's
after
shaking
winning that
his
pot
head.
against
He's like,
Gentili, Jessica
"We've got no money
Dawley's
passing
going to
through."
find another
Especially after the loss.
hand that she can open. Pocket jacks.
All the needles, Jen. All the needles.
Congrats, this hit's not gonna make TV.
Yeah, exactly. Can't fuck it up too badly.
Power of editing. What is it, 150?
That'll come right out.
150.
Right on the watch.
It's a win-win.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
There's a great joke, and I think the first Bo Burnham stand-up. He's like, this is a joke about video editors. So think about video editors, and then it just like
Like, this
cuts
is
to
not
the
like
next joke.
Some like 6-bet all-in, like where they have to like edit it down because what she said or something. You know how much like. Do you know what she's talking about when she said
Yeah,
that? Oh,
I
okay,
know.
okay. I didn't know if ever like. I know you mostly play cash, so I wasn't sure if it made it down your way.
I see the forum sometimes.
Yeah, you read it? I don't read it.
Only on people's Facebook stuff. I hate poker
You and
forums.
Facebook, man.
Facebook, Insta. I love this social media. I love Instagram.
I know
I
you
like
do. That's why
Facebook.
you're Miami boss.
Yeah. Instagram's fun.
If you were a Publix worker, I don't think you'd be like.
I can't believe that Facebook still exists. I
I've
mean,
never been on Facebook.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Gentili
That's-
has
I would-
never
I
been
would've,
on
like, bet all
Facebook.
the
I don't
money.
believe
Big
that.
resurgence.
Yeah, but it
Yeah.
seems like between
would've bet all the
Twitter
money,
and
like, the other
Instagram,
way.
it's
Yeah,
like you've
sure.
taken the two best things out of it, and now
hate Twitter.
like, why do you need to read about how awful someone's morning was?
Right.
No,
And
yeah, but that's the thing. Is like Facebook's changing. It's not that. It's like Twitter and Instagram combined. You're getting a ton.
I had you
of
crushed.
videos. It's just like so much video stuff.
Yeah,
I like
can't.
that-
It's like so much like just viral nonsense.
Instagram.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's why I
It's
like
a hub for
Instagram, but-
Viral.
Honey, can I get a
Instagram, I
bottle of
think,
black coffee, please?
is going to crush Snapchat.
You know,
I
you know,
like
there's,
it.
you know, there's
It's
more
so
people.
Snapchat is the most popular though.
Oh, I
now,
love-
right? I've never done
Yeah,
it.
Well,
Snap-
there's
no.
still a lot more users on
Really?
There's-
Insta.
There's more users on Facebook than the people who lived 100 years ago. Pretty crazy.
Really? I didn't get this.
So as we are
Dog tongues.
listening to
Yeah.
7 poker players talk about
Yeah.
social media,
I would say they had the teenage girl in mind. but
poker
I gotta
players
tell you,
talking about
Snapchat's
social
like
media in America.
No
That
age
doesn't
limit.
really sound as catchy as poker night in America.
With a tongue.
Can you do a dog on that thing?
I've never tried to use a filter.
I don't do Snapchat or.
Well, Instagram basically stole that platform. So
Yeah,
now
just
They
saw.
did, yeah. They stole Vine's platform too.
right.
With
Well,
the videos.
Snapchat did.
Yeah, no. Vine, I mean,
Oh, right, right.
Instagram stole
Instagram.
Vine's,
Instagram,
yeah, with the
it's-
videos.
It's owned by Facebook, right?
Correct.
Wow.
Thank you.
Well,
Just give me
heathens.
10. You have 10 back?
Sick thing.
Get a $10 bill from me.
Snapchat was valued at like 17 billion just like a couple weeks ago.
I know they didn't sell it, right? Like.
17 billion.
Well, it's not publicly traded, so who knows
the
like
projected
what their
value.
next like round of funding would be at, but
But that's what everyone's
It's
saying. Like, why didn't they
definitely-
sell? 17
Stuff
billion.
would
Like, how
drop
much?
it.
Like,
They
No,
offered
it
him-
could be worth more, but
Yeah.
not now. Maybe that's
but like,
Instagram.
how do you
bigger.
need more? Like,
Did you see the girl he just married? He's gonna need a lot of money.
yeah, and it's also not just like one person. It's just it's just
I mean-
running a business and
You married some
understanding the
hot
value of your business
but I'm
based
saying
on
they
what
had
you
to.
project
They
ad
had to
revenue
think
to
that
be.
at some point there was going to be someone else
buyout.
into the market.
people
no,
like
no,
that.
I'm saying,
But like Twitter, same thing. Even like Amazon.
You know how many times Facebook somebody tried to buy Facebook off them? He didn't sell it. Now look at he's like one of the richest guys in the world.
Right.
Now.
But it's also not even about money at some point. You know?
Yeah,
At some
so
point,
you want to
it's-
sell your baby.
you
Sometime.
know you're gonna have infinite money for the rest of your life. Like,
Yeah.
Wasn't Snapchat valued at $4 billion the first time around? Somebody tried to buy and they told them no.
They told
It's
them
gone
no,
up
yeah.
4 times.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think I remember like
exactly.
Mark Cuban talked about it where he was like, "You guys are insane. Like, you should really be selling this as a great deal." And then like a few minutes later, or like, a few months later, they got funding at $10 billion.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? They were at on Shark Cage?
No.
Oh.
This is just like him commenting on,
Speaking
I
of
think on
things,
Twitter.
You
or
have poker on
blog.
the line.
What?
Shark Cage.
Oh, Shark Cage, right.
It's like you have poker on the line.
Phil
I
loves
always
that
confuse
Shark
I love
Cage.
that. I love it
That's
too. It makes me
great.
feel like such a loser though with my life. When I see like these like
Yeah.
11-year-old kids that are like, yeah, no, I started this
I
jewelry
wonder.
company. I've got 100 employees now.
Wonder if the poker's gonna
Looking to
pick
go
up,
blow-
and it is.
And I'm like, I got my Lucky Charms here. a glass of
Aaron
OJ.
Mermelstein through the conversation across the
Martin
table is gonna
and,
open
Michael
to
Phelps were
150
listening.
with
I was
pocket
looking
queens.
and I was sad. I thought, what are you doing?
And Jennifer
Mom?
Tilly
Did you fold?
I
No.
did not.
I
I'm
did.
still in the head.
Okay.
could find herself getting in
I
trouble
think it
with
sounds
ace
really
queen.
annoyed that he folded because I'm just gonna call him. Nothing
Marvel's getting
exciting here.
stacked.
Nothing to worry about.
Okay.
Nothing to see here, Marvel.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Oh, that is good.
A check.
And Tilly is going to defend. It's going to be a jack high flop with a pair of threes on board. Check, bet 200,
Trying to
call.
get into that game, boss. but
Tilly is going to
haven't
lead,
gotten the invite yet.
it looks
Yeah,
like,
my
for
game?
400.
I mean, I'm good.
You
for
played
the
too
game.
good.
Yeah. You don't need a chick in there.
No pros allowed.
Well, I know that's why they let
And
you play it,
Mermelstein is
so
going to call.
It's mine.
You had some pros in the game.
6 of diamonds on the river. Changes nothing for Tilly. She still just has ace high, but she's going to fire another barrel.
Booked win, so.
Bet 1,000.
If I like you more enough, you can get in sometime.
More
You know?
enough. Might have to come down there and fight the good fight, being a female. I haven't tried that card yet, but it's about to come out. The first time I played down there, literally they were singing like "Girl Is Poison," like they blasted on the thing and they were like screaming at me to get out of the game.
With-
And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Like
Paired
guys
board
don't wanna
out there.
play.
Aaron Mermelstein has
I was
queens
like, "Yeah."
Not
pretty-
wasn't
Up.
my game.
No.
and is going to raise the river
This isn't gonna
to
stand. Are you, like at the level that we were playing at.
2,600.
You
Gulf
have
Stream.
a pocket pair?
Like
High
the
at
floor
some
didn't say
point?
anything, doors didn't say anything. I was like, "This is ridiculous." And then they
Can't say.
don't let any pros in the game or whatever.
Jennifer Tilly
But,
might
like,
be
they first said like there's no females. in
have
the
her card
game. Okay. We'll see.
reading
I would
senses
never say that.
on
You
point
have to when
today.
you play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
She just said Mermelstein could potentially have a pocket pair, and that's exactly what he does. It's a big one
I
too.
understood the fact they didn't want like fresh blood just coming in like for one hit because the big fish that was in the game.
Good call.
If he went bust, people would like 3 guys would supply him the money.
They're
And
called
so-
businessmen. You don't want to use it's a derogatory slang, you know. Fish.
These guys believe it. They were not good people. So, but
And
anyway, they didn't want fresh.
Very
blood
good
in the game
read
'cause, like,
from
they were
Jennifer
losing
Tilly.
a lot. Well, now they're like giving
Ace
this
high
guy, like,
was
20K, now he's lost that
not
many
good,
too,
and
like, you just snap, like you leave. So
tough
it's not
to
guaranteed that they're gonna get their. I mean, they're
call a
gonna get
raise
the
on the
money back
river
based on what the
with
money was.
just ace high.
I don't know.
What game is that?
It was a private game, like semi-private game, like off stream.
There's a lot that goes into keeping games healthy, and I feel like most people are far too self-interested in order to do what it takes.
Yeah. So like I can get it. Like if you have a fish on the line and like, why would you want anyone else that's like decent coming in
Forgot
and
the restraw.
taking
Yeah,
the money
The
out?
majority of the things people do to think that they're catering to the spot ultimately like alienate the spot.
Like what do you mean by that?
And
Because, sometimes I've been.
After Aaron Mermelstein found pocket queens, the Miami boss, Dan Swede, is going to look down at pocket
Like, I
kings,
get very insulted when
only
people
to be
say,
3-bet
"Hey, well,
by
you
Tom
can do it
Marchese,
like that."
who
I'm
has
like,
pocket aces. And this is
What do you mean by that?
the cooler that no one in poker, no matter what stakes, no what game
No, so like
you
what
play,
you
wants to
think
see. And unfortunately for the Miami boss,
When you start playing higher,
he's going to need to bink another king
the ability to
after
make
the
money
chips are
starts to
probably
wane.
eventually going to get in all in pre-flop. This is going to be a
If you wanna
4-bet.
you shouldn't
from
take it
Swede.
to a level where
Yeah.
they're calling the shots.
He opened to 300.
Because
Where they're
ultimately-
Marchese.
giving rebates and
Or even just like letting them always set
Put
the
in a
line,
3-bet to
stuff like that. Like let them set the seats.
1,100.
That's the problem. It's not
And
it's not the-
that's going to be a 5-bet shove from Marchese, a snap call from Swede, and
Do I have to flip mine?
unfortunately for the Miami boss,
Escalated quickly.
his kings are in
I only
big,
let you run
big
it once
trouble.
here, not that you would run it twice, but
I've seen this before, Tom.
And he's seen this before, and he's not going to like to see that flop. It's 8 high with 2 diamonds.
Nice
Both
hand,
players with a diamond, so Suied just has 2 outs heading to the river. And the queen of diamonds is not what he was looking for, so Marchese is going to win that $20,000 pot. I believe we're going to have a
He's right where all
rebuy
the
of
others
10,000
this one spot.
from
Yeah.
the Miami boss. He's going to stay in the game after coming in late, and
Surprised that- it should really
after we lost Ian O'Hara around 20 minutes ago, we get who just arrived in Florida this morning, the champ, WSOP main event champion Joe McKeon. Joe, how's it going, man?
It's going great, Will. How are you?
I am well. Now, you got to Florida this morning. You have already played one MTT, and what are you, on a break of that tournament, or?
Nah. It's going to be a permanent break.
A permanent break until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow.
5K.
And, all right, so we are going to see a rebuy from the Miami boss. He's going to be playing 10,000 behind.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, 5,000 behind.
Right. I think like if you give action and things like that, you're much
That's a
more
good point,
apt
too.
to
And
be like.
There's a lot of people that
Tom Marchese, easy life for Tom Marchese, picking up aces against kings.
Yeah, he's really good. He's one of the few.
He's really
people
good at getting aces.
He's just really good in general. He doesn't make mistakes. He's played some amazing hands, and he's always right.
Yeah, and you know, after winning the main event, you've been playing a little bit bigger. You played a handful of 25K high rollers this summer, right?
I have.
And Marchese is, I think, one of the most successful players in those events. Seems like every other one that gets chopped, he's involved. So you have some experience with Marchese over the last year or so.
Yes, he's very, very good. I don't like playing against him because he usually just always does everything great.
Yeah.
Never makes a mistake.
And that's something we saw yesterday with Jason Mercier. And Jason's sitting with at a point was sitting with $75,000 on the table, and he was agonizing over a small like $1,200 pot. And I said, that's part of his competitive nature, but it's also the fact that he just wants to be right every single time, and that's what like all of these top guys they strive to do, no matter what the pot is, whether it's a 100K pot or a pot in level 1 of a tournament. They want to play every hand absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, it's such a thing to have where you just have this drive where like you just never ever want to make a mistake, even in the smallest pots like that.
Anybody have 500 green?
It's hard to empathize with Jason because he's just the best, but I mean, I kind of understand where he's coming from.
Yeah. All right, so Joe, you are coming straight from WSOP Global Casino Championship in Cherokee.
Yes.
You're on a permanent break from that tournament as well.
I deserve the permanent break in that one.
You didn't bring your A game?
I did not bring my A game. I played quite poor.
All right. But a lot of players from across the country are coming to Florida this weekend. They are all here for one thing and one thing only. Well, 2 things, actually. Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open and Poker Night in America. You plan on playing all the big events?
I'll be in at least the 5,000, and if I'm out of that, I'll try my luck in the 25,000 maybe.
Okay.
Maybe some of the other stuff too.
Mm-hmm. The heads up tomorrow. You're looking forward to, right?
The heads up tomorrow, yes. I am already registered. I'm very excited. Heads up poker is very fun.
And you have 1 or 2 heads up titles?
One.
Yeah, from Borgata.
I did win the Borgata heads up a few years ago.
Was it from here?
It's just so fun to play those tournaments. You hardly ever get to play live heads up, so.
All right, guys, in the Twitch chat, stop asking Joe to unblock you on Twitter. It's not going to happen.
Nope.
Tell Joe the Eagles are garbage. You already know that, right?
Yeah, they're not wrong. Not going to disagree about that.
Thank you.
But you have to be excited for football season, right?
Of course, I love football. Football's great. I'm going to sit there and root every day and yell at them when they're down 21 points after every first quarter.
And then life goes on.
Yeah. Robert Griffin III is going to probably win Player of the Week in Week 1. You guys should bet on that.
It's more about just like a
True motto wants you to speak up. He wants to hear your precious, soft voice.
I have not slept for
Like,
It's the worst place.
like 30-something hours.
all the vegetable oil.
You're
since-
tired.
I am definitely tired,
Anytime you get
but I'm on fumes.
450.
Literally.
I am definitely on fumes, literally. Oh man.
Literally, and I can't breathe. No breathing. All right,
I'm getting there.
Aaron Mermelstein hasn't let Gentili breathe in a few pots today.
I don't think either one of these players likes to ever fold at any point.
Yeah.
So
I'm
this
just happy
is.
that I'm a young man and a kid.
Have you ever played with Jen?
I've played I think 2 tournaments with Jen, and she plays a lot of pots, and I think she's probably a better tournament player than cash game player from my
Okay.
experience. I never thought she was like. I never thought she was really like she. I think she understood what she was doing, and
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
it
yeah.
showed in the game. Is what I'm trying to say.
Right? Like,
Play with Aaron a lot
just,
too.
like,
Same
searches,
thing.
That kind of stuff. Like,
He
Yeah, and
is
Aaron
quite
is-
tough to play against.
You know, and the first time I ever heard this term was coming from you, just being disrespectful, like calling out of the big blind and stuff like that.
I
And
mean, I'll tell him,
Aaron's the
like,
kind of
3
guy
times
who
and then I'll
will
say,
call in
like,
the
again,
earlier today,
like,
called in the big blind with
something like
8-4 off,
Just 'cause I'm,
just floated the flop, and then just I think he paired his 4 on the turn, and then like check raised the turn and won the pot. Like he takes these weird kind of lines
Yeah.
that
I was in a
really
big
throw
blind,
people for a
and
loop,
someone
and
opened,
that
he
aggressive
was saying it's
style
like,
when he
small,
finds a
and
hand
I
like
happened to be
queens
back
against
a little bit early,
Gentili
and,
gets
like,
him
I was like, don't
you
call
paid
it.
off in spots.
Like, I saw
Yeah,
that
absolutely. He check raises the turn more than anyone I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of live in the same area, so we play a lot in all sorts of places.
Yeah, you guys have been playing together for a few years now.
Yeah, he likes to play a lot of hands, and he's proving my point here with the John 6.
That is the lead-in that dreams are made of.
Yep.
That's why we brought you in here, Joe, for that exact lead-in.
Wow, but he folded. Oh man. He folded and the other guy was light. That's great.
He's supposed to 5-bet there,
I've done that.
or 3-bet.
For sure, yeah.
I would have thought. Another thing about Aaron, I noticed that he doesn't like to fold the 3-bets very often, so that kind of surprises me.
Oh, okay.
And then like
That he folded like a suited jack.
Like, what do you?
You should sell. You shouldn't. You don't have to say the card. But you should sell it. In
Suited jack's good. You can make a jack high flush.
Dude, he had the John 6. The John 6 is
Like,
the
hey,
best
like,
hand
you
in
know,
the
obviously
world.
It's like, hey, do whatever you want to do. I just know one of your cards,
Right.
and then it's not.
So,
even
Joe,
fair
let's
to,
just
tell
cut to
people
the
what it
chase.
is until that person is out.
Sure.
Right.
We're getting chicken parm tonight, right?
I mean, I don't eat anything else. Why would we not?
I mean, the sky
This
is
a
blue.
given. Yeah, of course.
All right.
Then the guy called.
We're gonna have to figure out where the best chicken parm place is on site. Maybe we'll ask.
Materano's is right there.
Okay, Joe knows already. You sniffed it out already.
Well, I mean, I've been here.
Oh yeah,
a few
you've
times
been here before. This is
yeah.
this is my first time.
Oh really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Materano's. We actually passed it walking in today. It's
Okay.
very fancy type. Not fancy, but it's a very nice Italian restaurant that's actually reasonably affordable too.
You could tell. Wow.
Yeah,
You're
can you
all
find
right.
some-
Berkey 3-bets. I've never seen that before. Berkey is a limper and a caller.
In the
I
dumbest
mean,
spot, like there's no way they're ever calling that
it's
spot.
very
I'll
tough to play
question
against because he's so well balanced
Well, I
usually.
thought- I
Yeah,
mean,
no, and
I would've
he's
thought, like,
been the most aggressive player so far today.
Has he been?
Yeah.
His tournament strategy and cash game strategy
And-
might
and
be
tournaments,
much
cash is
different, but
different
he has a
because
very great, very strong understanding of the game.
Yeah, I think he's also gotten some decent hands, but he has made some interesting plays. I think he realizes that Tilly and Dan O'Brien. Tilly was going to be playing a little bit, maybe too much out of the blinds, and Dan O'Brien's been playing relatively snug. So when he's in late position, Berkey's been opening his game up more than you'll see in a big buy-in tournament or that we're kind of used to seeing.
Sure thing. It makes a lot of sense. If people are folding a lot, it's not a bad thing to raise. Like, according to what you said, those two are in the blinds, and Tom just opened Jack 4 suited and got it through. So
And now, so we're about 2-3 hours into this session. How long does it take you or the normal poker player to really figure out where you stand at the table? For you personally, is that within level 1 of the tournament, or do you need a larger sample size to really see how other players are reacting?
it's always a game of reacting and acting, I guess. And I think
Yeah, I
one of
think
my
mine-
strengths is that I can kind of tell right away what
Yeah,
type of
6 is
player
full, me too.
someone is by
Yeah,
maybe only a few
I base-
hands.
He just like leans back in his seat. starts
It's
shaking
definitely a
his
good
head
thing,
and discusses.
but
Yeah.
you gotta also be aware when dynamics change if
Wow.
people are making
Fires his deep
adjustments.
into the muck as they'll go.
Wow.
Tilly's got the king queen
And I just
suited.
look at
This
him in awe, and I'm
is
just like,
this is great. Her and
He
Mermelstein
just
again.
Folded a winner.
And I think she
And he
re-raised.
just like loses his mind right there. He's like, call the floor, call the floor. It's like,
Oh my God.
they call the floor over. I'm like, I mean, I know how this
3
ends.
bets.
Right.
Sorry about your
And
luck.
this is a spot with
Floor comes over and
Mermelstein
Mermelstein
in
will not
position.
fold
Yeah.
ever.
telling him how like I saw his
If he opened
hand,
jack
and I'm
six
saying,
suited here, he
"Yeah,
would
I saw
call
his
for sure.
hand."
Bad luck.
And he's like, I should get the pot. I was like, listen,
Especially
I'll
with
do
their
that. I'll
history
give
and how
you
deep
the
they are.
back
This
if you
is
want.
a good
He's
3
like,
bet.
No, I thought you
I
offered
like
half
it.
the pot. Or
No,
he
he wanted
full
half
bet.
the pot.
Ace
He
high
wanted
flop.
half the pot. He goes,
2
I thought it was
diamonds.
full
Tilly
pot.
took the pre-flop lead with her 3
He goes,
bet.
No, you should split the pot with me. I'm like,
And
But I don't
dealer,
understand,
push me the
because
pot.
it is now going to bet the flop and get a
Yeah, 'cause I
quick
recognize
fold
it's
from
the
Aaron
same
Mermelstein.
fold.
Wow.
Yep.
Like,
He
Pretty
didn't
easy.
play with
Both of them
hand,
miss.
He
That's just
called,
a very
he
bad
did
flop
not-
for
he
Aaron's
just
hand.
showed
It's
it.
a
Showed
really
me, it was
good
in the
flop
nine, I
for
was in the eight. I
Tilly's
saw it and then maybe
range.
17
range, but she,
Ish.
I mean, she
Very
had
good mark.
quite possibly the worst hand
Although
she would ever have.
I
her
almost
range
had to
might
bet
be
that on the river.
It could be very
this big.
wide,
He
but
says, no, I want half the pot. I'm just like,
man, she does
I would
stuff.
offer anything.
I'm like,
yeah.
push
She
me
does
the
some
pot.
great stuff,
I say,
though.
I don't know. I feel like
So hard to get a read
He's
on her.
trying to be like all secretive, like, oh, I don't want anyone to know how I feel.
And someone in the chat saying,
I shouldn't be
"Why
just
that
like,
dude in the
Because
blue hat
that
so
is
damn
not
grumpy?
what-
Get
is
him out of
not,
there."
that
I'd be
is
pretty
not
grumpy
smart
too if I
how you
just
should-
lost
Yeah, no,
kings to
that's
aces
not
for
true,
10K.
like,
Yeah, that's pretty unlucky. Um, I was walking in the booth as that hand was happening.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Tom always has the aces. He's the best. He has a famous hand where he folded kings to Jennifer pre-flop on a live stream in a cash game, and Jennifer had aces, and he, as soon as Jennifer went all in, he mucked very fast.
I need to YouTube this.
The term was a break.
I think
I don't
I've
know
I
if you
think I've
could.
seen it, but I
And I think I just
wanna just watch it again because that's absurd.
It was just a great fold. It went something like
ultimately I just
raise
called.
3-bet, Tom
It was
4-bet,
6,
she just
6,
shoved, and
I
Tom
probably
folded
my
for
7
like
high.
a few chips.
Oh my God.
And he
Aaron
goes,
Mermelstein
"You
is
just
gonna
call me
fold.
I'm
But again,
Mermelstein defended the
defend-
queen 3 offsuit. Yeah, he doesn't like to fold his big blind very often.
Wow.
I literally
He had
do
money
this,
in
like,
there.
three
It's hard to
times,
fold
like,
your big
I
blind. You got $50 in there. It's only $100 more. That's one chip in this game.
But that's like in a big game, like where you know each other. Like, that's,
Like
I
she
don't
put
know,
out
that's
3
really-
chips. Aaron already had 2 chips out. It's
Yeah.
only 1 chip to call. How could you
There's
fold?
room for, like,
And he
Wow.
has a 3.
being
When you
generous
put
and
it-
people just fuck
When you
up
put it
with
like that,
I did it for a guy in the.
well, there was one. There was actually a Parks tournament where the
I
a
stacked him,
player
he was, like, really
he was a little intoxicated. He
Yeah, I
never
stacked
wanted
him
to know
really
the
upset and, like, his
like
friend,
the
like, he
amount
lost
of
his
chips,
friend,
like the
it was really
value.
bad, and I just-
He just wanted to know how many individual chips he had to put out.
That
So
does
if somebody
simplify
raised
the
to
game.
if somebody raised to 300,000, he wanted to know how many 25Ks that was, how many 5Ks that was. It was absurd, absolutely absurd.
Looks like Tom put the straddle on.
there and shoot.
Aaron's
Yeah,
got a
let's
good
get
hand with a
this. Let's
small
bump
blind.
this game up a little bit.
Like, you let him off the hook.
And
you
Mermelstein,
you
if he's gonna be
smaller than you usually would.
playing hands with Jack 6 and Queen 3, when he looks down at 2 8s, those basically look like gold
That is a tight fold.
from Marchese.
No, the ace 4 suited.
Oh yeah.
Right.
It is kind of a tight fold, Marchese, too. I think generally when you straddle and you're in position and that spot, because Mermelstein raised from the small blind, I'd probably be calling it
wanna
like
see
7.
three.
I'm
Yeah.
just beginning to
Yeah.
understand that, like, made it a lot
But
easier to do.
Tom Marchese is a very good cash game player, and I'm not, so.
When I,
Not putting that down.
no, but it just, I mean, it doesn't mean it's not stupid. But,
Tom
it
Marchese
made me
actually
feel better,
originally
I don't know,
from New Jersey,
feel
from
better
around
about it,
us.
and
I
wouldn't
think
match
so,
the
yeah.
sidewalk, so I
He
wasn't-
smartly got out.
Yeah, now he's on to bigger and better things.
Absolutely, and
When
he
I first started
is
playing, I had the same problem.
just
I played
one of the
on a
best.
riverboat, and like where I'm from, like people don't have a lot of money, and like I would see people around Christmas time, like for sure, like gambling, like all their kids' stuff away.
Another
All
Jessica
their-
Dawley
just had their
life
clothes super
story.
dirty, like just I don't know. And they
Aaron
sit-
folded
they
the
just
ace
play, but
9
then
in
I realized, you
position
know
to
what, like,
Berkey.
they're coming on
It
a
could be,
casino.
it could definitely be a
Poker
disrespect
room's on
thing
the
if
very
he's
bottom
calling
level. They
against the
probably are not
ladies and
eating,
folding
so
to
you're
the
not gonna get out
guys.
of here with any money. So like at least maybe my family will be able to eat
Yeah.
or something like.
Yeah, it's also personal responsibility.
I think
You wanna be good to
it's
people, but
also
it's also that person's
just-
decision how to
How to live or whatever.
spend,
Yeah.
gamble.
The player. I don't think.
Exactly.
I think Aaron knows.
Oh, it has nothing to do with their gender, just
yeah,
the
Aaron.
example.
Aaron
That's like
knows
the upside of playing
that
video games. You really come across that.
there are
Yeah.
probably 2 or 3 people at this table table that he doesn't want to mess with. He doesn't need to get in pots with, but he also knows that there's 3 or 4 people that he probably has an edge on,
Obviously, it's his case.
and that he can profit against.
Absolutely. I think Berkey and Tom are probably the most established players on the table.
Yeah.
Play with other people's Roman. No.
And these two players are battling to the river.
Yep. Berkey checked back the flop, which is pretty good. I think it's just going to go bet fold here because these are the spots where Tom always knows that his
queens
pair
no
of queens
good.
are just no good. Also, Matt bet the pot. Yep. Didn't take him much time at all. He knows what's up.
He knows what's up.
See if I can lose one more.
I would assume Matt and Tom also have a lot of history.
We're
I would assume a
already-
lot of these guys have history with
Hey,
each
Dawley,
other.
4 times in a row.
Thank you.
Tom has got the big goose egg. He's got the big 0, right?
Yeah, the ace, it never comes out.
Of course not.
I mean, I think it really is the.
It is the best card.
It has to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually you don't do it this
All
way.
right, so we are just getting word that we are a half hour from
That's a lot of like.
the,
You're not going to see as many
I don't want to call it the lunch break because it's, yeah, sure, we'll
Yeah,
call it the
usually-
lunch break.
Definitely
So
the
at
lunch
4
break.
o'clock,
When you use it
and we're a
for
half
pot,
hour away from that
usually
break.
you-
So that
rather
means
than
we're going to
the
get
pot
Aaron
to the top
Mermelstein in the
of pot, you
booth
still
with
deal
Joe
flop.
McKeon.
Start somewhere.
Going to
Oh,
go
man.
3
You
ways.
do it this way, and the ace has an advantage.
I'm excited.
This is like the East Coast Mid Atlantic
Yeah,
crew.
this is the
here.
first time I actually got to see his cards. Now he's coming up and not letting me see his cards anymore. This is a disappointment.
And then he would get aces beat kings. That's,
Yeah.
that's the main thing.
so
We get to talk to Aaron about disrespect.
You do get to talk to Aaron about
Yeah,
disrespect.
disrespect.
I bet he'll be very humble about it.
And you have.
Oh yeah, well, and like that's the thing. Like Aaron is, I think he's very confident in his own abilities, and that helps. And you're as
Absolutely.
are you. Everyone who
You have to be if
you
you
have
want
to
to play
be.
this game well.
But
I was getting
there
I was
is
getting
also a
like-
humbleness
process.
I
to
thought I should make it two.
everything I've seen Aaron say and do.
Yeah, how much of
where
it without get called?
And
I
hear
think
you are.
he
No, yeah, yeah.
Well,
he's
it's all
he's
about
a
sweet
he's a
spots.
very
It's not a
good
sweet spot, 175.
at deflecting how confident he is. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
It's hard to put into
Ooh.
words.
Tom did it again. This is probably the right person on the table for
On the outside.
someone to hit top pair when Tom hits a set too.
Yeah.
I saw the
Because Jen's of
Oh,
course
really?
gonna bet.
Okay.
Dan's gonna fold. Tom,
I think
I think with the 2 club board, Tom's gonna end up raising against Jennifer.
So regardless, you're screwed.
Nope,
Wow, he's just gonna give Gentili the rope,
Looks
and
like, I don't know.
it's not a bad idea either. She likes to bet.
she likes to bet.
He knew he malicked himself.
That's a fine card for Tom. That changes nothing. It's probably gonna go. This is probably where Tom's gonna check raise.
But you called, the best part is that you called it out.
Yeah, well, this is how I win at poker. I will things to happen.
Or he's just gonna lead. That's pretty sick too.
He's gonna lead for 1,000. Gentili flop top pair, but
Jen's gonna call.
she cannot win this pot. That's because Tom Marchese has the white check mark after flopping in middle set.
Ooh, that's one of the bad rivers. That or a 5 are the only real rivers that Tom would struggle with. Tom's going to definitely bet, but I think this is one of the rivers where Jen's going to end up folding.
I just don't see how Tilly has a 5 in her range in early position. You know, so
It would be hard.
Tom's going to bet, but
For sure. Tom's
This
hand is
is-
very good, and
yeah.
Tom really wants Jen to have ace king. But
Yeah, we
unfortunately,
have
it's
to.
just not a good river for the fact that Jen has king jack instead.
all right. And as we see Jennifer Tilly in the tank here, trying to figure out what Tom Marchese is up to, we are welcoming into the booth because players are on a half-hour break. Aaron Mermelstein. Aaron, how's it going, man?
It's going well. It's going well. This is pretty surreal to be commentating on a game that I'm currently playing.
Are-
This is
okay.
different for me.
That's
no,
impressive.
no spoiler alerts, but are there any hands over the next half hour that we're gonna like?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'm gonna like them.
Ooh,
They're good for me.
There's like he has this little grin and this twinkle in his eye.
Oh, man.
Did he show?
Jen folded. I don't think he showed the cards. No.
Did Jen show?
Jen
Something.
folded.
Anyway.
Make 'em wear the, make 'em wear
Anyway,
the
Aaron,
tiara
okay,
of
so
the bluff.
Who's that strapping?
yeah, right. We've been talking since Joe came in a little while ago.
Plus it gets caught. They have
You throughout this session have been, and I use Joe's language when I say it, a little disrespectful out of the blinds.
Disrespectful,
You
yeah.
defended, I think 8-4 off, Queen 3 off, and like
You were what?
we're saying
picked your battles, too.
you've picked your battles well because then there was a situation where Berkey opened and you folded ace 9. I think it was like in the cutoff or something like that. Is
Yeah.
that are you changing how you play against each player at the table, and do you have a certain plan against each seat?
Ooh, this is putting me on the heater right now. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so for sure, there's.
I mean, you're not. Yeah, you're not stupid, but.
Right. I mean, you know, there's obviously certain players that I'd like to defend more than others. Also, I have Danny Suied to my left, who, by the way,
in Reno, yeah?
runs big home
First
games
season,
here
yeah.
in Florida. So I can't just be folding out of my big blind. You know, I got to show that I'm gonna mix it up. You know, and maybe I won't get invited next time if I do. So yeah, I mean, certainly there's you know, you want to defend less as a regular strategy in cash games. You know, there's no antes, so typically you'd want to defend less. But being that we're infinitely deep against certain opponents, I feel okay.
I heard it was not good.
It was good.
A wide
It was
range.
good.
You were picking on the girls. That's what was happening.
And you know what I like playing with? Hey, you know, sometimes you gotta mix it up with the women. So.
You were winning most of the hands, so
I'm still going to watch it.
where you were losing nothing and the hands you were losing.
Yeah.
Besides just whatever you're calling.
Yeah, you gotta help me.
It's a comic or
It's all the villains from
Yeah,
Marvel.
this table's hard to
No,
reach.
from DC.
Or DC.
So what hands? I guess.
Margot Robbie.
What has stuck out to you guys so far?
Well, obviously, it's when there's a set under set situation.
There you go.
And I think
Trailer looks really good.
It did not win.
Jess, like, to not go broke in that situation is
They actually did
a
two
win.
episodes
You know, she
of
saved herself 2K.
Yep.
And it was a relatively clean run out, so I was really surprised that the chips didn't get in all the way.
For sure. I'll be honest. My thought process in that hand was that she almost always would have over pairs.
Yeah.
I mean, sets. I'm just assuming that we're gonna get in. So I mean, I already made a decision.
Yeah,
that I was gonna
you
go sizing
seemed
that. I think
very
she's-
surprised.
Yeah, because like she's not gonna get it in bat, right? Like, so I think I had to put in a good size in there for her to even call with like aces in that spot.
I'm sure the director was happy.
No, yeah, I'm sure you will.
So yeah, I mean, when I see fives, obviously it's pretty disappointing, but
I don't think I've ever heard of that before. But
she seemed like she wasn't even happy calling with five. So I mean, it was.
Yeah, it was.
I'm happy to get what I did, I guess.
It was a really interesting hand from both perspectives, and you like just seemed
So much politics.
Super-
In movie ratings, anyways.
I don't want to say surprised, but you're just like, oh, that's weird that
Well,
we didn't
of
get
course,
it in.
I mean, we're set up for set. You know, it's gonna be surprising, but yeah, credit to her. I mean, she definitely lost the minimum, and I don't think, you know,
That's good for her, bad for you.
it's good for her, bad for me. You know, but
And other than that, there haven't really been that big pot. Obviously, the kings to aces, that plays itself.
Yeah.
Just you know, kind of sick. And
it's fine.
you know, do you have a lot of experience playing with either Marchese or Berkey, or no? Is this the first time?
I played with Marchese a little bit during this series.
Okay.
He's really good.
He's great. Yeah, obviously he's been around for a long
Actually, let me see.
time.
No, I
I've
mean,
not
it's
played with
expecting
Berkey
cookie
too
nut.
much.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
He seems
It's
to be
incredible
pretty,
how much
pretty
like,
active.
they
At least in the
put these
beginning, he
things
was
out
really
there.
aggressive. I
Yeah.
don't know if he was just.
They were in, like,
I haven't been
everything's-
getting.
He's been
hand
he's
history.
been he's been getting
that's
some decent hands, but
No,
you know,
I mean,
it's
if you know, like, I don't
not
know,
like
if I was starving and I'm
like a
traveling,
card rack or
No,
anything.
no, yeah.
yeah,
He
But I'm not,
seems
like,
to
eating,
like
like,
to bump it up more than
like,
others.
I'm gonna have a
pre.
snack.
He's
You know,
5xing it pre.
He's like half
Yeah,
starving of it,
so
it's, like,
we've seen that a few times, and
First ingredient.
even Marchese has put in some really big three bets
Are
in
you
some
on Deepening?
spots.
Rich Sweet.
How do
Are you
you
no?
defend against someone who's opening
Are you like on
5x, 6x, something like that?
I mean, just tighter.
Yeah,
You just
you have to be.
Especially out of the blinds. I mean, that's why I don't.
Yeah,
You
last
know,
year,
only
the
queen
last
deuce to
time
him.
I filmed the show last year, I was eating
Out of the
cookies.
straddle.
I did the whole 30
Yeah.
minute. And so, like, yeah, it was
I'm
all,
being I'm getting induced to get in these straddle games.
Yeah, it's
I'd rather
very
not, but
But,
you
like,
know,
there's
if
like
everyone's
few-
straddle,
like,
I'll
baby food
straddle.
because it's easier to travel with.
So-
And it's like, and it's organic.
We as
Keep the
entertain
game.
or we as
Nasty.
announcers
No, I
love the
love it.
straddle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
And the
like
fans.
it-
I mean,
it's like
the
potatoes,
game's
like
gonna get
that
bigger. I
tastes-
mean, as
Well,
as you straddle and all that stuff. But
In at the Golden Nugget, the last like half hour of the last session we ran,
No.
it was a straddle to 100, 200, 400, 8, and then 16. So like the button was basically first to act, and it was absolutely.
You're also like.
I think we had 3 hands in a row, 50K pots.
yeah,
Just-
I mean, you have to.
That's great.
I mean, it's great.
Why wasn't I there?
We're just flipping coins for Teslas, as Jason Mercier says.
Absolutely.
No, it's meat.
He undersold the
I would just
Tesla.
eat that in between.
Yeah, Tesla's like the bottom end Tesla's like I think like 35K, right?
Mr. Young Tesla Paul Jesus was offended at that tweet.
Yeah, he's got
He offended the
He
Tesla.
offended the
Eating
Tesla.
it
There's
in
a,
between.
There's only
Mr.
one young Tesla.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to be.
Me too.
Trying to get that level.
One day.
That's okay. The last
Do
eight of
what,
bananas,
do
they
you,
were
what, do you drive a car? What kind of car do you drive?
I drive the Uber. Uber's what.
Oh,
taking
you
me everywhere.
Uber everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Ever hear that song?
What?
It's called Uber Everywhere.
No.
Oh, you gotta listen to it sometime. It has absolutely nothing to do with Uber.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like a rap song.
Wow.
It's like a rap
Pretty sick.
song, or it's like a. Is it a good rap song?
It's
or
like a
no?
hip hop song.
Wow. I love this. Oh, look at this aggression
Hot
frequency.
dog.
Great.
Yeah, pretty sick.
Wow, I'm at
He's
the
up there.
bottom. This is rare.
No,
That
that
is
and
very
I
rare.
was even
That is
saying
rare.
I was even saying that earlier because that we've had it's like a new that's actually a new feature on Poker Night in America.
Well, aggression frequency isn't V-pipping. So
Right.
But-
when Aaron's defending his blind, his aggression frequency is probably not going up.
There you go. I was gonna
aggression
bring up
frequency is what check raises like raises and things
Yeah,
like
just
that. Yeah,
just putting in an aggressive
Putting
action when it's your turn.
or just being really aggressive at the table.
Oh, I
Aaron's
think-
been just sniping at people.
Oh, I think Jen owns me in this hand.
Oh yeah.
Pretty sure she does. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm spoiling it. I'm a spoiler.
It's fine. All right, so Aaron
Seems
is
pretty standard so far.
going to 3-bet to 900. Marchese folds the button, or excuse
Jen's
me,
not much of a folder.
folds
is
the
she?
straddle, and yeah, Gentili,
Yeah, I've been there for
she didn't come here to fold,
No.
so she's gonna call. And since we have Aaron Mermelstein in the booth, let's let him talk us through it and give us some play-by-play and insight. What are your thoughts here?
I'm just I'm
You're continuing.
continuing my story. And
The tale I'm weaving.
the tale is being continued, and Jen is not going to follow the script. And you know,
After the 6 falls,
That's not a very good card for you.
it's just not a great card for me. And I guess I haven't followed Gentili too much about how often she's floating and this and that in these spots. But
Everywhere else.
I just got to, I also got a sense that she was over me. I mean, I was 3-betting her a ton.
yeah,
I felt like I was
yeah,
going to
yeah.
have to put in a turn and river bet if she had a pair to get her to fold anything substantial. So I was just ready to.
Yeah, Tilly might have been OU here.
She was. She already.
She probably was.
She already said to me that she was not happy.
What is?
So, well, we had the ace 10 in the small blind, so I just.
We have to.
Hand played
We-
itself.
we- no,
I mean,
hashtag no
She
choice.
did own you.
Hashtag no choice.
She put you on ace king.
It is.
She was wrong. You had worse.
Surprised they. I thought there was only 20. I thought it was after.
All right, and someone's asking in the chat, Aaron, where in Philly are you from? Are you a mainline guy like Glance or a suburban kid like Joe?
Here.
Wow, I'm actually neither. I live in Philly. Like actually
Like
the
Philly,
city.
Philly.
You're a city
Yeah, I mean,
kid.
well, when I say that, I live in the northeast, so most people are kind of roll their eyes and say that's not really Philly. But, you know, my address is actually
Pardon?
Did he have like a free buy?
Yeah,
Philadelphia.
you get mail. You get
says
you get
Philadelphia.
WPT checks mailed to a Philly address.
that is correct.
That's pretty sick.
WPT, you're sending it to Philadelphia. So. And I lived in downtown Philly for a good couple years, so that's where I'm
No, if
at.
you win any events,
That's
you
right.
And now, what are you looking forward to this weekend? You're playing the 5K, right?
No, that's not true.
I will play the 5K.
Okay.
I'll play the
one that's
25.
2,500, and then I believe there's a 1K. Like a 1K event.
regular people.
Yeah.
Are you gonna play the 1K or the 25K?
I would rather play the 25K,
High five.
but
Let's
Joe high-fiving me makes me nervous. Like, he's like, yes, yes.
Get it in
Won
there,
it in
buddy.
the field.
It's a great tournament. It's the
Okay,
best
yeah.
25K of the
Yeah.
year in America,
Was
anyway.
the one made.
Yeah?
Not like
Absolutely,
any,
it's
like,
the
$200.
biggest.
I just meant,
It's
like, if you win
wonderful.
any of the
I played it
events,
last year. It was
Right,
very
yeah.
good. I
And
bubbled it.
now, Aaron, you
Yeah,
satellited into the
Right.
$100,011,111
Yes.
buy-in one drop this year. You played in that event. That must have been an awesome experience. Are you going to play in the 25K or try to satty into that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, I mean, hopefully, I'm just deep enough in the 5K or the 25
That
I
you don't have to.
do
Yeah,
with
yeah,
it.
yeah.
But if I have to get in there, I'll get in there, and should be fun. I mean, I had a lot of fun in the one drop.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This guy,
It's a
this
blast.
guy over here final tabled it.
Yeah.
All right.
Got you. I 3-bet you once, and then you folded post flop.
You did. You
I
did.
did. I hit the flop though. It wasn't fair.
for the next juggy.
I
So
didn't want you to fold post flop.
that one drop satellite, how many runners did you get? How many seats
It was 87 entries, I
That's
believe, or
great.
80 something.
for
and
10K?
For 7,500.
Okay. And did you win was that like a step 2?
Well, I just bought right in.
Oh, okay, okay.
And top
I'm a good hand regardless.
7 got paid, top 6 got a seat. I think
Top 6 got a seat. Okay.
Yeah.
And like, what was that bubble like? I imagine like a bubble like that is like really interesting.
Yeah, that was the first. I mean, that was the first time I've ever had played
That
such a
kind- yeah,
huge
yeah.
bubble. I mean, yeah, I think even the cash was 70K, so it was a 70K bubble.
Wow. Yeah.
Effectively.
I only want you to
And,
say
Gotta get there.
5 or lower.
That's really annoying.
Very good.
That's when
It's
you
really
gotta get
annoying.
there on.
That's really annoying when you're 8.
Sorry, Tim.
Right.
Yes.
I was really short. When we were down to 13, I had like 7 big blinds. By the time we got down to 8, I was like chip leader.
You okay? So you were like.
It
It worked out for you.
It worked out.
So
alright.
you
You weren't worrying that
you were
much.
already talking to people about the one drop.
I was chilling. At that
Yeah.
point, I was like, well, let's just make it winner take all. Let's go. let's play it out.
Of course.
And then that playing that tournament.
Getting back at me.
I
was
remember.
awesome.
I remember I was actually sweating you, and you got like kind of scummed in one hand,
Yeah.
right? Like
yeah.
you played like a really big pot, and just like I think the guy hit a set on you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I flatted off of 20 big blind open from Johnny World. I had aces and he had
Yeah.
jacks. And he
Okay.
turned-
Yeah.
He turned a set.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
we got it in. So
Can't
whatever.
still
He's
play
never
aces,
folding
man.
pre
And
anyways.
I don't say scummed as in like something bad happened. I just
No,
say like it was
just
just like I remember
unfortunate.
somebody sent me the screenshot of the
I am the button.
update on WSOP.com. And
The
I was
bigger
just
one
like, I
where
was
I
just
got
like
scummed
Jesus
was
Christ.
the ace king. I lost ace king to ace king, unsuited to.
Oh, that was that was it.
Random kids is that.
Quite disgusting. That's the worst beat in poker.
And it was just it was one after another. So I lost
Yeah, it was
the-
in quick succession, right?
lost the jacks to the aces, and then immediately ace king to ace king.
It was not your day.
It was just felt pretty
It
terrible.
was not his 5 minutes.
It was not his anything.
It was a lot. I mean, it was one of those moments where I was just barely, gathering all my stuff, and I was lucky that I just, I thought I was just gonna trip over half the things going out there. So.
And the other kid
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's one where you just kind of just the glaze just falls over the eyes, and you're just like stumbling out of the tournament area into the hallway.
These days I'm kind of numb to tournament bust outs, but that one my face was I was definitely red and
Yeah.
frustrated.
It's hard not to be.
Yeah.
I would have been too.
Two-pack poker. Is that Dietrich by any chance? Isn't he two-pack for you or something like that on
Who's Dietrich?
Dietrich
No,
Fast?
no chance.
Oh.
Absolutely no chance.
Now he's not watching.
He's not watching from Germany now. I'd be very surprised.
All right, well, you don't have to ruin it, Joe.
What?
I'm sorry.
I don't know. They made us all fill out these things saying how much.
Ace 6 suited under the
Oh wait,
gun.
did you,
Yeah.
did you get your money back?
No, it's so funny. You're
So
underage.
disrespectful.
It is.
We
It
were
is.
like,
But
maybe we'll get it back.
Oh, yep, she wants to get in there with you.
No, you don't
I
get
mean, I don't blame her. She has a
underage
suited jack.
Vegas.
No, no, it's their money.
You should see Adam Levy play suited jacks. He was very good at it today.
there was one hand where I actually forgot. You guys didn't. You guys can't hear the audio, I don't think, but I actually forgot where I was in the hand. That was great.
Oh, no, they
In this hand?
because they
No,
asked them,
earlier.
how much it
Earlier, I
was.
think it already
Yeah.
passed.
Oh, really?
And then they
I
still
opened
look at
7-8 suited under the gun, and then I thought I was
You know what's
the big
amazing?
blind.
Just like an
Like
observation
check
about
call.
government in general.
Then I
Whenever
just,
there's like
wait,
something
I
like
was under the gun this
that could be viewed as marginally shady,
Right, they'll just do
they
it.
just
Good flop for
earmark
you,
that
not a good
specific
flop for her.
money for the schools.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
You played it great.
Because if they
I
s-
ask
you know, the
this
government's
with
taking
all
money
due
and
respect
going
to the
that
person
route.
I'm going to ask
It's
this
like, oh, it
about.
goes to the school system. Oh, okay. But really,
Does
it's coming
Dan
from the
O'Brien
government
have like a
system.
little switch on his
Wouldn't give it
back that
back
you
to
can
them.
just like click off?
Same thing when they were
At one point,
online
he's
No.
he's sat like this the entire time with his back. He's literally backing you. He's literally backing you and just talking the entire time. And you were I forget you were involved in a big pot with.
The civil forfeiture.
It was very early on. I forget, but you were thinking, and Dan O'Brien was just
It's just hemming and hawing.
talking.
Yeah.
Which is fine. It's a social game.
Yeah.
But I think when these pots start to develop, that like, and as you can see, when you and Jessica were playing that pot, when aces versus kings are 4-betting, then everybody just chills out. But there is a few instances, obviously, where conversations are going to continue. But for the most part, everybody seems to chill when they realize the pot's building.
That's an interesting point. I mean, with these.
Wow, the 5-4 suited.
We're
I'm
in
just
there.
jealous you get these hands.
I was just reading that the government.
This is not
Everyone's
disrespect. This
dominated.
is standard.
This is pretty good.
Wow.
You have the best hand.
Tilly owned me again here. Or Tilly
Oh,
owned
no.
both of us. She got us. I'm such a spoiler. I'm sorry. I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
Does he just bet and you both fold?
You get points?
No way you fold here, Aaron.
I did.
I think Aaron would fold.
I did fold.
I think Aaron should fold here.
I
It's a
prefer.
very hard
You're
pot to
not.
win. if
You're not
Aaron.
the same player I once
I
knew.
know. No, but the thing about it is,
You've really tightened up
against
lately.
Tilly's. Like now that I'm watching this, I think check raising here is fine with the 5-4.
See, and this is I always love
Now
bringing.
that you see she has 4-3, yeah.
I love
Well, no,
bringing
I'm saying
someone.
like she's probably just blasted there so often.
I
right,
love
but
someone.
she's also over you, so she might just call you down with the pair
That's
anyway.
true. We'll take away the over it factor.
That's kind of a big factor.
Like if I'm Dan O'Brien in that spot, I would just check raise the 5-4 there.
Bad.
Because she's c-betting like 100 there, or not even c-betting, she's just betting 100 on the button or something.
How'd that work out?
And now I will say I do like bringing in
First time I ever played
people who
poker
play in the
Vegas,
game
I played at the
to
Aladdin
watch like the
Casino.
last half hour
20 years
before the
old.
break, because
Family trip,
then
just ducked out to go play some
sometimes
T5.
they pick up, what their
Oh,
opponents are
like a
doing. You
real
get to see
boss.
Gentilly do that,
Yeah.
and I hope for your
Whoa.
sake that
That's where Playing Hollywood is now, right?
the same thing that happened to Jason Mercer after dinner break didn't happen to you because
oh, bigger than
he didn't really increase his stack after dinner, but he did end up with 75K. So maybe you can have that dinner run good also. I don't know. That would be good, right? You would enjoy that?
I would enjoy that. Yeah.
Dan also just folded
I
an
think I
ace
will.
on the button here.
Yeah, that was interesting.
You
I
would?
make a bad call here probably,
Yeah, I
but
won $300 and it
I
was
just-
like enormous.
just don't like folding the king
I
queen
would,
high.
felt
I would be
so
folding
tough
it on this
walking
board
down
to
the
Tom
strip.
because you're never
Just
going to win the
when you
pot
got
against Tom
losing
because he's
money,
Tom and he's the
burn
best.
it.
And as it turns out, he has 3 times. But
Right.
he is just the best.
Look at me now.
He probably puts you on exactly king of diamonds, queen of hearts right now.
It's hard for me to fold when I have good hands.
That's true.
That's just how I felt
You
about
feel
it.
under
But
rep,
I'm
you
just-
limbed.
But instead of losing 100, I'm losing 250. That's pretty much what's happening here.
He could have made it 400 pre and probably won. Tom's folded some hands in the straddle we thought he would be defending.
Against most people, it's okay, but against Tom, like he's just never.
your
He's never
win.
betting there. Like,
That's right.
Tom might
Tom
take a
might.
stab, but I
makes me feel really good.
think he's going to put you on ace high a lot and stab again.
That's the first tournament. Like,
I mean, he
how
had
it
it
felt
this time, but-
it was
I flicked in the
2006.
150
It was the
knowing
first
that I
tournament
was
ever
lighting
won.
150
And
on
it was like
fire.
4,700
90%
for
of
the
the time.
first, which
That's
was like
fair.
3 times as much as I made in the military.
Well,
Just
Like
keeping
a
it
month,
real.
whatever. And so I had a
Absolutely.
dentist appointment that morning. And so
Yeah,
I
and
played all
Rabbi's
night.
saying Dan O'Brien
I woke
folded
up at
ace 4 on the
4,700,
button.
And I was so excited because like.
So
my
he's
dentist
literally
was
just
like,
here
"Oh,
to
my
run
God,
his
I'm
mouth,
so
huh?
excited." And then I was like,
But that is like if it's gonna fold to you on the button,
like-
That's actually not as bad a
made it.
fold as everyone thinks.
really astonished.
And
It's
I just
an
learned
ace,
that.
Joe.
I learned that not very long ago.
You learned that the hard way.
Yeah, well, definitely.
Yeah, the
Had it
the
operated.
interesting thing is that
He doesn't have a very good seat in this game with you
Yeah.
to his direct left playing lots of hands through that. Like if he opened, you would have probably 3-bet the king queen and just won the hand.
Well,
And
yesterday.
Tom straddled, and Tom's really good.
Dance Suied seems like he's gonna mix it up some too. What did he? I 3-bet. He 4-bet,
I've
right?
had
I 3-bet.
5 ligament
Yeah, I
repairs.
3-bet. That
He
that
folded
hand.
jack
definitely-
6 suited to him. I couldn't
5K
believe it.
deductible or more. And
Yeah,
every
you
single time I
opened.
went in there,
He 3-bet with. He opened with Jack 6. He 3-bet with Queen 10.
Get this.
Okay, gotcha.
You did it as I was talking about how like good you are and how cagey you are and how you never fold either. Thanks, buddy.
Sorry, I let you
okay.
down with the jack 6. No, but there was a hand that
John 6, man.
I 3-bet the small.
So they can just be like,
I believe I 3-bet the small and he 4-bet out of the big.
Oh, he had ace.
He made it like
he had ace ace.
ace ace, right?
Yeah.
He made it like
It's nice that
3,500 with
Vegas, you
4K
really
behind.
run into
Yeah, he had
certain
ace ace.
I'm just like,
It's a strong hand.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Depends
Yeah.
on that.
What did you have? You had ace.
I think I got ace 3 of hearts. Was that
Ace.
Or was that a different hand?
Yeah, ace 3 of hearts. You did.
Ace 3 suited and you folded?
I gave him respect.
Oh man, you are not the same guy I know. You're
Alright, so
you're just a silly
Dan Bryan-
crash.
Oh, here it is.
Dan
No, here's
O'Brien.
ace 3 of spades.
company and see where you're at in your deductible. If you
Oh,
they
okay.
pay that
This
for,
the.
like, that
Oh, he had ace ace earlier.
I've had 2 surgeries and both of them.
No, this is a different hand.
He
You
doesn't
had,
have
you had
ace
hearts.
ace.
that
Oh
time.
yeah. Okay. This is the last hand, by the way.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
All right. So Dan O'Brien,
Like, I'll
You
get
just went for it.
$5,000
he's going for it with eights. He's hearing us talk about how he's not playing, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
looks like
No, don't
Oh,
tell
yeah,
me he
yeah.
folded.
That's how.
No, he doesn't.
By the way, it says he has 34-25, but if
Yeah,
you look
that-
at his stack, he has like
No.
8,000 or
yeah,
something.
that number is definitely off. His
Right,
number
yeah,
and
maybe I
Tilly's
went in
number
with
has
more
been
like
off all
2,000
day.
before
Well, Tilly has a lot, so it's gonna be hard for her to get in on a
for,
lot.
like, some initial
Dan
thing.
having 3,000 is
Yeah, I've
like
gotten
a
the same
big
thing.
deal.
If you could just have a middleman do it.
Ooh, that's a great flop.
Let's go.
Action has to come.
The flop,
The
the
flop
flop
became
is
10-10,
10-10.
Said that.
downside is that
Well, it
a lot of
changed.
times they'll over-
It's a 7-high rainbow flop.
This is a wonderful flop for you to
Like,
bet.
oh,
I
yeah,
bet you
think
bet.
you're gonna owe 30,
Yeah, of
200.
course.
You bet very
No,
small.
I
I
have
bet
a bunch
small.
of outstanding.
Yes.
Like, let's see if you have an MRI before you have your
See, here's the thing, like, it's okay because a lot of Dan's gonna have like a hand like he has a lot, or he's just gonna have like king queen suited, and he's just gonna fold it outside.
Especially Dan. Like, I know he's not gonna just get off
Try that
two.
fucking-
Right. I'm interested to see what you do on the turn. I'm also interested to see what the turn is.
O'Brien calls.
Pay up front. I'm like, no. Like,
Oh, that changes everything.
The ace of hearts pairs up Mermelstein.
So
He just looks over it.
I
when
think
that
this is
card comes.
interesting because a lot of people are just checking behind on this turn. But like, if we actually know what Dan's range is here, that I think it's just a clear bet.
His range is hands like he has,
Right.
and better.
He's like, no, they told me that, like,
He's
You
fighting
think
a
you think a
seven.
lot of people in your spot would check back?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
My default's probably to check back as well on that card.
That's sad. That's what's like. There's probably like older people, law-abiding citizens like your dad.
Right, of course.
You actually bet kind of small. Which, if you're gonna bet, I guess you bet kind of small.
Envelope and mail it off.
Yeah, no, and it should be noted that if you didn't hear us earlier, Dan O'Brien has
I like calling here as well.
close to 6,000 back. He doesn't have 2,600 as the graphic says. He
has a bit.
His number's been off for better part of the portion, but
Let's see how thin you go.
he is going to be losing some chips here. The Jack of Hearts completes the board. No help for O'Brien's eights, and Aaron's turn.
That's also just a bad card.
Top pair is good. And what are you thinking here? Are you just thinking how much can I get, basically, or
I think
Yeah.
he's thinking about betting because this
I'm
is not
definitely-
a clear bet.
Yeah, exactly.
this is not a clear bet?
This is definitely not a clear bet
All right.
because it's sometimes Dan's gonna fold hands similar to what he has on the turn. So if that's the case when he's calling, he has like
Okay.
hands
yeah,
that
yeah,
aren't
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
call
yeah.
bets like sixes, or he has like maybe he called with like ace five suited or something and made two pair.
I just think Ace X is just such a small part of his range in this spot. Like, he's just gonna have so many. Like, the way that he played this hand, he's just gonna have so many pairs.
Right, you have the best hand here. A very
And-
high amount of time. It's just very hard to get called.
And I have to be thin value betting these spots for me personally.
You do probably.
Yeah. Just based upon the fact that I'm bluffing in these spots a lot too.
Right. But it's also kind of hard to be bluffing because the jack hitting the river means you're checking back some of your hands because like you're probably not betting queen jack on the river.
Right.
Do you think earlier or later in a session, like no matter if it's the start or the end of a session, changes whether you're thin value betting these or checking? Like early on in a session, would you just maybe tap the table as opposed to now, or
Probably not.
Okay.
I mean, it's,
I probably would though, but I don't play cash, so
Joe would, but Joe doesn't know what he's doing.
yeah, basically. I would assume it means something and hope I was right, which is generally what we do in poker anyway.
oh, okay. This is the last end. So.
Oh, this is the dead last hand. Okay.
It is, yeah.
Cool. Me and Will are gonna go get some chicken parm on break.
Yeah, we're gonna go eat a little bit. No, we're not gonna get chicken parm yet.
No, I know. I just
We're gonna go look at the chicken.
I'm gonna
parm.
pretend like we're getting
You guys
chicken
bring
parm because
some
I don't do
chicken parm
anything
to me?
else.
Yeah. Oh,
You can
okay.
come with us after. We've already determined. We were talking about
And-
Mataranos.
Well, this is the last hand before break,
This is
and
taking
Dan
a while.
O'Brien is in the tank. I mean, it is a spot where
The fact that
Dan
he's in the
knows
tank.
you as a player. Like he's watched you. He
Right.
knows that you are thin value betting, but you also a lot of the time are. This is a bluff. This is a spot where you could turn, a flopped straight draw into, a double barrel bluff.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you got paid. That's a
Ooh,
great bet.
really? Wow.
Yeah. I was
And
going
when
to
it-
say, just the fact that he was tanking makes your bet really good because that means he's actually thinking of calling.
Yeah,
And then he
yeah.
did, so what do I know?
Yeah, see, and I think that
Your
face,
image
that
is
face
just-
from O'Brien, I think he
That was the image payoff.
basically convinced himself, based on your image. And
See?
It's
when
also hard to be betting
when
a
he
hand like you
called, you
have.
looked like you weren't too happy with your hand anymore.
Well, because
No,
I was. I mean, when he took
definitely.
that long, I was sure. I said I said at one point I was like, "Do you have kings?" Or something. I was like, "Do you have kings?" He's like, "You don't even know what I have," or something like that. I was like, kings? He's like, no. And then when he said that, I was pretty sure that he had worse than kings. So I'm like, okay.
So
Yeah, you
whatever.
were in a good spot. See, that's just like a real strong bet on your part. You understood what was going on.
All right, so the table is going to take a half-hour break. That means because of time and the future, Aaron Mermelstein is going to be getting right back into the action soon. So,
He's
Aaron,
a very amazing guy.
thank you so much for jumping in the booth, dude. Good luck on the other side of dinner break.
With you guys.
Always representing Philly and the Beast Coast. So good luck to Aaron, not only on the other side of break, but also this weekend in some big, big Sherpo events. Good luck, dude. And since we were going on break, we are also going to go on break because Joe and I are a little hungry. We're going to go sniff some chicken parm.
Let's go.
Just
I've
give
been waiting
give ourselves
for,
just a
3 days
taste.
to
Just
do
a
this.
taste.
Yes.
But we will be back on the other side of break. So, guys, don't go anywhere. Poker resumes in a little bit more than 1 minute and 36 seconds, I hope. Because that would be a really fast break.
The clock going up is actually just new.
All right, guys. We will see you on the other side of break. Peace.
Good. So if I wanted to use the bathroom and eat and all that stuff, I should do that now, or?
Just give me a shout, Tony.
Yeah.
We're good?
A lot of the guys who play the game like me.
All right, guys, welcome back.
Help me like play the game more. It's like if I lose
Not
that
back
many, then-
just yet, but should be getting cards in the air in just a few minutes.
I mean, guys,
My name is Will O'Connor,
it's like me and John Morgan.
and we are again joined in the booth
John Morgan likes to win.
by
Like, be less likely.
WSOP reigning, we can still say reigning,
You can say raining.
main event champion Joe McKeon.
What's up?
He is going to take us close to the end of the day, and then we're going to get another guest commentator in here, but
Beat him one time, he'll remember it for a while.
been enjoying hanging out with Joe. Haven't seen you in a while.
I know, it's been so long.
It's been months.
It's been so long.
Too long, some would
Unbearable.
say.
So unbearable.
Too long. So, speaking of unbearable, kings into pocket aces, that's how the man they call the Miami boss lost his 10K stack. As you can see, the cumulative winnings. And these figures are all exact, except Gentili's. Somehow the Poker Night in America computers are not computing her total correctly. She is actually down just under $3,000 for this session. And
No
Tom
surprise who's up top.
Tom Marchese, no surprise, but he was the player with pocket aces when Dan Swede held pocket kings. They got all in on the flop, or all in pre-flop, I should say, excuse me. And that's why he's a $15,000 winner. And Aaron Mermelstein, the reason he's up is because of a set over set encounter where somehow, some way, Jessica Dawley didn't go broke. But everything can change very quickly in No Limit. And on the other side of a brief lunch break,
We
shorter.
smelled the chicken parm. It was great.
We did.
very
We went and
excited.
we just took a little sniff, just tease ourselves.
Yes, we looked.
It's worth like 20K.
We stuck our tongue out and then they pulled it away because they thought that was creepy.
So the shorter stacks on the other side of dinner are gonna try to spin themselves up, and looks like the cards are back in the air. And yeah, Ray Schmuckles, this is the Will OC. Will Orange County. Orange County, baby.
God, he's so wonderful.
Thank you, Joe. It's
You're welcome.
you don't have to compliment me every minute, every sentence.
I just can't help myself. You're just so wonderful, man.
Actually got involved. I took a bad beat, so I do little walk.
All right, so
I came back and
the game's biggest loser so far, Miami boss
I had pocket aces, and they ran it twice.
Dan Swede. He is going to open action to 350 after there was a $100 straddle, and with just over 6,000, looks like Jessica Dawley is going to cut out a 3-bet from the small blind.
Yep.
Don't hear about those spots.
No, of course not.
But it was funny because, they have us massage girls.
It's a good fold with King Jack suited.
Our stack set.
Yeah, and especially against a player like Dawley, who is...
She's not one to mess around very often. If she's re-raising, there's a good chance she just has the goods.
Yeah, no, she'll tangle, but she's not going to be 3-betting. She's probably just flatting with, medium-sized pocket pairs, things like that.
She was also out of position. Looks a little stronger.
Just shove it in.
Yeah, so before we really get started, I just want to give
Are you upset
a
about
big
that?
shout-out to
Nah, because I like you.
David Paredes, a.k.a. Gaucho.
If it was one of the cans, I'd
Put out a tweet earlier saying he's really enjoying the streams from Seminole Hard Rock, and Dave is a high-stakes cash game player, has some really solid tournament results, including a WPT title to his name, and he would be awesome to have in the booth. So we're going to have to link up on one of these Poker Night in America streams, but just want to give Gaucho a shout-out.
Get out of here.
Yeah, he said that one hand cost
Gaucho's a good player. I don't think I've ever won a pot against him in my life.
In your entire life?
I don't think so. Selective memory, but got a big 4-way pot here. Mermelstein opening the Jack-7 suited. Got both ladies in, so he's loving it, except Marchese's in too. And one of the ladies made 3 ladies.
Ooh, yeah. Jessica Dawley. But unfortunately for her, there's not much
It's a big
action
lift for
going
everybody
on
else.
around her.
She might get one bet out of Aaron.
He plays in the he plays
A
in
very
the-
small bet too.
He played the super high roller
for sure. I think he's going to Monte Carlo for.
Yeah, he is.
For the,
Jessica will put $200 in. Nope, I'm wrong.
The Roble about it. Like we're really gonna get him.
I think either option is fine here.
I actually think against Aaron, calling is significantly better.
The what?
Just from the sense that he is more likely to barrel a second time.
Absolutely, and there's a couple cards that could scare off. Also, like when she makes that raise, it's hard for Aaron to continue with a lot of hands that don't have her beat. If Aaron has aces or kings, he's going to at least think about folding. And if he has aces or kings, he's probably going to bet the turn anyway.
They're not?
No, because he has a World Series bracelet.
Yeah, well, I guess
that was like one of the.
But it does work.
If you have a bracelet, you're not.
What about Dr. Sean? What about Elliot?
There was a flush draw out there, so.
Dr. Sean has a bracelet?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Things happen.
Yeah, of course.
That's-
Aaron just
And-
happened to
That's a
have
ridiculous
absolutely
amount.
nothing.
Well, I can play. I have a bracelet.
And against,
backdoors.
you know, if Aaron does have
Oh really?
a flush draw, that raise could really
I mean, I guess it could.
That could get Aaron to
that could get Aaron to call, and maybe even Aaron then decides to click it back again, and then Jess is able to pile even more money on. So she wanted to get chips in the pot, and like I said, either one
Well, for sure.
is fine.
It's definitely possible. I think Aaron would probably think Jessica's raise there was pretty strong, though, and I don't think he would get in a big war. It seems like he's been playing very well, and he has a very good grasp of everything that's going on today.
Well, he was in the booth for the half hour during the
course.
break, so he knows everything now.
He knows everything, and it seemed like he knew everything even before he was in the
So boss,
booth.
do I get to invite this week or like next week?
Gentilly doesn't know that she's
Bring
behind
Aaron
Aaron
to
Mermelstein.
Bring myself. PLO too, right?
She's got some
No, just hold.
good cards on the turn,
Yeah,
though,
there's
like
some-
a king. A club's not that bad.
Yeah, 8 of clubs.
Big.
Big.
She would probably win the pot with the 8 of clubs king.
All right, me and Tom will come.
But I don't
She's
want
not
to
gonna
bring
win the
extra
pot
and
on
get
that
boxed out.
She actually
Then
has
it's not
0%.
Yeah, that's
one's
why
gonna be hard.
Aaron Mermelstein has the white
You
check
had-
mark.
you had Stu in the game
As you
before,
can
though,
see
right?
on our Poker Night in America graphics, all the information you'll need, player's name, their position in the pot, the action that
No,
they're
actually,
facing,
Stu, not
and their effective
like
stacks.
a different Stu, not
It's really
Stu
good.
in
That's
there.
a lot of stuff.
It's a lot of information. Can you handle it, Joe?
I can handle it, I think. I got to give a lot of credit to the guys working, though, getting all that stuff out there in a timely manner. They're doing a great job.
Are you going out for that?
Well, I
$1
was saying yesterday that if you're watching this at home, when you watch Poker Night on TV, the finished product,
Coaching somewhere?
some people might think that this is a really easy undertaking. That oh yeah, we just roll in some cameras and we go to a casino and we put a table out there and we film. No, there is so much. This table has so much technology on it, and the guys work so hard. It's about a team of, I think it's like a dozen guys, probably just over a dozen guys. Everyone works so hard. Everyone is so passionate about the product, whether it's from the top to the bottom. And you know,
They work
they
hard.
do an awesome job, and that's
do.
why they are the best of the best. And that's why they're doing the Big Four streams next week.
That'll be very interesting and should be fun to watch.
It is 4 championship final tables, all 4 Sherpo main events,
It overlaps.
and Joe McKeon is hoping that
I'll be there somewhere.
he is at one of those. Yeah, doesn't really matter which one. I mean, it might matter which one,
It
but
doesn't matter. I'll take whatever.
Or maybe
Boss,
it's like
boss
right
is trying to find a buy-in.
I'm
He's
not
like,
picky. I like
oh, yeah,
to
I see
get
Chris is playing
whatever I can.
I wouldn't play that.
How many people are they gonna have? Did they say it yet? Like,
Oh, okay.
Wait, 41, 49?
yeah, you're not picky. You'll take a final table.
If they're gonna give me one, sure.
All right, there's a 150.
I certainly can't.
There's a
imagine
150
anyone.
nightly down the street at the VFW. You want to go play and try to make a final table?
Oh man, after we eat chicken farm, you might have sold me.
Do they have VFWs in Florida? They have VFWs everywhere.
I have no idea what VFW is.
Oh my God. It's like I don't even know how to describe it. I just know what it's called. It's like just a community center, I guess, basically.
Gotcha.
sorry, I forgot you.
Honestly, I think it's just like he's the
Aaron called Tilly's
If
race.
you're friends with him, like you have a good shot.
And speaking of community, it's Jack High, 2 hearts.
It's a good flop for Jen. She's got a lot going for her. She put out a pretty big bet.
And is Aaron Mermelstein gonna check call? No,
is
he's
going to fold.
to check fold.
That's a good flop to fold on. In
Yeah,
that
there's
spot.
not a lot of turn cards that really help his hand other than pairs and
Maybe a ton, but it's still hard to win the pot.
and against a sticky player like Jen,
She, like, final table
you don't want to be the one
Chasing.
speculating or chasing. Yeah, yeah.
You don't want to have to be bluffing in order to make your call good.
Out
And
of
that,
nowhere, I was like, wait.
that could
is
happen
like,
too much.
Like, satellite in somehow? But, like,
There's
no.
that couple too that
Yeah, she's super nice.
Yeah.
She has an interesting story.
Kathy?
Yeah.
Edgar Lauren was supposed to play today.
Well, Joe, you're
From
getting
Salesperson.
Yeah, she's not here right
Just,
now.
like, owning the whole
you're
lot.
getting some stick for not knowing what a VFW is. But then again, I don't
of
even
it.
know what VFW stands for. I just know what they are and that they're in towns.
Kathy just, like, worked her way up.
I also
Really fast.
called.
Yeah.
I also said back on the East Coast yesterday, but then I realized that Florida is on the East Coast,
Yes, it is.
and that I got on a plane and headed south, not west. I swear my brain
Back in the day. Like,
doesn't work half the time.
The Northeast is the only East. There is no Southeast.
Well, yeah, I really, it's on the East
Southeast.
Coast, but like when I say East Coast, I mean like New York to
Of
Virginia.
course. Yeah, the South Coast, or the Southeast is Maryland.
I can't believe
There's nothing
I
under
can't
Maryland. It's just a
believe
bunch of
you went with
space.
your brain on that.
And then randomly
I was
Florida.
Yeah,
sure
randomly
that
Florida
you-
appears.
So I play.
That was gonna be a hard call.
Dan did something. Dan made a move and it worked.
He made it 800. He made a 2 custom.
That was a three bet fold, or three
Dan
bet
three bet
to,
squeezed.
I know
yeah, yeah, to force a fold from Tilly.
Tilly and Berkey, who was the opener. Maybe Dan was listening to us on the break, listening, saying he's gotta go hard.
And now Brian in the other room is helping us out with VFW veteran of foreign wars.
I won't ask again.
And
was,
speaking of
I-
veterans,
we might
Jessica
be
Dawley
looking at 25
served in the Air Force
and
before
Monte
me a
Carlo,
sweat
like, a couple
one
years
time.
ago.
becoming
I had lived beyond
poker
my direct
professional.
right, so when I opened up the gun, I
Her
would
big
still
score
charge the tax. I was
really
making, like,
announced herself to the
3.5x,
poker
60%
world,
every
came
big.
on foreign soil as well, the Aussie Millions. She final tabled that event, I believe, a few years ago. And is a Seminole Hard Rock poker pro. There's the patch, also an 888 poker pro, and also wears KO watches. Does she have room for one more patch?
I was gonna say she's running out of room there. I don't see much. I think that's a black jacket. It's hard to tell.
What's real water? The company we have
Dan
research-
O'Brien, also a Seminole
No,
pro.
Reverse osmosis water. Said the
Like all of
alkaline,
And
alkaline.
the two players between them
Yeah, I know.
are going to see this 8-high flop.
It's a good flop
Matt
for Berkey.
Berkey
Best water.
out flops Gentili, who has ace-king high. They're going to both check.
I haven't really done much research into that. I was just told
Berkey's
that
the best
someone
dressed,
who I
by the way.
trusted
Obviously,
recently
Yeah.
he usually
just
is.
wasn't that big of a deal.
Some people like wearing ties.
Joe, could
Those
we
people are very
ever
weird.
see you
Optimal,
wear that at a poker table?
pH
No.
freeze.
What would it take?
It just tastes good too. It's like
A lot of money.
Yeah, water's water, but like
Yeah. I
A
mean,
lot of
drink
side
Dasani.
bets.
like Dasani Aquafina, like I'm out.
disgusting.
But I grew up
Ooh,
on
they both
Lola,
made it
so
straight.
It's really hard for me to drink.
Oh,
It's
that's
like everyone
unlucky
drinks
for
Lola, and I'm
Berkey.
like, oh, that's so gross. And that's what
It
I
is, but I
no,
think.
I'm
Oh, we
so
checked. I
well,
thought if you
so
bet
pure.
that
Yeah, if
you
you
would
look
get
at
Jen
the
to
area,
fold.
Exactly.
I played the board.
Me too.
You don't want to live like
Me too,
chemical
ugh.
plant.
Yeah, I got
Right,
it.
exactly. But like that's what's hard for me. So like I can't just drink like.
And I will say Matt
Water.
Berkey,
That's a good smile.
No,
Yeah.
like,
Man,
like
that's-
Nestle is actually the best. Like in that.
Matt Berkey, not many people can pull off a tie with that shirt, I don't think.
You're probably right. He's also got it rolled up. That's different.
Yeah, showing the forearm guns.
Reverse osmosis, or-
He has a lot. I played softball last November with him and Dan O'Brien and a few other guys. They're really good.
Yeah,
Berkey
they're
played.
very athletic.
Berkey played ball in college.
Oh, did he?
That's
Where?
what he told me.
I wonder where.
Ask him what way.
Let's Google that.
I love volleyball.
Actually, I need to look into that.
I think he said he got hurt, and that was kind of the end of his career, which is a shame.
Fiji's like a D minus.
Is it for quality of the water, or also because what they do to the lands? Because like I heard that they were crushing
Like,
actual
Dasani
could be
islands.
both, but-
Aquafina are filled at like they're not
Coca-Cola
like.
plant?
Yeah, the majority
Like
of them
where
are
else?
just tap water.
Cancer-causing agents in Dasani.
I believe it.
said.
Have you tasted it before?
If
Like
you're on a plane and they gave me a free bottle of Dasani, so we'll grab it and give it back to the ladies. They'll be
You know,
like,
we
"No,
should
we're
we
not
should
drinking poison."
get if you want to split it. There's something called a Berkey filter. It's
Oh, yeah.
supposed to be like the best.
Did your family invent that?
No.
A Berkey filter?
No, but,
But that's Berkey. He doesn't know what's up. Jen with
And
ace
then you
king
probably save a
again.
bunch of money. Just like stop
Matt
his
Berkey
deliveries, but
played
still-
baseball
just, like,
for
fill up the bottles
Gannon
ourselves.
I like your
University.
Yes.
Gannon
Yeah, I
Knights.
guess-
That, like the,
I don't know enough
I'm looking
about
up where that
in
is.
regards to how much
In
water
Florida.
you can filter. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Really?
I went through water
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah.
The more you know.
Yeah.
Poker night in
Sure, you can
America.
filter 5
So he's
gallons a
back
day, no
home.
problem.
He is home.
So it's
That was a big
actually do it.
totally fine.
You ever ordered a whole cow? Or like a large
We've been
piece of
talking
cow?
about it forever. I
Yeah,
just-
years.
I need to get a deep
cow.
freezer.
A cow, like
A cow like a.
you order it.
well,
Yeah.
they'll like
Fully.
they'll
order
just,
it
like,
from a
butcher
farmer.
it for you.
Oh,
but-
ordered a cow. Wow.
Well, Berkey eats steak every meal.
Really?
No, but I do eat.
Have you
a
seen
fair
his
amount.
muscles?
Fair amount of red
Really?
meat.
That's a
Are
lot
you a
of protein.
bodybuilder?
No,
you
God,
a
no.
That's why
bodybuilder.
bodybuilders do. They
I have a
sit.
buddy who eats steak like 3 times.
Hi,
a day.
Drew.
It's insane.
And there's like a farm in
Just
Utah
wanted to say
that-
hi to our wonderful buddy photographer and make sure you pay for his picture, Drew Amato.
Like the full cow's worth, and they split it up.
He's tuned into the stream. We're very excited to have him.
Cow?
This
Can you
is a
elaborate?
Like one that you like.
He may or may not have asked me to
Watching a video.
save the
Well, no, I'm
stream
saying
from
you're
Will's
saying he ordered
babbling.
from those-
I can
those
babble.
farms or what?
Will is a very good babbler, and I think I can babble
No, it's
even
actually
better
bad
than
to
Will
eat so
can.
much steak.
I babbled for
So it's supposed
about
to be, like, really
grow
good
the
and
cells.
good value.
6 hours by myself
If you're
yesterday.
gonna
That
eat
was,
Oh, man.
chicken breast,
but we did have
I wasn't here to save
we
you.
did have an hour
We've
of
been talking about
peak
food
coverage
for a
with
while.
the
It's
OG.
like, I think
Shetty.
it's so arrogant
Shetty.
for
Man.
people to think that
He
we're,
is
like,
so
really
great
here
outside of
being
Twitter.
able to, like,
Oh, this is a
replicate
really
what
bad
you
card
guys
for
do.
for
So
Dawley.
we're just
This is
gonna-
a bad
yeah,
card. This
there's
is
no
kind of
way
an
to get
interesting peel. I think Tom
all of the
opened and
things
Dawley
that,
called.
you know, all of the
I guess
vitamins,
she
all
knows
of
that
the,
Tilly
like, fibers,
makes some
and all these things that are
interesting
so
leads
crucial to us that we
sometimes.
just don't even understand yet.
Right,
I
so
think she's
you-
calling here because she has a flush draw too. I don't think she thinks she has the best hand very often. Normally Tilly gave up on the turn, and this time she decided to bet, so there's a good chance she has something.
Yeah, but there's
Tilly
so many
got there
things in
twice.
meat that we need.
Right, right.
It'd be hard to that are hard to just supplement.
Let's see if Jess can find a cape on this
I
one.
don't know, like, as far as like the minerals and stuff like that, if it comes through or not.
Because the ace is like a bad card, but it's not really that bad a
Oh,
card
yeah,
because
yeah.
it's hard for Jen to have one. So if Jen had her beat, she probably had her beat on the turn
Mhm.
or the flop.
And
Oh, she makes a good fold.
she does make the good fold. And I was gonna say,
Fold a pair, doesn't it?
Gentilly,
Fold.
we use the word creative on the other side of break, and she is very creative the way she plays. There's a lot of spots that players don't expect her to take the line she does, and I think that is troubling for a lot of players that she plays against because they can just really never peg her on a certain hand.
It was the same thing. We had a pet
And
cat.
this
Very hard to
time,
put her on a hand.
this time, Jessica Dawley made the right choice. Got a little bit unlucky on the turn.
Full of meat.
No.
It's sad, but
She had a good beat on the flop.
But if Jessica is calling there, she's really only calling to beat a bluff.
Yes, she
And-
doesn't beat very much.
Cow, I guess.
Yeah.
That was the
And unfortunately, a lot of the bluffs Jen could have, kind of got there.
Two pigs.
Like one of the few bluffs she could have was probably something like ace 3 or ace
That's
4
their names, pork chop and
and the ace at the river.
to their face. Hey, pork chop. Hey, bacon. Looking
Jen's in there
good.
again.
They did. They looked really good.
I'm
She didn't
happy
come here to
that it
fold,
wasn't
Joe.
away.
I'm not surprised. I don't think she usually does.
King high flop, two spades.
Chickens, that was our big thing. So everyone
Tilly
would
with the
go out.
best hand with ace high, and she is gonna lead.
Makes it hard to like.
It's
eat
an
when
easy
you're off
fold.
a farm
It's not a good
because,
flop for
Like
8-6.
none of the food tastes good, and you're like, I saw white eggs. I was like, what are these? Like I didn't realize like.
And we were talking
you know,
about
for the longest
Matt
time,
Berkey's
That's why like eggs are white
athletic
the way they-
pedigree. I'd wonder
I used to
what
eat
Dan
hamburgers when I'd
O'Brien's
go over to
Chickens
my
are making
friend's house
past,
because they built in the kitchen. We did all the cooking.
athletic
They did little
performances were.
packets of things
good
that
question.
He kind of looks like
that I'd ever seen. So,
Football.
like a
all
football
kinds
player,
of
like
flip
a
flops or hamburgers.
tight end,
And they'd come over
maybe like an
and
outside pesky outside linebacker. That's what I'm
I'd
pegging
say
him
he's
as.
on defense as well.
Here on the end.
like a not stop to the whistle guy kind of guy.
Absolutely. Yeah, he goes hard.
I actually went to EDC Las Vegas last summer with Dan O'Brien and a big group of players. That was a lot of fun. Dan always down for a good time.
Dan had a great house party as well on July 4th and invited
Oh yeah, he does that.
half the poker community.
He does that
Pretty
every
sure
year, and
a lot of the players on this table were probably there.
Just a little bit of hair
and
on
Dan is talking about poker community. He's definitely a big voice in that community.
Absolutely.
As we said, Sherpo Pro, as you can see, and Are you like a podcast listener, Joe, or not really?
I am not, but
Yeah,
I
I was
listened
talking to
to
someone
one of his episodes with
Mhm.
Kate Hall
Yeah.
on their Fighting Chance podcast, and I was very surprised at how well it was done and how much I agreed with a lot of what they said.
Yeah, and Kate and you were both potentially going to come into commentating. Kate said, "Okay, if I bust the 6-max, I'll come," but I haven't heard from her, so she won the last longer against you, and now you're
did.
stuck with me.
Note to self: don't flat aces pre-flop anymore. Just raise
It's
them.
hard to watch that and eat after.
Yeah, I know. My ex-husband was vegan. He made me watch, what was that, like, sort of the Screaming Slaughterhouse.
And yeah, Hirsch, we're reading the chat. We're sticking with you guys. Thank you for following. Thank you for chatting it up.
Yeah.
But it's just,
For sure.
I don't know, but I have to be really careful because I have lots and lots of vegan friends, and I used to help him with, he was sick towards the end.
I will say this is a
Where they just for 2 hours
quieter
got
start to the
vegan
day,
issues and,
to this
waterhouse
second
and
half
things.
than we did at the start of the
So
day.
really the most
That was filled with,
interesting things going
it was
on in the
basically
waterhouse, and they were using
Dawley, Tilly, O'Brien story time.
our animals were super happy until they were dead.
It's
Well,
still Jen
Tilly
Tilly
time,
time.
yeah.
They lived a good life right until we
Ooh,
killed them.
Tilly time. I like
So
that.
like Tilly
the
time.
whistleblowers and
Just rolls off
people
the tongue.
saying, "Look into the factory farm."
And Ray,
Also, Aaron's folded something like 6 hands in a row. I don't know, but there's
he
a good
feeling
chance
okay?
he fell asleep.
is he feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm quite confused. But at least Tilly's raising just as much as Aaron was.
Yeah.
So the 8-4, she's going for it.
And Ray Schmuckles is asking, Will and Joe, what did you eat for breakfast?
I haven't been asleep for about 35 hours, so if you consider my breakfast, I had a Subway sandwich at like 6:45 a.m. in an airport.
I had
in
a piece of
Atlanta.
pizza when I came here at 12, so
Yes, I actually just ate a club sandwich from the deli at the food court here.
I just had some
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
shrimp fried rice, which was
The amount of water.
okay.
Yeah, my sandwich was good.
It's like a huge
I got sourdough bread though, and the bread was a little big, and it was the club sandwiches here are very big, so
Yeah, they're
it
thick.
was kind of hard to bite into it.
Okay.
In the future, I got to go for like a nice little wheat bread where it's just not very thick.
It's a watch company.
Oh, really?
Yeah. this is one.
Supreme terrific. Keep up the healthy eating, guys. Proud of you.
Give Jen one.
Oh
It's
man,
made with automobile paint.
When
It's probably the healthiest thing
when I'm
I've
on the
eaten.
road, I
So everyone gets one on the show.
eat like garbage. When I'm home, I eat really well. I'm like actually a healthy person, but
Salad Works is one of my
Yeah,
favorite
it's very
places.
great.
How much are they?
is there a Salad Works here?
Like,
No, I think that's only like a Philadelphia type of thing. There's one near Parks.
It's
There's
only on the
another
East
one.
Coast.
I don't even think it's East Coast. I think it's just Pennsylvania.
that's like
And
it's
it's like
different.
Philadelphia.
Like,
It's
so tired
not
wearing
like
stuff and
the
then
Harrisburg,
everyone else has it.
Pittsburgh area.
Yeah.
I have friends out there who says there's nothing
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
sort, which is disappointing because
Well,
you
they're
know
bringing out a
it's such a
line where you
great
can
place
kinda
to
like,
just go and
Joe, I have an idea.
design your
what's
own.
that?
A Salad Works near Pittsburgh. Investors, possibly you.
Thank you.
I would have to go to Pittsburgh though, and I don't really want to do that. That place isn't fun.
Design your own shoes on Nike for a while.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, she's saying.
The watch
Oh,
company. Yeah, yeah.
I get it now.
I just, I
Now
know
Now
one.
we're there.
Phil watched it. Was it Jacob the Jeweler? Watched
All right,
it.
we're gonna be
His face
back
on
to the
it.
poker here. Enough food talk.
I don't think this
It had
hand's
his
gonna
face
be
on it, the Unabomber logo.
particularly
Black
interesting.
diamonds and
All right,
everything.
so
That bet should probably win.
I think
back
you
to the
wore
food
one
talk.
time.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, you should wear it on high school.
Man, you're gonna be so excited for Materano's. I had Will walk by Materano's on the way out, and he was salivating.
yeah.
You were going hard.
Mmm.
Yeah.
I was going hard as well.
I never bought him any clothes.
Yum.
Phil got definite ideas about.
Oh, so he
Yeah.
buys his own goggles?
Yeah.
Maybe the producers could get a nice picture of chicken parmesan on the table.
Must be a really difficult guy to buy for. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like I really couldn't pick out anything to go with those ski goggles today, Phil.
Talking about Phil Lock's ski goggles. Another local kid here named Josh Hillock looked exactly like him today playing the tournament.
He was wearing ski goggles.
He was wearing ski goggles. He was wearing his F-Tops jersey from I have no idea when.
Wow.
I don't even know if it was his.
How many of those do you think are in circulation that are like still worn
that are still. Well, did anyone ever wear it in the first place?
I don't know.
The only time I think I ever saw it, someone was wearing Ben Lamb's the year he made the final table, and it was on TV. That's like the only time I've ever seen anybody win one until today.
Oh, someone was wearing.
Someone was wearing Ben Lamb's when Ben Lamb was making his run like 4 or 5 years ago in the main event.
That's pretty funny.
I'm in a
Yeah.
big, quiet, dark room.
Another amazing player.
He puts it on and he's just like, he loves
Dan
it.
O'Brien
Has he
was
won
relatively
anything in it?
quiet
Has he won anything?
first half of the session, and
I would have went down there and yelled at him. He folded 7-6 suited though.
Yeah, exactly.
He's loosened up a little bit. He's played that. He played that King 10. He did pay off Aaron toward the end of the before we went on break.
yeah, that was a tough spot for O'Brien, but
That was Aaron just made a very good bet on the turn and the river. And I give him a lot of credit because a lot of people wouldn't get that type of value. But I think he understood the spot, and I think his bet sizing in the hand was actually really good. I think his turn bet sizing looked really weak when
a
he
little
wanted
fishy.
to call. Yes. Darren's going to call here, I believe. He actually doesn't have any backdoors, but I don't think he was checking the swap to fold.
and so O'Brien is going to continue with middle pair. And the ace of clubs
hits.
could slow action from
Both players.
both players. The Miami boss in position on this hand.
This is not a card he likes because he thinks Dan has ace king or something a lot when he check calls the flop.
And Dan, as the
Oh, Dan made it, so
the perfect river.
Dan will bet something since he made the 6. I was actually really hoping the river was going to be like a 2 because I wanted to see what happened. But that river makes it a little easier for Dan to bet for value, seeing as he's beat by pretty much nothing, exactly 8-9 probably.
And saying that O'Brien was relatively quiet, played pretty snug through the first half. An open and early position from him likely includes a lot of ace-x hands. Ace-king, ace-queen, and after that ace came on the turn, Dan Suied checked back, and
It's a difficult spot, though. It's a spot that I'm pretty
He's
sure
not
is
a-
a fold on the river because it's very hard for Dan to be bluffing here. Dan has to be turning something weird into a bluff, but he also knows that he probably had the best hand on the flop, so it's kind of hard to still fold.
well,
A lot of players do that a lot when they get when a really bad turn card or river card comes, they just call and kind of think to themselves I knew I had the best hand at one point.
Okay. Well, and you were saying that you wanted to see what would happen if there was a blank on the turn, but the 6 of clubs kind of is a blank-ish card.
Right. I was, but I mean, the best hand did change on the river. I wanted to see if Dan was gonna turn a 7 to a bluff or not.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So Swede could have potentially been thinking, okay, that 6 probably shouldn't change anything. He could be trying to take this one away, but instead, O'Brien gets some decent value.
Yes, he does.
That one flashed. Face card.
I saw the queen as well.
And it's been
Some paint card. Of diamond.
it's been a pretty tough go of things for the Miami boss.
Yes.
He's the biggest loser today,
I think it's queen
and
back.
it's not really his fault as he got kings into Tom Marchese's pocket aces.
And Tom's just so good. That's just unfair. Tom's not supposed to. It's more fun to see Tom have the worst hand and make amazing fold after amazing fold. When Tom gets the best
maybe not
hand,
fun
that's
for Tom Marchese, but
Of course.
fun for viewers at home. And there are a lot of you guys. Thank you for following along. We had some awesome numbers, some awesome interactions with the chat yesterday. Still doing
sure.
that today, so happy to be down here in Florida. Happy to be bringing you this Poker Night in America cash game live stream. 25.50 no limit
This is an
with
excellent venue.
straddles.
Aaron's in there. Aaron is usually not one to shy away from the action.
50 to 60.
There's a few straddlers on this table. Jen straddles. Aaron straddles.
Berkey and
Berkey
Marchese
and Tom
as
will
well.
straddle. I believe
She's watching the stream.
the Miami boss has also been straddling.
Well, bosses do boss things, Joe.
He should.
I'm not too worried.
Like a red.
Wow. She might just come in just for that combo.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, she's gonna show up all of a sudden.
Is she watching? Is she watching this?
She's gonna walk in right now.
Probably.
She's 58 years young. She's coming in steaming.
Is that whole chiz 58?
I have no idea. Completely
She's going in,
guessing.
she's like, what's the max buy-in?
This might be a good hand.
I honestly have no clue. 350?
Knowing Mermelstein fold 7-3 suited when he straddled.
Have you met her husband, Lauren's husband?
He's happily in there.
Nah.
Could be some fun flops here. Some like Jack 7, 3, 2 spades.
Did Bob?
I got the Jack and the 2 spades part.
All right, so Jessica Dawley is going to flop top pair.
Yep. She's
Or
going
she's
to
going to flop
continue.
2 pair, we should say, with 4s on board. And continue for 425. And now it's Matt Berkey with overs and a flush draw. We know he's not going anywhere.
That's a pretty good flop for Matt, and he's got position, which is really nice. So he could raise or he could call. He could do whatever he wants, really. I think he's going to call because I think in the spot position, like when Jess just checks the turn, you can generally bet whether you hit or miss. Question is, does Aaron decide he's the only one that can have a 4 and raise or not? He's thinking about it. He's got that back door.
I really wish this was Jack 3-3.
That would be so much better. But Aaron folds. Aaron did fold 60% of a straight flush. That's really hard to fold.
5
Nice
of
brick.
hearts.
That shouldn't scare Dawley. She's going to trap. It's actually a really good hand to trap with. Just because Matt really never has a 4, so your hand's very strong. But Matt could have a lot of pairs that he could just fold to the turn, or he could have these draws that he's going to end up betting, or like the random ace-high floats where he's going to try to get her off a pair.
And this is a situation where I think Jessica Dawley knows that
She
Matt
knows her
Berkey
hand's very strong.
is the aggressive player. Is an aggressive player, I should say, and I think Dawley knows that he may try to take this away with King High, and heck, maybe Berkey even thinks King High is the best hand sometimes, but he's not going to take the bait.
I think both those players played that hand very well. I don't think that Berkey could really bluff that river very often because it doesn't look like Jessica's going to fold much. And like that's also just kind of a bad river to bluff because if Jessica didn't believe him with something like ace high, all of a sudden like she made 2 pair.
It would have been all in.
Yo.
Yeah, Jessica played that hand fine. I think if she bet, Berkey probably would have ended up calling the turn as well. She ended up betting 800, so she probably got about the same amount, whether she decided to bet or not.
But against a player that is relatively aggressive, sometimes you'd rather have them do the betting for you instead of leading out and then facing a raise and being in a pretty gross spot.
Absolutely, but I mean, when Berkey actually gets there on the river and she's checking and then she's kind of starting to guess on the river whether Berkey has like a flush draw or not, assuming like a spade comes or even something dirty like a queen could come.
Oh my God! Walk alert, Aaron Mermelstein.
Dan folded 9-7. I might have to go down there and slap him.
I beat you to it.
Oh, did you have a drink?
We've got vodka sodas already.
What? Where? What happened?
He's a couple deep.
Really? How did I
I
miss
mean, they're
that?
doubles, but they're good in there.
Some double vodka sodas for Tom Marchese.
Well, he needs it.
Very laxed. Over a $15,000 winner so far today, and we still got
Can't see my story.
close to 2 hours of play.
He's just an amazing player. Nothing but respect for him.
Yeah.
He was going to play today.
You can play every form of poker too. Tournaments, cash.
No, it's lucky. Better company here.
Does he play? And I probably should know this. Does he play like the 10K mix game events or no? Is he primarily a no limit player?
I don't know, but I don't think so.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he's a no limit player. I haven't seen him in.
I can say I don't
and
think
other
I've ever
stuff.
seen him in the 10K stud or 10K 08. I know he probably plays some PLO as well, but
Right.
not the draw games. The
Right.
horses and
Yeah,
stuff
PLO,
like that.
PLO is the one mixed game everyone plays and claims they're a mixed game pro at.
Very well. I just, I only know him. as
Everyone
an
misses.
associate or something.
This would have actually been a pretty good flop for Jessica to put a bet out.
Yeah, I don't think either of them.
Since it's very hard for anyone to have much, but
They don't.
she decided to give up. Matt makes a good bet in position to take it with the second best hand.
I was like pretty confident that they did at one point.
Do you kettle or no?
Based on,
If not,
and who knows? Like I don't know.
if not,
But based on like information from
But yeah,
people that would know.
It is a really bad thing though, to have.
just soda with
I think it was meant as a good thing originally, and then it turned into it.
Yeah.
It was meant as an account to like out cheaters, and then it turned into like an account to bully people.
And
Thanks.
I mean, it also
you're
doesn't help that
Kept
like
going, but, you know.
the accounts like first
Easy
3
water work.
follows are like Corey, Barry, and Jake.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Ooh, are we getting some NWO Groot talk?
Oh man, I
Either
love
it's a
Barry.
conspiracy,
Barry's the greatest. I sat next to him in the Global
100 follower
Championship,
account,
and he was
like
owning the
associated
entire
with it,
table over and over.
or it's them.
I was just so happy I paid for those lessons because he's just an amazing guy and an amazing player. Jake's also from Philadelphia originally, but I know they all moved to Vegas. Uh-oh. Tom's got raisin chips.
Joe, look at this picture that I just got sent.
Wow, he is so laxed right now. Got that Corona too.
Just got sent a picture of Matt Gallant's
On a
laxed
boat.
on a boat.
He's on a boat, MFers.
And it looks like Glance is driving the boat, so
Oh boy.
God bless. I hope they make it back to shore.
Man. I would not want to be on that boat.
And is Dan O'Brien thinking of getting a little creative after the 3-bet from Marchese in the big blind? Berkey called, and
Right.
O'Brien is not going to put in the additional 1,400.
Dan has a little bit of an awkward stack to do that, because if he peels, there's going to be a lot of flops he kind of has to commit his whole stack on with his hand. That would have been
Ooh,
one
wow,
of them.
yeah, he would have been all over that with H7 of
He would've-
clubs.
He certainly would have.
I think he
not
would
had
have.
the
I think
fold.
he would have ended up winning the pot regardless of this run out.
Sure looks like it. If he plays it aggressively, anyways, he could always just call and like call the turn, but the turn could be an ace or a 10 or something. See, this is what I love to see. These two guys, the two bosses. I don't think Berkey's going anywhere when he flats pre-flop because he knows Tom's gonna miss that flop a lot.
And he's going to be barreling every time.
Tom's definitely gonna bet the flop a lot. I don't know if he's gonna bet the turn. Oh wow, he folded. I guess he wanted like a backdoor or something, a hard on the flop
Big
to
one for me to call.
get the peel.
Mhm.
Like that's a really good result for Tom because that's obviously not a very good flop, and if Matt calls, it's somewhat difficult to continue.
Well, and I will say that in terms of action hands, we want to see set under set. We want to see aces versus kings, but from a pure poker perspective, I want to see these two guys with absolutely nothing. Ace high isn't nothing, but you know what I mean.
I just want to learn how to beat Tom one time, but I don't think anyone at this table is going to beat Tom. I don't think anyone in the world is going to beat Tom. So
Yeah, not many people live to tell about that, and
I like Dan. Dan's going to play this one for sure.
yeah, this is a
good
a raise. I'm okay with the raise here.
Unlucky for him, there wasn't a straddle. Ooh, this could be good if Mermelstein makes a 4, and the board brings a bunch of low cards.
20 in Vegas is kind of
Queen 4.
Jessica's getting some tasty odds to get in there.
Queen 4-2 flop.
That would be dirty.
ran at Aria a little bit last week, but I think it
Oh, there
was
goes a 4.
Win's amazing.
Those were tasty odds. This board could get some money in.
I'm kind of a fan.
Oh, Dan is checking. Dan is definitely pot controlling a lot. I think he wants to give Mermelstein some rope here too.
And Aaron takes the rope. He's going to bet 300.
Yeah,
Aaron definitely thinks he has the best hand here a lot.
but
And I think even when Dan calls this bet, Aaron's still going to think he has the best hand. I think he's going to think that,
I know, it's so crowded all the time.
yeah, Aaron kind of bet kind of small too.
And you have to be, even if
He's
you're
definitely going to think Dan's calling with like an ace-high type hand.
I mean, like getting food.
Well, same thing as last time that ace is going to slow down the action.
Slow it
I mean,
down.
Dan hates that card as well, given his actual hand, but
and like did more for them.
I think if Aaron actually found a bet there, he would win the pot.
They're trying to work something out with. Sorry.
That was close.
I thought it was for a second.
That was close. If it was black, it'd be a real sweat. I think Dan's going to check and hope he goes to showdown. I think Aaron's just going to shrug and hope he wins somehow.
Wow, if Aaron put out like 650,
600,
though.
that would be very tough to call.
Yeah, I've heard mixed.
I think Aaron's thinking that Dan might have like a pair of 8s or something. He might be able to bluff it off. But
Yeah, I heard the same.
given their hand earlier where he was betting when he hit the ace on the turn, yeah, I'm just going to check it. And I think this hand was pretty well played. That turn kind of slows down the action. There's not much anyone could do.
Yeah,
Unless
no,
Aaron just wanted to go crazy. If Aaron went crazy, he would have for sure won the pot. But
I will say that O'Brien has been relatively tentative, but it seems that that's his strategy. And if you're
Right.
if that's gonna be your strategy, you're gonna play that way because that's how you're comfortable playing. You don't want to get yourself in uncomfortable situations against a player like Mermelstein, against a guy like
Right.
Marchese.
He doesn't want to bet there and get raised. And Mermelstein could easily have a 10. He could have like a flush draw. He could just have a bluff. As it turns out, they both had kind of a pretty good hand on that flop. So, and then after the turn, they both hated their hand.
I gotta tell you, there aren't very many benefits.
What?
No.
I don't think.
Yeah, that hand was well played. A lot of these hands have been very well played today.
No. I meant the GPI.
Oh, there's no benefits there. Yeah.
All right, Aaron's back. He woke up from his nap. This is 2 in a row. But Tom's getting in there.
I'm going to play 25K. I think that's the biggest.
It's going to be a 3-bet to 500.
I like it.
And we know that Aaron Mermelstein doesn't like to fold, but he's out of position on this hand.
And he is playing Tom, and he has been playing a little more tentatively against Tom and Berkey. I still don't think he's going to fold. Okay, this is super respect. This is absolute respect, because there's probably no one else on the table he would fold that to. There's probably no one else on the Hard Rock he would fold that to.
In the entire building?
In the entire building. Maybe in the state of Florida. Maybe in America. Maybe in America. I don't know. That one's... He was suited, right? That wasn't a graphics glitch?
Yeah, he was.
Oh,
he had the
that surprises me. I guess he's just scared to like get in odd spots where he flops some sort of medium strength hand, and Tom just puts a lot of pressure on him.
Well, and the other thing is that
there's nothing wrong with that.
Marchese is the only player that has Mermelstein covered right now.
4 days is like a long
That's true.
And that could play.
Actually, I think that's a better thing for Aaron, though.
Because there's just so much money, 2v1.
Yeah, they're just so deep. He can call and like flop big hands and win big pots pretty easily. I mean, as it turned out, Marchese had a 9-8, so there's definitely some flops where they could both have big hands.
And JetBlue. Spirit. Don't take Spirit.
Matt likes to call that small blind.
Speaking of big hands, we're gonna see
Got a couple good ones.
Marchese open the Ace King,
and everyone call.
Last minute too.
Ooh, that's not good for Jennifer. Jen's gonna lead right out.
Yeah, and she does this a lot.
This is an interesting spot because I think everyone usually calls in the spot. I want to see if Tom does the same. He does. It's kind of... He thinks he has a massive hand, of course, and he should. Because he does. Especially against Jen's lead. But there's the people behind, so it's kind of hard to go. That card can slow down the action a little bit.
Canceled flights.
No, they're both going to be scared the other person has a jack.
Yeah. One time I got in there accidentally with too big of a bag for the carry-on. I had 2 of them, and they told me it's 100 apiece. Wow.
I think when Jen checks, Tom knows that Jen doesn't have a jack, so he can bet really confidently for value. I think if Jen checks again, Tom's going to put out a pretty nice size value bet of like 1,800.
I think it was more like 400 or 500. They charged.
I think he's going to think Jen has either a weak king or a draw a lot, and his hand's just very good.
44 pounds. I think it was 20 kilograms.
Tully is going to check the river.
10.
He went a little smaller than I thought.
Like 10
it's
or
like 1,400, 1,500.
Per
a little over half the pot.
Extra. Just like no.
This is a tough spot for Jennifer too. She has a good hand. The straight draws on missed. You're facing Tom Marchese. He's capable of everything. That's a very good full bet, Jennifer.
Yeah.
That's respect.
That is respect. I think that I think her thought process was that Tom definitely had to have the jack.
Yeah.
And then I got there to the airport and I was like, oh, fuck.
That's a really good bet by Tom on both the turn and river, and that's just a really impressive fold by Jennifer.
3 times you bluff somebody, there's an ejected seat.
Another very well played hand. Well, you get some talent on these shows.
That's one thing you get in Poker Night America. Some good personalities, but more often than not, some great poker.
Very solid poker, yes.
He just says it softly.
Yeah, really softly.
And then you know he's telling the truth.
Tom, are you the guy that folded your pocket kings to me when I had pocket aces?
Ooh, we brought this up earlier.
Out of the bike.
Did you just see Dawley?
Yeah.
She just went, wow.
I remember I was watching it live, and he did it immediately, too. He didn't even think about it.
He folded pocket kings, and then he got up and he walked away. He left it.
Yep, that happened.
He was tilted.
You were tilted that you made a good fold.
No,
You
you
didn't
should
know.
be.
I was
I was
tilted.
tilted with the game. Just,
Yeah.
You should be anyway. If you're gonna fold pocket kings pre and be right, you should still quit.
well, no,
This is what happened. You
You just
bet.
don't want to be in that spot.
I flatted. No, did I flat? No, I raised.
it went like
It's another guy.
you re-raised and somebody flatted, and then I re-raised and you went all in and I folded.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
That's
You know
strong.
what? It wasn't that I got such a good
Yeah, that
read on
works.
you that I felt like you were really strong. I was really afraid you were going to outplay me post flop and I would look like an idiot. So I was like, I'm just going to end this right here. I had no idea you had such a good hand.
Well, no, I was real worried about looking like an idiot. That's why I quit. I was like, I better just quit because
Everyone live in the bite, it's like 5'10", right?
Whatnot too.
What?
It's like 5'10", no limit.
Yeah.
But
I think the game was.
Maybe a long time ago, right?
like,
No, we had.
I think they were playing 400, 800 no limit
15 or 20.
at
Yeah.
It was 50.
at the bike.
No, 50, 100, 50,
It was
100.
playing Baker.
Was it-
I
was it on
felt
a
there.
Maybe it was a
television
50,
show?
100.
A whole bunch of business
The bike has their own live stream.
Oh, it was live at the bike. Okay.
Yeah, I
okay,
was like,
okay.
what is this? It was like 3 days before the bike, like Legends of Poker. They're like, oh, it's gonna be such a good game.
Yeah.
Stealth Monk was in that
It
game.
was like a terrible game, and I was like, well, I'm gonna be like
Stealth
staying
Monk.
at
It was like
Congress
Stealth
for the
Monk,
next 4
Barry,
days before
Barry
the
Hutter,
game.
Jake
I
Schindler.
was just real tilted.
Self-
Tom,
it was him,
Jen.
self-
This was recently, like within the last 2 years.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Isaac Barron.
Yeah, it was like, I sat down
Like,
and I
a
drove
year
all the
ago
way out there.
almost.
It's a really long cut and I just felt like the tiniest, smallest little guppy in a sea full of sharks. And I was just playing so bad.
I mean, the woman who runs
This hand was
Yeah.
weird. Dan finally tried to
It
make a
was
move
not
and
a
Jen turned the
single
ace, which was really
recreational
unfortunate
Yeah.
for him because I think Dan was going to win that pot
I'm not
on
really a
You don't really
recreational
a lot of
player,
turn
so
cards,
I
but not the ace, unfortunately for him.
Super hybrid.
But if the game was not on TV, you know, I would have just got up and left. But you know, I have a fetish for being on TV. I saw the bright lights.
If there's
and
one
I was like,
thing
oh, look, this is
Jen
like
Tilly
the
likes,
super
it's
juicy table, not.
camera time.
And then I sat down.
Yeah, she's a good talker. She's always going to be the center of attention usually.
I
That's why
like
she's in the center of the
yeah,
table.
I like air time. I don't really like camera time because
Well, Jen's
I
also
kind of
just
look
having a
like a
blast.
doofus most often than not.
It
But
took you a year.
I don't think Jen ever plays poker and doesn't not have the most fun,
yeah,
which is just an amazing thing.
He was the only person.
Someone that loves the game that much.
How long
Whether
ago
she's
was
winning or losing too, she's a very
Well-
good sport about everything.
I was saying yesterday because she was stuck at one point close to 20,000 all to Jason Mercier,
Apparently it wasn't anything.
and
She wasn't
there
alone.
there are people that would be sick to their stomach puking on the table, but Tilly, it was like she was unfazed, and she clearly wants to win. She's competitive too, but she's a really good sport no matter what.
Yeah, yeah.
If it's like the day before.
Absolutely.
Well, you could have kept playing after. But
Such a great quality to have that you can just enjoy yourself, win or lose.
you can.
It's so hard for poker players too. A lot of us are just miserable. As soon as we lose, we can't stand
I
anybody.
never pretend like I'm a top poker
Oh, that's a good turn card for her. She
Really
takes the
good
best
turn
hand.
for Jen, and
That's the worst turn card in the deck for Matt. Jen puts up,
she is
and this
gonna
is
bet
just a
1,000.
this is a really dumb spot for Matt now. Because that card hits pretty much everything Jen has, but he still has such a really strong hand. Yeah, he calls.
And while
It's
we,
very hard to blame him for calling.
while we
He also
see
has a
the
straight draw.
8 of spades fall on the river, Suicide Bombshell asking who's the biggest loser so far today. That would be Daniel Swede, a.k.a. the Miami Boss.
Yep.
Got in
Oh, I thought you were straight.
Oh, this is wow.
got in pocket kings to pocket aces of the
That was like a happy.
boss so far today, Tom Marchese.
Yep.
Good to hear.
Now what happened?
Berkey definitely thought he was going to win that hand when it went check on the river
Take a
too.
5 green.
We also, I
He
thought
tables
was
his
gonna
hand
say,
very
He
confidently,
was gonna be the first to say.
and then realized that
I thought it was queen 9.
Yeah,
Jen
I
had a
thought
king.
for a second.
No, it's king nine.
I think Jen then realized she had a king too.
When she said-
The way she was looking at her cards.
Jen thought Matt had a straight. She said that out loud.
One high.
One high.
Yeah, one high stacks.
No, just the-
Matt did let her know she won.
Jennifer so much, would you have told her that?
No.
I would
Are
have
they?
figured it out.
Wow, what a life.
I was looking at my cards. I was
I
looking
just
at the flop. I
wanted
was
her to
looking at
hurry
it,
up and take the
yeah.
pot.
Let's move
Get
on.
it
He was
over with.
devastated. He
Trying
just.
to get as many hands as possible with you boys and girls.
My
Who's
friend
saying
told
that
me
right now?
the story. I think it's in his
What do you
book,
mean?
but-
Saying
Who's saying getting in as many hands as
Oh,
possible?
Berkey.
That was Matt.
Yeah.
That's
and he said they were on the bubble.
Yeah, I think
they
Berkey wants
opened
this
them
game
on
to
the
run all
bubble,
night.
they were on the
I don't blame him.
table.
I think Berkey's actually down a little bit, which is a shame because he's been playing well, but he's definitely been getting quite unlucky in a lot of these hands.
So now you just move
Like that hand right there is really unlucky that a king or a jack would roll off. He's playing a lot of hands though. He's gonna, yeah, he's just gonna fold this. King 10 offsuit's one of the worst hands you could call a 3-bet with,
Got me for 20 bucks.
especially from this guy who's been playing reasonably solid.
And this guy is Daniel Suied,
Excuse me.
the Miami boss.
The
He's
Miami
not just
boss.
this
He
guy.
is the Miami
I was
boss.
like committed, so I'm like, okay. Oh man, he shamed you into
It's
it.
the smallest bill I ever dropped.
No, Mike Sexton was selling his book at the table.
Oh, right,
But I
yeah.
thought he was just offering it to everybody at the
Oh,
table.
Oh my god.
Does the
So
Miami
he was like,
boss
"Yeah,
have
throw
a
your info
have a
down
patch
here," and that's how you
on
do it.
his
So he's like, "Hey,
the
spend
right
20
breast of
It's hard
his?
to tell what that is. I
of his
definitely saw a
jacket?
23. Maybe he's just the fan of Michael Jordan.
Did
you get it?
Yeah, he's a Michael Jordan patch pro.
Can't blame him. I mean, who wouldn't be?
Well, he's got Michael Jordan and he's wearing Kevin Durant's hat, so a little bit of conflict of interest there.
So like that person must have not realized at all.
Well, he's in there with the Queen 7.
I probably thought that everyone at the table was getting a free copy,
Yeah.
which is what I would have thought.
And Marchese comes along from the big blind as well, so 3 players to the flop.
He's getting some tasty odds, and he just happens to have the best hand, too. Uh-oh, that could be bad. That's an action flop. That's everybody.
Yeah, Jessica Dawley opened under the gun. She's going to continue. And Swede, who is stuck in this game, is just going to call. He's going to lay the trap.
This may be one of these professional Tom Marchese type of folds. I know.
I don't know if,
Not yet.
Okay.
I have a feeling he's going to be able to get away at some point.
Yeah, the turns can be very interesting in this hand.
that Japanese place. I don't know. Or what.
Oh, Jessica
Oh,
picked up a flush
wow.
draw as well.
And
Having said that, I think this is... Oh, this guy's going to lead. The Miami boss is going to lead. This is a really good lead because a lot of the time Tom has a king and Jessica's just going to check through. So Tom folded really fast. Tom knows what's up. Jessica just has too many outs to fold, though, even though this is a pretty big bet. Jess has position as well.
it's a more or less pot-sized bet from Swede.
No, that's
Yes.
not called
And Dawley with position.
Oh, this is...
Wow.
Berkey confused me.
I don't know if you could fold that.
No, you said that.
Hard to tell if she got there based on her reaction.
I think she
Oh, she did. It's an ace. Should have made it straight.
they ran the river.
They ran the river, and you could see it really faintly. It was the ace
Oh,
of
wow.
diamonds.
All right, so
With
Then
the
it-
flush draw, I don't know. If she had Jack 10 without the flush draw, I think it's a really good, solid fold. But I guess she's just worried about drawing.
yeah, I was
potentially
going to say
drawing
she
dead.
could potentially be drawing dead there.
The other thing, though, is that since she has such a, like, if she thinks that this guy has a really good hand, he's going to have a lot of queens, that when she calls and makes a big hand, she's generally going to get paid off. So I think she just has too many outs to fold.
Supposed to be really good.
But he did bet very large.
Yeah, it was a pot, more or less a pot-sized bet, so
It was a very good size bet.
the alarm bells had to be going off in Jessica Dawley's head.
My brothers were telling me the
For
best
sure.
value
I mean, she
vodka.
definitely believed that
Vodka.
the Miami boss had a big
It's
hand.
made in the same factory as Gregory's.
Does the Miami boss ever not have a big hand? He is the boss, after all,
That is
of
true.
Miami.
I don't think we've seen him with too little. I don't think we've seen him
The Kirkland's
in really a lot of
He
bluffs.
hasn't gotten out of line for the most part.
That's like 50. That's like 50 bucks.
Oh,
I need to go there.
I don't know where those are.
Let's go.
I've been giving mine a
Tom,
discount.
you're not really impressing chicks though. Like she comes over, you just have a handle of Costco. Like,
No,
you have like
Kirkland's,
trophies all over your room and stuff. Like,
You just
oh
pour it
yeah, I
into
want a
the Grey
25K high roller for like
He pours into the Gregors.
1.6.
Look at this guy.
Wow.
Oh man, if
Wow.
if the high rollers got 1.6 up top, that would be amazing.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, you have. You're like a person.
None of us would ever leave the Aria. I would move there.
You just live in the Aria?
I would probably live in the Aria.
Break out the bottle, you know.
Yeah,
great.
When are the
Yeah,
when are the
Syrah
next
Berry, baby, you know?
set of 25Ks? In
I believe they're in September.
Okay, I was gonna say October sounds kind of about right, but end of September, early October.
I actually believe it's the beginning of the month.
Beginning of September.
I think it's the same time as Borgata series.
All right. So you will not be.
I don't really wish to travel to Las Vegas just to play a couple high rollers, but if I'm out there for another reason and the high rollers are there, I will happily get in them.
Partake.
Yes.
All that nervousness.
I bought like the whiskey ice cubes and stuff. From
Jessica's gonna try to make a move on Tom's
I have
button
in my house
raise.
now.
But before
Yeah, the cubes that, like, yeah.
Tom Marchese Matt Berkey look ahead to those Aria 25Ks there. Is the big one at Sherpo. 25K high roller main event. It's going to be part of the Big Four. Those are the 4 Sherpo Championship final tables that will be live streamed next Tuesday.
It's going to be amazing. You will not want to miss it.
All at the same time. At the same damn time.
This is an excellent flop for Jessica. The spot she got in was really awful, and she got one of the best flops she could get. She erased Tom, and then Matt cold called, which kind of brought in Tom. Yeah, I think Matt's going to fold, but I think Tom's going to end up calling one. He's got the straight draw, he's got the overcard, and he has the clubs as well if they come out. And Jessica has the diamonds, so there could be a lot of interesting turn cards.
Yeah, 3 of...
Oh, that's not a good one for Jessica.
Yeah.
That's kind of the card Tom was thinking of, and that's why he's the best in the world.
So it is going to check through. Marchese.
Tom will definitely start building a pot. He has just a massive hand.
Oh, I thought Jessica was in the small blind. I apologize.
Jessica is in the small blind.
I mean, I thought Jessica was in the big blind. I thought this was blind versus blind, but Marchese does have the button in front of him.
Correct.
So he will bet.
20 minutes.
This is not a good time for the cocktail waitress to give Tom a drink in the middle of a very large pot. Jessica's made some impressive folds. She's about to make another one.
I do love when the cocktail waitress comes over and the guy's facing like a huge all-in and they just tap him on the shoulder like, here's your coffee.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're not there to follow the game, so nothing wrong with it. You know, they're doing a service for us. It's great.
It happens.
This is a very tough spot for Jessica. She makes a very good fold.
There was a better place. There's a better place before that.
I think, though, that even though Tom hit the 4, the fact that Jessica folded, I think that means, like, when Tom calls, he's going to definitely be able to steal it on a lot of turn cards.
That he doesn't hit.
Yeah, I think Jessica might end up folding her hand to, like, a few other cards. Like a 7 or an 8 would be pretty bad. Even, like, just an overcard to the 6, like a jack or something, a 10, a 9. Yeah, it turned out she made a very good fold since Tom did have the straight.
And here are some statistics from the entire session.
This is pretty good.
VP, IP, VPIP voluntarily putting money into the pot, and it's no surprise that it's Berkey and Tilly. With nearly 42% and 40% of hands.
I'm sorry for all the...
I'm a math guy, and that's almost half.
That's pretty good for 7-handed. You're in the blind 2 out of 7 hands, and when you're in the blind, you got money out there. You know, it's always less chips to call. So it makes it 150. You got 50 out there. It's only 1 chip to call. It's really hard to fold. It's pot odds. They put in 3 chips. You put in 1, and then you can win 6.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure I was folding that hand free.
Poker's so easy if when you think about it like that.
Absolutely.
No, it's not me. You would have folded me?
I believe Dan opened with Jack 10.
You right?
Yeah.
You need I can do the...
Aaron did not raise this hand. Daniel raised, and I believe he has Jack 10. Tilly defended the big.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, that could be a good flop.
I have blockers, and you've probably seen the way I played.
Generally likes to lead a lot, whether she has a big hand, a small hand, no hand.
Don't choke. You can't choke and beat me in a pot, all right?
Obviously, like...
Judging by the hand I cold called with, I would just went 4 bet light there.
Jen's in a very interesting spot now because she has a pretty strong hand, but
And I will say, over the last hour since we came back from the break, I just got an hour massage, and Shetty was not kidding. These massages in Sherpo are the best. So when you're playing in the poker room, feeling a little stressed, feeling a little on edge, relax yourself out with a nice massage. I am now ready to finish this stream strong.
Will's face is now bright orange, guys.
All the energy in the world. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
This is a very interesting hand. This hand has gotten very big with their hands.
With just one pair.
with them each having one pair. I believe Tilly bet the turn, and the Miami boss made a small raise, which Tilly called. And now a complete blank rolled out from the river, and the Miami boss is betting his hand. Which it really doesn't look like he can get called by much worse, but Jen has worse, and Jen could definitely think that he just has a draw. Jen's trying to put the pieces together.
And these guys have, Tilly and the Miami boss have yet to really
They haven't
come
tangled
together.
much.
They haven't really tangled.
Mine's looking pretty rough, I would say.
Mine was anemic.
The last time this happened, Jen led out with the ace high, and the Miami boss just folded eight high. Now they got to a river, and this pot swelled very large.
Well, yeah, it's 13%.
Ooh, Jen was about to make a really good fold, and then she changed her
How
mind.
many times I've opened outside of my normal?
Berkey was at the top of the aggression.
There she goes.
There she goes.
It's a good fold. It's tough to fold on a blank if she believes she's good on the turn, but
God bless you, Miami boss. God bless you. That's what the game of poker
Funny thing
is
is,
all
like, I've
about.
been beat on like all the
that one could definitely be on
Tom doesn't
TV.
get ejected.
Yeah,
So like where I was like.
Yeah, that was as you said, a relatively big pot for just one pair.
It wasn't even that good of a one pair either. It was top pair kind of weak kicker versus middle pair very good kicker.
But did you have ace nine?
No, I said ace nine was no good. Where you play like
I didn't have ace
150.
nine.
You didn't have ace nine? That's why I put you on.
What?
So
So
we're
which
on
was
like,
good? What
yeah,
was
exactly. I did it once in this. On here. It was
Ace 10 was good.
The rest of us are out here battling in the muck.
You had ace high?
The Miami boss is getting some of those losses back.
would have been good.
You know how depressing it is to get set over
I
set?
can't give too much information. Why there's so many pros here?
Like anywhere else,
I've
I
never
don't
won a
care, but, like,
WPT.
no, like,
No, of course. Well, I think it's.
No, I
equally
can't, 'cause I don't
ridiculous on
play
both
anymore.
sides. Like,
I only
whether
play
you
like
win or
2 a year.
lose,
It's pretty much possible.
it's pretty much going to define
Still
yourself.
possible.
of course. And the whole
It's
Guy
time,
who
like
won.
chill. That was
like
the
it just
chill.
does like puts that bad taste in your mouth.
That was a reverse toe.
The
I thought
choking?
you had like the nuts.
But
You're
like,
like,
I was
Could
on
see
the
some
other
pain
side,
on a lot of these hands.
like,
Never mind.
had,
These two hands go together. That could be a lot of action on a lot of flops, but it came
That
ace
would be a good way to
6-6.
go. You hit a rail flush,
That
you
was
have
really
a hard
Both
time.
players are quite disappointed in the
Die
flop.
clutching your-
Jessica will like that turn a little bit, pairing up. She's actually just gonna bet it.
And then everybody puts your cards in somebody else's hands, so your winner doesn't get the money.
I'm just trying to get even. I'm buried the most in this game.
I just think, in general, a game like this, it's much more likely for it to be ace versus kings or set over sets than it is people just leveling up and going forward.
Wow, I might take that back, guys. Don't get a massage, because then you'll just want to take a nap afterwards.
I was just saying, like, line
Oh, I've been wanting to take a nap for the last like 20 hours.
being like set over set.
If I can go 20 more hours, you can go 20 more hours. Well, come on, be a man.
I need to stay up for the chicken parm.
I'll wake you up if you want.
and the hand prior, James Woods like showed me a bluff in like a $300 pot, like literally.
Oh wow, Shetty wanted a picture of the massage. I was going to, but I would have felt that was slightly inappropriate. That would be
Yeah, Shetty, stop. Don't put Will in these spots.
That would be
Shetty. Come
putting
on, man.
just
stop tweeting.
the masseuse in a
I'd put the masseuse
in a tough
position.
position.
Very tough position. Yeah. I believe the masseuses here actually travel elsewhere. I've seen them.
I've seen
a lot of
her
spots.
at the World Series of Poker.
I believe I seen Drea earlier massaging someone in the tournament area as well, and she's a very well-known massage artist.
That masseuse actually last year when you won the main, subtle, massaged Brandon Adams for the better part of 2 days, like
Absolutely.
just 2 days straight.
Oh, Jared Jaffe brings one with him for the entirety. This is kind of an interesting flop. I think Berkey opened pre, Jen called the button, and the Miami boss flatted the big blind. And this is a good flop for both of them.
Straddle, I believe it was 100 straddle.
You're right. He was in the
He
straddle.
is UTG, as the information says.
Ooh, that's actually a really bad card for Matt. It's really hard for this guy to have much to fold when Matt bets again. The only thing he could potentially get to fold is like a 7 or maybe some weird 6. They said that Matt's gonna go for it anyway.
That was for a while now.
It's about a 1200.
The Miami boss is going to call.
He's not going anywhere.
And if a 9 comes, that's really bad for Matt.
The frequency of that happening and then happening on TV back to back, like.
It's like 7-handed too. So
Oh, well, the Miami boss made a straight. He might end up leading now. Nope.
Yeah, and we were when we at our
Well, he is going to check, and Matt
This is
Berkey-
actually a pretty good card for Matt to
I was-
bluff on because he really never has the best hand. But when the Miami boss checks, it's really hard for him to call with anything besides a straight. If he had a 7 or an 8, it's very hard for him to make this call. So I think Matt's going to end up firing a pretty big bet here.
She needed you to get out of it.
Okay, I understand.
Like that guy, Dan.
Straight.
And Berkey
Matt ended
did
up checking back.
smartly check back. I was going to say it would
I'm
be...
losing the trivia game right now. I don't know.
He definitely thought about it for a while.
Yeah, no, and I think against
ask
a
her.
different
She's
player,
only
Berkey potentially could have gone
I like
for
that movie you play where you guys kill somebody and like
a bluff there on the river, but
Oh, bound. Yeah. And we were
you guys like,
After-
yeah, you guys do like a
Don't
sex
give
scene
it
in there
away.
too.
check call, check call.
What when did that get released?
Sure.
Might be tough to get
That was
the Miami
great. I love that
boss
movie.
off his
Who's
hand.
the other chick that's in there?
For sure. Well, he had a straight, so there was...
That was
He definitely wasn't going to end up folding. It would have been a matter of if he raised or called
It's really yeah,
on the
yeah,
river. So Matt ended up
yeah.
saving
Always
money
on,
not
like,
bluffing
HBO or
there.
Showtime or something.
Yeah.
I don't want to know any more about it. I want to go in fresh.
Yeah, going fresh.
There's nudity.
Yeah.
A lot of people, when they make the straight on the river too, they end up leading
Tell me
out.
the-
So
the time
the
that it
check was
occurred.
kind of sneaky
18 minutes and 54 seconds.
because he's really trying to represent a hand like an 8 or
Dave
something.
actually has a tattoo on his wrist.
Yeah, it could look like the boss is trying to get to a cheap
right?
showdown.
Correct, but the problem is that Matt is going to check back his hands like his overpairs or his good 8s. Hands that could at least
Try to get
consider
some
calling a bet with. So leading there is kind of still a pretty strong play. This is a nice little flop. Top pair and a backdoor flush draw versus 2 overs and a flush draw. Pretty much a flip on the flop.
in a different thing. That's when we had funny guy.
Jen tends to bet a little bigger when she hits the flops. She's betting like half pot on the times when she doesn't really like the flop, but she's betting, and she's betting about 2/3 of the pot when she likes the flop.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see a second
10 months ago. 10 months ago.
I think the way Jen plays, she usually checks in this spot, but she's putting out a pretty smallish bet.
Imagine if you wouldn't have folded the kings, you would never make it here today. I'd see you out there slaying.
This
like
is
a
a pretty
1-3.
tough spot for the Miami boss, but I think it's that you definitely have to call with his hand. He has a really good hand, and Jen does like to bet quite a bit, whether she has it or not.
800 next to act, cold call. I make it 3,000.
It's a relatively safe card for
This
the
is a
Miami
good card
boss.
for
And
the
let's see
Miami
if
boss.
Gentilly
7.
looks like she's quickly checking.
I would have played too.
Jen didn't fire the 3rd barrel, but if she did fire the 3rd barrel, it'd be very interesting to see what
And if I'm wrong,
the Miami boss would do with just a 7. That's a really tough call, but if you can reach deep down into your soul and
I'm making fun of you and it was right.
look at your opponent and be like, this one just doesn't have it this time.
Yeah, imagine if you were wrong.
Put those chips in and they just give you all the chips. It's a good feeling.
like it played so tight. 'Cause
Yeah,
I was like
no,
expecting a completely
I know what
different
you're
game, and then like it was
I
like,
mean,
Yeah.
he
I know
definitely
those
can't come to the game.
dynamics Where it's just like nightmarish. Where
I don't
people
fold
just like,
kings. Does that count?
you
It's
know
like
they're not
getting
really,
blood from a
they're
tournament.
not willing to risk 20
We know
because
that.
there's no chance of getting it back.
So we know that. You're in tournament mode.
No, don't do it.
Right.
You're tournament
Don't
girl.
do it. Oh, he did it.
Pedal to the middle.
Oh, man.
That was in tournament mode.
I played an
That set
underdog
of
game in
that
New
set
York
of fives would have been
once.
in
It's
there.
coming,
I didn't
Shaggy.
see that set of fives.
I saw
Five
it.
and 10.
But you weren't here, right?
Or
No,
maybe
I
it
was
5-5,
I was
it
walking
5-5.
back from the
And I'm up
restroom.
like
So you maligned me.
8,000.
Jen is not here to
Okay.
fold.
So I have like 11 in front.
She is not. She
Matt's
has-
also not here to fold. And the Miami boss has been getting some good cards. He's been winning a lot of pots lately.
I
He's
ended up going with king.
Yeah, the Miami boss is
he might almost be out of the hole.
He bought in for 5,000 after losing his first 10K.
He's close to even. He's only down like 2,000, which is really good for him.
And
No, this is a good flop for Jen.
Berkey
It's
and
a good flop
Tilly.
for Berkey as well.
Another
flop
guy
pairs.
Shoves all in.
This
for
would be a
like
raise from Tilly in
11
position.
or so. Comes back to me. I call. I know the guy just
And that's how you play
I beat him in. He has aces.
8 deuce of hearts.
Wow.
Flop.
This is a tough spot
Top
for
pair.
Matt. I think Matt's going to call one for sure.
And he does. So see two players see the turn.
There are a lot of turns that neither player wants to see. Well, that's one that Jen really wants to see, and that's actually one that I think Berkey wants to see too. Berkey, I think, is going to end up calling another bet here. That card's so dry, and he did just see Jennifer give up with the draw, so there's a good chance he could call, and like Jen will again give up on the river. Except Jen has two pairs, so she probably won't.
It's a bet of 1,700.
Jen's been terrorizing Matt pretty much all day.
Yeah, and over the last orbit or so, Berkey has found himself in a few relatively difficult spots.
For sure.
And
I can't blame him for calling too. I would probably end up calling one in his spot as well.
It seems that each river he's made the right play, and
I can guarantee you that was the exact card Berkey was hoping would not roll off on the river, but as it turns out, that's going to be a really good card for him.
Yeah, he's going to save a bet here.
The 8-8 deal doesn't have anything to do with.
I think that size says it all.
Yeah, Berkey's face says 1,000 words.
He just can't figure her out. She's just gotten the best of him a lot. But I mean, Matt, ever since I've been watching the stream, Matt's just gotten in a lot of very unfortunate spots against pretty much everybody. Everybody he's played a pot against, and he just has not run particularly well, which is quite unfortunate because he's a very talented player.
But I think that's the fact that he still does have 8,000 in front of him is a credit to how good he is, because there's a lot of players who would be losing a lot more in some of these spots.
It's definitely possible, but I'm assuming he bought in for something like 20,000.
Yeah, he did buy in for 20,000, but
he's still down quite a bit. He does have a 5K chip on top of his chips as well, so I think he has. Oh, he is down to 8,000. Excuse me.
And again,
Jen's calling with the jacks. Aaron's not gonna fold. Mermelstein's folded way too many hands to fold ace-7 suited.
Where do you go now when you're up there?
just electing whether he wants to.
Aaron's going to re-raise. That doesn't look like a very big raise either. I think that's only 800.
Convenience-wise, it's great, I'm sure. But
Yeah.
Is Marchese interested? Nope.
Just is folding.
This will be the longest. But the Regatta series is going on, so it's perfect.
oh, okay, yeah.
Matt definitely doesn't seem like he's in any mood to fold.
They're like the start.
And now Jen's gonna back raise. Oh man.
WQ for Jersey side too.
This is all. This might be a big raise too.
This is going
This is
according to
5,000, I
plan
think.
for Gentilly.
6,000.
Well, I mean for everything.
It's going to be a 4-bet to 6,000.
And again, Matt's just look at Matt right now. He just can't believe what's happening. He's like, she's gonna get me again. He's just gonna lose 900 because of Aaron's re-raise.
I don't know what it's called. I know what 8-8 is called, but I'm saying like.
Aaron's going to eventually fold. This hand's pretty much over when they both make the decision to definitely fold to Jen. Jen's made a good play here. She's going to win the pot for sure.
Yeah, I go back a few times a year and I still haven't.
Pocket jacks can be scary.
Really? Oh, you know, for Regatta, hit up, not that it matters, you don't really care, but it's free money, so. Ash, because it's with Regatta. You know how many can't get, you each get like.
Aaron's really thinking about it though. He doesn't want to fold.
I mean,
I don't blame him.
There's a deal I might be obligated to do.
Wow.
Why would you fold? You could call and win instead.
You can call and flop an ace or
they give them something. I don't know what it is. It's free money.
try to take it away on future streets. And this is certainly not Aaron Mermelstein posturing. Sometimes we'll see players tank fold just to kind of save face, but Mermelstein, this really would be a great spot for a squeeze from Tilly, and Mermelstein could be contemplating if that's the case.
For sure. Yeah, at this point, he's tanking too long, but I think he's just overthinking the situation. Like Jen made it 6,000. She's really not putting in 6,000 pre-flop.
Nice hand.
Yeah, 6,000's
With nothing.
very, very
Putting
big.
down that Tilly hammer. That's what you call it.
Very big
Show the
one.
3.
The Tilly hammer, as
The
somebody
Tilly
said.
hammer.
It's been
Dan
Tilly time
O'Brien.
for a while.
Dan O'Brien calling that the Tilly hammer, and I think
That was the hammer.
But I think against Mermelstein and Berkey, Gentili knows that if she makes it 2,500, 3,000, 3,500, somewhere between that $1,000 threshold,
Those two guys could
two guys
definitely call.
could definitely peel, and especially if Mermelstein calls and Berkey is getting a really cheap price to potentially win a huge pot.
Absolutely.
6K hand.
The more you drink, the better the cards look.
It was definitely a very big raise, but it's going to get the job done for sure.
Everything looks better, right?
And when Ian Bagboy O'Hara was in here earlier, we were talking about after there's a raise, a 3-bet, and a call, there's a lot of money in the pot. So winning
Yep.
a hand, winning a sizable pot pre-flop, no one in their life has ever complained about that.
Not usually.
Yeah?
Sure, we can find some situations.
Well, Jen's kind
I
of
saw you bluff me a couple times.
not complaining, but she wasn't happy that Tom folded kings.
I saw it. I already saw it. King, queen.
What's the delay? 30 minutes?
Yeah, yeah.
I gotta get into Twitch. I think it would be great. I would be amazing on Twitch.
People
I
would
think.
like love to hate you and also hate you. So that like you have a lot
The
of
Miami
you have a lot of
boss.
followers. I'm saying.
Yeah, I already have a lot of haters, so.
Exactly.
Admitting that he has haters, but
You know, at least get rewarded.
those haters are probably his motivators as well.
Join the club, man.
People in my game. I don't know. There's other things too. Yeah.
You're not doing it wrong if you don't have haters.
That's right.
You're not doing it
Embrace
right,
them.
I should say.
I don't know that many
I've never
haters,
heard
but
a
if you
bad
don't-
word.
If
I've
you
never
don't
heard
have,
that many good words, but
You've never heard that many words in general.
no, but if you don't have haters, you're not doing something right. You know, everybody hates somebody a little bit.
There you go. The Miami
Yeah.
boss
You get
gets
plenty
it.
of People from Philly, like,
That's right.
make $1 million scores that like, it's not just hate. It's like what's
These
that
are
word?
a couple pretty good hands here.
Exactly.
A lot of
Gentile
black cards.
defending her big blind.
Please don't put out 7-3-2 red. That'll be boring. That's actually pretty boring. Tom just swapped the best hand and no one really has much of anything.
fear leads to hate.
Is that Batman?
Jessica does have 60% of a royal flush, though. She's going to take one off.
Damn, what is the line? Something
Jessica
missing
Dawley
from
is going to
Star
call.
Wars.
A lot of interesting turns.
Oh, I love
Spade would be good. A king would be good. Like
Can't
a
wait for the new
10.
one.
That's not one.
December 7th.
And this
I
hand
haven't
should
seen,
be...
Tom, in a lot of the hands Tom's gotten in, he's
Yeah, but you
in
lost five
a
times
lot of these
on-
spots, he's gotten a very clean turn card when he's had the best hand. He's gotten a very dirty card when he has generally been behind.
Different movies.
Yeah, he's been in the driver's seat
You
and
know, what are some of the other
more or less in cruise control, sitting with just over 35,000.
Yeah, I think this is an excellent check as well because
Actually,
the way
somehow
Jessica's playing, she's going to fold a lot to Tom's bet when
I would like to.
when she has like maybe a
I
pair
like the
or
book.
like Jack 10
It's
or
actually the
something.
one, like, school book that I actually
So
and,
Tom can
my
definitely
dog's
just
name
check and let her
Jackson.
kind of fire off.
Oh man,
No,
you
I
gotta see the
haven't-
movie.
I haven't
You gotta see
seen
the
it.
movie. It's amazing. I love Wolf of Wall Street. It's one of my
That's going to
favorites.
go check on the river.
And Tom earned himself an extra 725 with that very good check because that card's just so good, and Jessica's going to bluff that card a lot.
I've seen that movie. Like,
Even maybe not even bluff as much as just like kind
Let me
of
buy for 40.
just like protect some equity
I'm movie
sometimes.
buff
And
though. I see everything.
there's a good chance that when if Tom bet the turn that Jessica would fold a lot of hands that Tom's ahead of. So at least he's giving
I'm a platinum member.
her
at,
a
iPix.
chance to put in more money
I
with
need
the
to
worst
see
hand.
104
Maybe
movies
Burger Game's running.
a year
Get
to
lucky
become
after that.
platinum.
Wow, that is so many.
And of course he
I
made a
see
full
maybe
house.
4,
Yeah, that always helps.
We need,
Yeah.
honestly, probably 2 or 3.
Flop top pair.
A year?
Yeah.
Bro.
End with or start with a pair of queens, end with
I don't know. I
three
especially
queens and
Tokyo,
two
you get
threes.
tilted, there's nothing better than going to a movie after you're tilted and get off
Yeah.
tilt.
I see. I would be like more tilted leaving like a bad movie though. You know.
I walked out of
Berkey's
movies
got
all
a
the
good
time.
hand.
I walked out
Looks
of
like
plenty
Matt
of movies.
rebought a little bit.
Yeah, well,
He's
you
back
get
up to
104
17,000.
Maybe not poker.
Well, it's
Oh,
actually
Berkey
like
did add
50
on.
something. You need to buy 104 tickets.
Jen's in there
I
too.
buy
Questionable.
at least 2. I buy 2. Yeah,
Dan's
you know
gonna
iPix, the
throw in
movie
the
dinner
200 as
movie
well.
place, they have one next to my house. They have them in Pasadena. They give you a blanket.
Could be some interesting flops.
Also, I mean, I was
Something with the 8 and the 5 and the 6 and the 5.
before he had this.
Maybe the other card's a king.
He was like mediocre, like one day.
That one's boring.
Queen high flop, 2
For some
hearts.
reason, I feel like they're not gonna bleep that out.
He was just around from the start in Florida and made all the money.
This hand's gonna be over. That bet should win.
Yeah, I know. It's a lucky spot for sure.
And Matt Berkey
And then he tried to
I've been folding too much if I have that kind of accuracy.
finally takes a pot after having
start a game that was
the
like
last
10%
few hands he's been involved in go
Just to get
the opposite
You
way.
guys want to start
And
a round?
as Dan has been commenting, his fold there, his follow through was very, very strong.
I'm definitely not deep enough.
Just 100,
Very
200.
athletic.
Since he's been folding a lot, he's got that follow through down today.
Very athletic.
Here's the leaderboard.
Annies, everybody put in 50 annies.
And
Berkey's actually the big loser now.
yeah,
Which is
that's
surprising. Jen's just had him the whole time. Did that say Jen was winning? I actually missed it.
Jen's figures are off, but I believe She
Jen's
is
been doing
in
very
the
well
positive
lately.
right now. I think she is certainly turning a profit today.
She's been
albeit a
working
small
hard
one.
for it. She's been working hard for it.
Basically, take Jen's total and subtract 10,000 right at the very beginning of the stream. She bought in for an extra 10, but the stream wasn't able to treat it as a buy, and it was treated as like wins.
Soft skills and like how much people.
It's always a win with Gentili.
That's right. No better way to say it.
You don't want to chase around.
Come on, Aaron.
No, you can't. He's in the straddle, I think. Or no, I'm sorry, he's just in the big blind. Oh, Tilly raced to 300?
200.
Oh, 200? I thought it said 300 on the graphics.
He's traveling a lot. I mean, people get lucky.
I think Aaron would never fold to 200. I think she must have raced to 300.
He wasn't. He just stopped
Tisk, Aaron.
Aaron's been pretty quiet, but he hasn't gotten much. And he just made a move and it didn't work out. So.
And remember when Aaron was in here and I said that the dinner break booth curse hit Jason Mercier yesterday. He didn't do much after dinner, and we haven't seen a lot from Aaron so far.
No, but Aaron's still up. He's just chilling.
You guys go to high school together? No. You don't I met him through playing out here. Oh, really?
So if you're playing in the game tomorrow,
I met Joe at Fox
don't
today.
come into the booth on dinner break.
That's right.
Because then you're just going to sit and fold for 3 hours.
I don't think that's fun.
Yeah.
This is a good spot for Dan, by the way.
Motocross to like
King versus King 6.
It's a big responsibility to find.
And it is Gentili, and we know that she doesn't like to fold, so
nope.
This is going to be folded back to Tilly, and this will be, I believe, Joe McKeon's last hand. So Joe, let's analyze this fold from Gentili.
Ooh.
We didn't get to see her follow through.
That's true. Dan's been, that might be the first time Dan re-raised in about 4 years, so it's a good fold by Dan.
So, with that, we are going to send Joe McKeon packing.
He travels a lot, though.
Thank him for his time here.
It was a blast.
You made it
Always
easy.
a blast with you.
Made it easy with a quick exit from the 6 max today.
I did.
Good luck in the heads-up tournament tomorrow.
We're going to need it.
And we are actually going to parlay that into our first or next appearance, I should say, in the guest commentary seat. And that is going to go to Scott Baumstein. Scott just arrived in Florida today. And
I can't quote myself. This one kid quoted himself in the senior yearbook. He didn't live it down.
Hey, Will.
How's it going, man?
It's good. Good to be here.
Good to be here. And you literally just got into Florida this afternoon, right?
Yeah, I've already, made the rounds. Been here for a few hours, played some cash.
You already look a little sunburned, too.
Yeah. I was on vacation last week.
And where was that?
Really working hard lately. Out in Long Island, in New York.
Okay, that works. Staying closer to home, and then you'll travel for poker.
Yeah, I feel like you live on the beach, right, in New Jersey?
Yes, I do. And
you look pale as can be.
I remember the girls getting a lot prettier.
Pale and blonde. But yeah, the heat down here is a little bit different than the heat up by us.
Nice and moist.
Yes. So
who's kicking ass today?
Who is kicking ass? Are you going to be surprised if I tell you that Tom Marchese
looks like the cheese,
the big cheese?
It's got all the chips.
And while he's had to work pretty hard for some of them, pocket kings of the player in the 7th seat with the blue hat, that is
for sure.
It's Danny Suied.
Yeah, the Miami boss.
As they call him.
And he had pocket kings, and the cheese had pocket aces. Got all in pre-flop for just under 9,000 of the boss's chips, and aces held. And then the other hand was Aaron Mermelstein, set over set against Jessica Dawley. Somehow Dawley didn't go broke.
Aaron had the bigger set.
Aaron had the bigger set, yeah.
That's awesome.
I mean,
And
yeah, she loved it. It's such a
other than that, it's just been a little bit of the Gentili show since returning from break as well.
It looks like a tougher table than they normally have on here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Poker Night in America isn't an easy game anymore. There used to be, back in the day, maybe some softer lineups, but since over the last year or so, a lot of these pros, they want to get on, they want to compete against the best, and Have you ever been on Poker Night in America?
Yeah, I played in Maryland Live in the first season.
Okay. And who was on your lineup? Anybody?
Yeah, Greg Merson and Jason Somerville and
oh, they're okay.
Donkey Bomber and Glance and Gavin Smith. The
Okay.
same old,
Yeah.
the same old crew.
Yeah, I've definitely did.
This is ace high flop, 3 diamonds. Berkey with the king of
Yeah,
diamonds.
it's a huge flop for Berkey with a pair and a flush draw, and he's the only one who flops anything. There's no way he doesn't win this pot.
There's Gentili betting 300 with king 4 of hearts. And Gentili likes to make these little teaser bets early and often in hands, and
That's fair. That was my grandma's dish.
she's gonna check back here.
I surrender.
Wow, Jen just gave up on it. She didn't even, pretty much no value there. She didn't even think about taking a step down the river.
And
Come on.
Jen goes, oh, you just have a 3, but Berkey had
Yeah, I mean, in Jen's spot, it looks like Berkey has like an ace, maybe an 8.
If you did exactly those.
But as you said on the flop, that's a hand that Berkey is not going to be pushed off of and probably going to win no matter what the run out.
Right, and by checking river, it doesn't look like he had a hand just like a big diamond that he would have bluffed with the hands that missed. Looked like he had some value. I'm surprised a lot of the times he could bet there as a bluff with bottom pair rivers, a queen that he
But really, the combination is
get
always
her
the
off of.
same. But it sometimes.
Now, you just got down to Florida. You're obviously here for the big events this weekend. That's why everybody's here.
Yeah, just the main event. I
Yeah.
played. I mean, tournament-wise, that's basically all I do now. Is I just play main events and I'm here for cash games.
Yeah, and you have been playing, I'll say, a lesser schedule than maybe in past years,
the
correct?
past. I mean, the past I'd say about 2 years for me now. I just play just big main event tournaments, and I go and I travel for the cash games around.
Yeah.
So I'll go to all the spots and just play the main. I don't really play any side events anymore. I don't think it's just particularly worth my time. I also just feel better with my cash game at the moment than I do with my tournament game as well.
I know what you said you were playing cash before. What kind of games are running right now?
Right now, there's only a really big mix game. They're playing like a 300-600 mix, which I don't play. And we were playing 5-5 pillows, the only game running in the afternoon. Usually, they get a 10-25 at night here.
Cool.
For PLO, I don't really play much hold'em cash anymore at all.
Okay. This is a Marchese versus Berkey confrontation. It's going to be a 3-bet from the small blind from Berkey with 7-3 of spades.
Yeah, Tom's. They're pretty deep here. He's not, and Berkey's a great player. He's not. Tom's not going to put in a 4th bet with jacks here. And Berkey might be able to just take this down with a bet.
I want to go my bike stolen all the time.
This is a really bad board for jacks. Like, not only is there an ace on there, but he doesn't really have anything back. He doesn't have backdoor straight and flush, but he is going to continue. He's one of the best.
You're so excited.
It's not an easy call there with 2 jacks at all.
Yeah, as you said, 2 clubs on board now. There's a 3rd, and Marchese, although he has pocket jacks, doesn't have much backdoor equity. And if Berkey can find a 2nd bet here,
Berkey picked up some equity himself here with a pair of 3s, so he does decide to give him a card here.
No ace, just go 2.
Marchese's in position. Check.
Or we just always.
I imagine this probably if Berkey bet check the turn, I'd imagine here it goes check here on the river a lot.
Yeah,
I wouldn't, if I'm in Berkey's shoes, I wouldn't be able to think you're going to get Tom off of an ace or an 8, or obviously a flush, which is basically everything there. And he can beat the straight draws with 7-9.
I had you beat 300.
Note to self, when Berkey has 3, he never folds.
It's obviously his lucky number.
Actually, that's 25 for that.
Lucky
action from
I wanted to make sure there was a flop. I was blocking my own seat.
This is your first time in here?
this is my first time ever to
you're gonna buy a
Sherpa.
handle now, right?
Yeah, but I've been doing the
transfer
streams
wealth into
for
handle, right, Walker?
like 6 months now for Poker Night. Yeah, we've had a few really good stops, and these Florida lineups are some of the best we've seen over that period. So
yeah, from the limited episodes that I've seen, I mean, it seems like the smaller the casino, the better the lineup, because it's like the more random the stop.
What just happened?
But this is, like we said, everybody, whether they were playing tournament series on the opposite coast or coming from the WSOP, Cherokee stop. It seems like everybody is kind of funneling down to Florida for this weekend. Like you said, big cash games, main event.
Yeah, you only read good lines.
I thought it was so fun.
For the last 2 weeks, the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open has been
Jim Carrey says something like
grinding.
And then I say my next line.
Danny opens to 200 here, and I think Berkey on the button here will pretty much justify calling a reasonable size raise with any 2 cards. I imagine it's been Jen 3-bet it to 700. Call. I think Berkey in position here feels the most comfortable at this table. I know he plays big cash games, Vegas regular. He's got to be loving his seat here, and I think he'll take his position versus Jen and Danny. Any reasonable hand there. And that's a pretty good flop for Jen when she 3-bets and she checks it. She really should have bet that. It's a pretty a board that other people would be hitting, like Danny hit it, even top pair and open-ended. Thinks he has the best hand. Why wouldn't he? Jen finally does at the turn.
1400 call from the Miami boss,
right.
And
after squeezing pre-flop with ace jack and just flopping the stone nuts, it's a really on that board. It's a really good board to continue on.
It's like 1800. No, that's a 2 orange chips of 2500.
2500. She bets half the pot into like 5K. I think Danny can go either way on this. It's a really strong line by her to like squeeze pre-flop, check, and then go bet. He can really only beat bluffs 100% there. I mean, I think the weakest value hand she shows up is ace king, and I'm not even sure she plays ace king this way.
Yeah, I don't think she does either. And he is going to call.
That's probably going to win.
And unfortunately for the Miami boss, that's really the first pot that he's lost that's actually meant something since that aces versus kings hand. If he didn't have that hand play out like it did, he would be a decent winner in this game, but just took
I'm in the game.
Nice chunk of his stack to Gentili.
I think Jen and I played a $900 pot, maybe.
And that's the fun part about having Gentili, where she can put in that 3-bet squeeze pre-flop and then just flop the stones and check and take a really weird line that has, an experienced Dan Suied wondering, where am I in this hand? And I think against another player, he might not make that river call, but against Gentili, you just never know.
Dawley looking down at the Rockets here. 5K. Just open underneath her. That's looks like she's going to 3-bet, and Danny's probably going to peel her. She makes it 7, maybe?
That's exactly what the boss is going to do, so we are going to go heads up to the flop with Dawley in position and with pocket aces.
See ya, Jess.
This is just unlucky.
As she might, there's a pretty good chance she loses everything here. This is going to be hard for her to get away. She also has the ace of diamonds. Danny's going to have like exactly a 7 there, or else she just always has the best hand. But
looks like 650 from Dawley.
I don't see her getting away from this.
550, excuse me, and
if I were Danny, I would raise it here. Just given what I would expect Jess to wake up with a premium hand when she makes a big 3-bet pre-flop.
Yeah, she's not the one squeezing.
Right. I'd make it look like a draw, and I'd basically just shove her, and I don't think she's going to fold really any overpairs here that she was valuing pre-flop. If she had even 10s or jacks, I think she's probably going to go with it at this point.
And I think basically any player in this situation would take that line in Dawley's seat at this stage with this stack size.
This is very difficult to get away from, especially once she chooses to bet flop. She could take different lines. You could choose to.
Just like not
who's in position here?
Jessica Dawley is in position in the hijack.
Once she chooses to bet when checked behind, I feel like she really has to go with it here. She could have checked back and then called, but once she bets, she can't bet to fold. She has a value hand, and she can beat a bunch of draws. There's diamonds out there. There's straight draws.
Yeah, and it is going to go all in from Dawley and a snap call from the Miami boss, and I think this might be the last we see of Jessica Dawley unless she's able to spike an ace. She doesn't look like. Ooh, that's a great card for her.
No, is the diamond's no good.
Oh, Jesus! I'm
still drawing an ace.
I got excited. I just wanted to. I wanted some reason to keep Jessica Dawley here, I guess, and that's very well played from Miami boss, and a really unfortunate spot for Dawley because She's been hovering near that 5,000 mark since play started and just wasn't able to get it going, and sees her aces go up in flames.
I walked in and I saw that seat vacant, and I almost just jumped in it.
Oh,
I just didn't
okay,
think it was-
okay.
it
So
just
you,
didn't look
you
like
were
a
living
great-
in the you were living in the past. And then you just,
Yeah,
you
I mean,
caught up.
we're in a 30-minute delay, but it just didn't look like a good seat in between Berkey and in between the two best players on the table there.
Well, you know, Matt Glantz usually is in charge of kind of putting these lineups together, and one time he texted a player, you know, okay, we got an open seat, and they responded back, well, like, I know who's in the game already. Where's the seat open? And he said, this is the one, and they said, no thanks.
Right, sure. And it happens all the time. I mean, it's seat selection. That's just a cash game. A lot of the time in a game like this, I guess people want to be on it, but yeah, that's not a good. It's definitely the worst seat at the table.
Oh yeah, without it. And she, you know, Dawley, to her credit, been handcuffed, and we were saying that anyone in that seat for Jessica taking that line betting flop likely is going to go broke there. If it was a hand with Berkey and Marchese's stack sizes, we could have saw it. It would obviously play out much differently with them, you know, 20,000 plus.
Right,
deep.
and even if she had like 10k deep, she could check back a lot and then just call. She also has the ace of diamonds. She picks up. I mean, she wouldn't go broke because once you bet on a 10k stack, there, really puts you. Once you get check raised, really puts you in an awkward position.
So this is the run continues, I guess, for Suied, as he's going to turn pair of tens, Gentili.
I'm still getting used to these graphics. It's hard to follow up with.
10. Does this mean a new player joined?
That went check on the river. So I wonder if we are going to get
I enjoy your banter.
a new player in that seat.
Get all nervous and scared.
I don't want you to stop talking.
Whose banter are you objecting to? Aaron?
I don't think it's me.
How's Jen doing?
All right, let's narrow it down.
He's off.
Jen is entertaining,
Aaron hasn't shut up once.
and she is a small winner today, I believe. But she was one of the biggest losers yesterday. But then again, everyone was a loser except Jason Mercier.
What was that 15-minute Twitch answering session like?
Let's see if you can. How much did you think Jason Mercier won in the game?
If
everyone else
I heard he
lost.
won. He must have won 50.
75.
Really? Wow. And what? And people buying it for 5 or 10,000.
Jennifer Tilly bought in for 20,000 twice. Mercier took both of those buy-ins, more or less in full. And then he won a pretty big pot at the end of the night, and shockingly, that's not the biggest win ever on Poker Night in America.
We have an interesting hand here. Jen opens to 300 with Ace King suited and gets 3-bet by Mermelstein to 800 with the King 3 suited. And then Berkey
under the gun in the straddle.
He's in the not that, so it's 25, 50, 100. That's why it's the big open to 300. Berkey's in a little bit of a weird spot. I mean, with jacks to call a raise and raise, but I still don't expect him to fold here. You know, especially with for a lot of reasons, I don't expect him to fold there.
Mermelstein and Tilly have been kind of bashing heads over the last few hours, and I think Berkey knows that, and I think he knows that Aaron might be trying to take advantage of Tilly, but he's not going to let him off easy. No, he is just going to call. And now this is, we've seen Gentili in these kind of spots. The last time this exact hand happened, she made it just 6,000 with
and she could
pocket
here.
jacks.
She
very
could
well
definitely
could.
squeeze here. I think the reason Berkey called is because she didn't want to push Jen out of the pot. But Jen with Ace King suited absolutely could put in a big squeeze here. It's the perfect hand, perfect spot to do it with.
Yeah, thanks.
And if she does, Mermelstein obviously will be going away.
Obviously folds.
But then is Berkey willing to flip in this situation?
Well, it depends how much she makes it. It looks like she's going to raise. She's got that, she's counting down her stack. She's thinking about it. She's got that I'm going to raise look in her eyes. She's not calling here.
And we've said a few times, it is fun when everyone's happy, everyone's talking, everyone's laughing, but then these big pots come together and...
She's going to put in 6,000? What? Wow. Just
She
had like 6,000 in her hand, like about to put it in. They all thought it was coming.
I think Gentili thought it was coming until the last
I
second.
really think she just audibled at the last second there. That's a pretty good flop for Berkey.
Wow. And Gentili is happy that she didn't put in that Big raise. That
Might
was
have
such a
worked. Might have
pump
worked.
fake. Oh my goodness.
And Berkey's just going to lead into the field here with top set, and might just take it down. That could be. This is interesting. She decides not to squeeze.
No, now she
just
raises.
calls.
Now she
misses
raises
completely
to
and then
3,000.
raises. If I'm Berkey here,
I'm doing backflips.
well, I'm going to put her on probably like a pair of queens. That's kind of the way this hand plays
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
she raises pre. She thinks about squeezing. She doesn't. She just calls. Aces or kings. You'd imagine she is going to definitely raise. She thinks about it for a little while, but just calls. Then on the jack high flop, she like almost raises to see where she's at, kind of thing.
And I think regardless of what this turn card is, I think Berkey has to check and give.
If his read is a pair of queens, he's not going to like that. So I think that it would be a check there. I mean, that would be my read from his.
If
from his
Gentili
position
can pull this off.
The other hand she had would be hearts, which also got there. So, yeah, I mean, well,
This is.
it'll require 3 barrels regardless of what happens.
That looks like a 5K bet.
He just leads 5,000. This is pretty interesting to me. I wonder what Berkey puts her on here to think that he's going to get called by weaker hands.
Because if she just says all in, then he has to just puke fold, right?
How deep? How much more does he have?
He
only has 10,000 back. He's not folding. Right?
Thought he
doesn't have any more big chips. It looks like he's got about 10, 12,000 back, maybe. I can't imagine he's folding at this point. There's over 20,000 in the pot. He's getting too good of a price.
Okay, I
for
thought
the
he
set.
had an additional 5K chip on top. It looks like.
If he only has 12,000 back, he's not folding.
Yeah.
There's too much in the pot.
And usually when Gentili starts to talk, that means that she's going to fold.
I mean, he's also making her fold a lot of hands that turned equity with, you know, a heart. in her
Ace
hand.
king with the ace of hearts or something.
Or
Yeah.
just
yeah.
really anything with a
The
heart.
only reason, okay, this
Just go
is
on
the
Twitch.
happen.
It's on Twitch.
This is what happened because I grabbed my chips before I realized you still had cards.
I saw it happen.
You were sitting there all quiet like a snake, like, I'm going to be really quiet. She won't even see me.
Wow.
I'm going to see what she's going to do. And then you're like, whoa, I have a hand
It could have
here.
been any more the opposite of
Yeah.
what happened.
Oh, my God.
That's a bold accusation just because you didn't see what he was doing.
No, that's a signature move.
Not only did I
I'm just
straddle,
kidding. I'm going to be like really quiet, like a snake. What's that animal that freezes and you can't even see it? Okay.
I don't think there's an
Chameleon,
animal
the
that does
chameleon.
that.
Not only did I straddle, but I was complaining about the banter.
You were complaining about the banter, but you haven't looked at your cards yet.
Yeah,
But you
I
can
did.
straddle? You
What
went
a snake.
straddle.
Yeah. You just got to tell aces in the straddle? Yeah.
You got aces?
No.
You did not get aces. Because if you got aces, you would have been nervous about the jack. You set of jacks. You would have been really nervous about the queen.
Jen just called it.
I'm impervious to nerves.
She just called his set of jacks there.
Okay, I'll tell you
I will
right
say,
now.
for everything that Gentili does, somehow, some way, her radar most of the time is spot on.
In the black. So
It's
that's the only
Yeah, a
reason I
portion of the
probably-
time she's 100% correct.
30% of the time she's 100% right. But the other thing is that Jen will say 10 different hands that Berkey could have, so she's gonna hit one of them at least.
I was going to pop it up to 3. Now you're
This
in
is a
it. Now
3
I
bet
pop it up to
from
6. But then
the
I
king.
dusted off 4 anyway.
and Berkey's gonna defend in the big blind.
You lost the minimum with the old ace king. Best we could do.
I did not have ace king.
I apologize.
What an ass.
This guy.
Guys always assume girls
8 high
have
flop,
ace
2
king.
hearts. This is
that
both
the
players.
thing?
What? Yeah, they do. They always
Swede
put it on
has
ace king. So if a girl
positional
raises
advantage,
it
and he
you
took the
start
lead
ace
with a
flop,
3-bet
so it's
pre-flop.
like,
But Berkey's gonna lead.
You're giving away
Out
a
of the
lot
blinds.
secrets.
What? Just things that I know about guys.
He's just going to take it down.
Useful things.
I
to
just
know.
assumed you had ace king because of the 2 cards I held.
What did you have?
Not ace king.
It's like a 4 and a 7 probably.
They put her on ace king correctly as well. She's denying it.
Oh my God. Really, the most annoying person at the table right now.
I would have
is
really loved to
complaining
see
about
what
the banter.
Matt Berkey did if Gentili did put that stack of orange in the middle.
I think he snaps it off.
I'm saying pre-flop.
Oh,
Because she had
that's
the chips and she
interesting.
was moving
Yeah.
towards, and then she just threw one
And
out.
it's tough for me. He can't really. He's got to go with the stack there, given his. I mean, it would be like
You know the
a
guy's got lost
third, more than a third of the stack
Well,
pre,
okay,
which
I'm
you
not
can't really
gonna
call.
be
You'd
like
have to
that. I'm
decide
gonna leave like
to
that.
go with jacks there. I think
But
he
as
might
soon as
might
I
fold
get
it.
like $100 above.
If I were Jessica, I'd be so pissed.
No. no. I'm not.
You know I lost it all, right, Jennifer? You know I lost it all.
No, you
Who's
know how much I
Jessica?
lost? I lost less
Aaron
yesterday.
opens to
I lost
150.
half a Tesla.
He's gonna call it a minimum.
Yeah, Jay tweeted that he wanted Tesla, and
He
I was
wants-
like,
yeah.
You have a lot of
model?
experience
He's like,
with
I'm not a car
Marchese,
bro.
right?
A car guy, bro. I'm not
A little
sure.
bit.
He goes, "How much do you
He's
win?"
really, really difficult to play against. He's one of those
That's right,
guys that
Tesla.
can play super
Maybe
tight
not.
and you know, like
Yeah,
just
yeah.
plays good. You know, like
Changes gears really well.
Yeah, definitely.
You guys should be worried. I'm working on like a Ford Fiesta right now.
I'm used to just being wrong against them. Actually,
This is all on Twitter.
I think a lot of people have that problem.
You hate Twitter? You're just talking about being a social media king.
I don't like Twitter. It's
Yeah,
awful.
using words is tough.
It's not that. It's just too many trolls and stupid. I don't want to see like somebody playing in a tournament in like Minnesota. The chip cup dates. I just don't. I have more important things to do. You know.
You know, you can choose who you follow. That's the great thing about Twitter.
Well, yeah, I know. But still, I have
You
some
can
friends
follow
that play.
And you can mute people. If you follow someone and they turn out to have annoying banter, you can mute them.
Is that what you do to me?
What?
You see, you don't
Is
have
that
to
why
see my
you haven't
tweets?
replied to one of it?
No, you have amazing tweets.
As
Every now and
Aaron
then.
is an open-ended straight flush draw here.
yeah, he's not going anywhere. Marchese with
Me and Berkey and the great
an
Tom
open-ended
Marchese,
straight.
Phyllis
Gentili
You're
with a turned pair.
The great Tom. Wow.
He's going to lead for 400 now. I think Aaron is.
This is a very
Nobody said that
vibrant-
all day today.
Looks like he's going to call.
Marchese's folding.
He's about to
Berkey's
mark it on his
folding.
calendar. Somebody didn't say it, right?
Pretty sick that Mermelstein just got talked out of a raise like that.
Yeah, you guys talk to me. Okay?
Dan O'Brien, the table banner is something.
Yeah.
Mermelstein was thinking about raising, was talked out of it, and O'Brien just called him out on it. And then Marchese goes for the raise
Yeah.
after all of it.
Aaron calls. Scott says Marchese's folding, Berkey's folding, and then Marchese puts 2K out.
And Jen doesn't just
yeah, whatever.
On a paired board, she's got top pair with no kicker, goes call, raise behind her. I don't care, and she's right. She's got the best hand.
And Aaron, like, this is a really interesting spot for him. Like,
I imagine he's folding. Well, okay, and I've been wrong before. Like, I mean, in
Shut
my
it down.
mind, once
Shut
it
it
goes
down.
raises call, like he could be easily drawing to 2 outs here. But
right, so
Jen's jack is the best
somehow
hand.
She's gonna check, and unless Marchese wants
Must
to,
have been a bad play.
there. we
Jen's
go.
just gonna take it down if it checks
Wow.
around. They're all scared to bluff her on the
they're
river
gonna
too.
they're gonna freak out when they see Jack 3.
It's good.
I'll do it.
Jen, please.
Like, it just feels like Jen's like the last person at the table they want to try to bluff on the river.
Yeah,
They want to
I
have
mean-
it.
Because
Because she might have called there. I mean, who knows? It's hard to. It's probably impossible to get inside of her head what she would have done there.
I can say I don't even think Gentili
Knows what she would've
knows
done.
if she would have called river because
Right.
she didn't have to start thinking about it.
Right. I think sometimes she does and sometimes she doesn't. Like depending on like
No, and
who bets and what the
that's
amount
just
is and just.
the thing. And
I'd take it
you know when you play in, and you're the perfect
maybe a
example.
piece
When you
of-
play in these big main events, there's basically kind of a, I don't want to say a certain way that people play, but when you throw just a wrench in that level of play, it really makes guys like Berkey, guys like Marchese, puts them in a little bit of a different spot because they're not used to playing against random option Z on the turn, which exactly that was.
But I mean that's the case at I mean
At every level,
This
I
this also
guess.
pretty well represents a normal, relatively big cash game as well. It's usually there's usually one wrench in the table and then
Wrench, not wench. Wrench. And this is going to be another situation where Marchese
but-
might be on the losing end of things after.
But Jen's been right. Like since I sat down, she hasn't been. She pretty much hasn't been wrong.
Very true.
Like she definitely has game, and then people are. I mean, look how powerful it is to have these guys like scared to try to take away from her
Yeah.
on the river.
No, and people always say, oh, Gentili isn't a quote-unquote poker pro, this and that, but from over the last decade, she's been playing in high-stakes cash games, whether they're on TV or
Sure,
streamed
she
or
plays
not.
more poker than a
than
lot of pros. I know,
yeah. She plays more poker than you do, for sure. Maybe?
No, I mean maybe more tournament. I play a lot of cash.
Oh, you play a lot of cash games still?
Yeah.
Okay. And like, where did you go out to Choctaw for the WPT
No.
event? No.
That's
too far away.
Yeah, that's
too out in
out
the
of my
middle
zone.
of.
That's out of my zone.
What have you done since WSOP?
I've been. This is it. I play at home in New York and in Borgata.
Oh man.
I went down to Borgata during the Summer Open
For their main.
I go to Borgata a lot every other week.
Okay.
My 7-3 of spades, I blacked out. I was like mid-story, found myself free betting, and I'm just like, what the hell is happening?
He just went on autopilot. That's just a standard 3-bet for Berkey.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm clearly going to play it, and I can't be calling from the small with it. That's just nonsense.
I was like 150 to 400. I don't know what's going on here.
It sounds like a big hand. I'm calling. I'm going to try and break
This
it.
is my least intensive tournament summer ever. I mean, I only played this very small handful of tournaments at the World Series, but I probably played more poker than I ever did in any summer.
But you were out there for.
I was there for the whole time,
just
playing
cash games.
more hours than I've ever played. Yeah.
I think a lot of people are trending to do more cash games during the summer. I know a lot of guys that I talk to. They play obviously.
Well, the tournaments are getting tougher for one.
Yeah, well, that's the. I was just getting to that point.
And I also think the games are getting better at the same time. Especially, I've pretty much moved over to exclusively PLO, and I think the PLO games are just way better.
PLO is one of those games that everybody thinks they're really good at.
Nobody knows how to play. It's one of the games like Hold'em people like figured out over the last 10 years to a degree, to a point.
Yeah.
But I play PLO with people who've been playing for 10 years, and they have it's really hard to get a grasp. And there's people like, and I think most people who aren't really trying to get good at it will never be. It's much more difficult to be competent
if
at that game than
play
it is
enough no limit,
and you don't have to worry about
even if you're not trying to get better, eventually
you'll accidentally
you will.
get better.
Yeah.
In PLO, it's like the opposite. You'll like reinforce bad decisions, and you'll get worse over the years. Because at least when you start PLO, people understand the concept. You're just generally supposed to play tight.
Mm-hmm.
But as you play more and more, you're just like, nah.
Yeah, you're like,
I'll gamble. I've got 4 cards.
Pot.
Yeah.
I can make a flush with this hand. Okay.
You loosen up as time goes on, and you're more comfortable with the game, which is probably a mistake.
It's like a lake or a man-made lake.
I was just hopeful in case it pours the whole time.
And just PLO is just gradually taking over larger market share. Like it used to be 10% of the game, every summer of the World Series. Then it's 20%, and now it's at least probably a third of the games at the Rio. When it's literally every single year that it just creeps up on you.
And that's because, like I said, people want to play it. Again,
probably
a lot of people
cards at some point
want to play it, but they just want to play it. And the thing about PLO is it gets big and it gets big fast. So you can't really play small stakes PLO to learn. So the learning curve is then thus more expensive, which is good for Scott Baumstein.
Come get the damn card.
Yeah, it's
well, maybe then I will go return.
It's a lot more fun. It's more fun for everybody. You just kind of get to get
It's
your money
always
more
it's
often.
always like a social game. Anytime I walk by a table and they're chatting, they're talking, and having fun, and there's huge stacks on the table, I'm like, okay, obviously like 5, 10 PLO, 10, 25 PLO, something like that, whether it be Borgata or somewhere.
But it's a rental car company.
But
Yeah, but like, I feel like Alamo.
there's been some calls for some Poker Night in America PLO. Unfortunately,
Let's do it.
from a streaming perspective,
You don't have the technology.
it's
to
a
get
little
4 cards at once.
it's a little difficult, and it happens faster.
Good at the counter. And granted,
Aaron is top pair here, and
I was just like tired of not paying much attention. But the girl's like,
second pair of 9s, and Marchese's thinking it over
Oh, no,
with
it's better for
just
them to
ace high.
Because you're going to use the full tank anyway, and they give you like very reasonable price.
well, they're actually giving it to me for the same price. It's like $2 and some cents.
Yeah.
But it's only gonna cost me a few dollars when it's all said and done. But you'll just like never bring it back on zero, and they charge you for the full tank.
Yeah, but
And
then you
I was
don't
saying
have
this
to really
yesterday when
fill it up like
Yeah.
that.
Mercer was up
That's
like
really nice, especially 'cause we're never
65,000 at one point.
Yeah. That's how she
And
talked to me, too. She
there
goes,
was
"You have
a
Italian
relatively
flight when
a
you
similar
leave."
pot like this that was, I don't know, $1,500,
Did
and he was
everybody else lose?
everybody else lost, and he was agonizing over, I think it was a $600 river bet, and most players or people in general, if they're up that much, would just be, okay, yeah, I call or I fold, whatever. But a guy like Marchese, a guy like Mercier, they want to be correct, whether it's the super small pot
They take every
or
hand
the really
seriously.
big pot. They take every hand so seriously, and You know,
that must have been especially tilting to everybody, though.
Oh yeah. I think
guys up 90,000.
Gentilly was actually next to him, and she kind of gave him the look, like, really, bro? Come on, let's quicken this up. I'm stuck 30 Gs. But yeah, actually, not everybody lost. Stuart Newman won 1,500. He booked 1,500 win. Everyone else was a loser.
Jason went easy on him.
Whew. He's fun to watch. I will say that. And
Marchese set of 4s, no problem.
Yeah,
Danny Suied at top pair.
It's gonna check to the boss, and he bet 500 into a pot of 600. That's interesting. Marchese is just going to call.
He's just going to call because he's got 2 people behind him. If he had been last to act with nobody behind him, he's much more likely to raise here. He wants the other people to call or raise behind him.
Seven of Hearts put some potential.
Often, did he check? Often in this spot, once these guys fold behind him, he could then lead turn. Goes.
Oh, it's a really, really bad card for.
There's going to be 1 bet and 1 call in the river, no matter who bets it. If Marchese bets, Danny's going to call. If Marchese checks and Danny bets, he's certainly going to at least call. So
and would you like a lead or a check from Marchese here?
I imagine he's going to lead. You know, the only draw was a straight draw that got there, or turned a pair of 7s, so he's not really bluffing a lot. But
it's about 800 into about
half
pot.
He wants to at least make sure that Danny's going to raise. It's a great bet. It's he makes it small enough that he leaves room for a raise.
2,300.
I have a heart. I'll call you.
Yeah, I think Tom's going to call.
Marchese just has to.
2 pair.
Tom didn't like it.
He didn't like that.
Tom thought he got backed into a flush, and I mean, to be fair, you know, he wasn't. Danny wasn't bluffing. His radar wasn't. You know, like, doesn't look like he's bluffing in that spot. The problem with the set of 4s is that he's beating some value hands. Not many value hands at all. That's like one of the few hands for value that he's beating is Queen 10.
I actually don't hate that raise from.
2 black, 4.
Oh, but I think the raise is fine. Yeah. I would have raised in this spot too, especially when Tom only bet half pot. Had Tom bet, you know,
1,200, or
if he bet 3/4 or full pot, it's a lot easier to just call. But it looks like a value bet that, I mean,
Dawley no fold set.
There aren't a lot of hands given that run out that Tom has there. That, you know, like King 10 or Ace 10. I mean, that's about it. But nonetheless, his hand is so strong there. He's only really, in his mind, he's only really losing to like some backdoor cards.
Yeah, I understand.
We're gonna pan down. You get to see the Paradise Live room here at Seminole Hard Rock that our 3 days of cash game streaming are taking place in.
I didn't see it. So.
And
one of the
this is the first time I've ever been to Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood, and I just have to say, from top to bottom, it's pretty damn good.
No way.
Yeah, this is the spot.
Hotel, restaurants, everything. It's
one of the. I have like I basically traveled to like 3 places, and this is it. I go to Borgata here.
In terms of traveling, this is so easy. You fly to Fort Lauderdale, you take a 15-minute Uber ride, and you're here. You know. We were just talking about what Choctaw. Choctaw, you have to fly into Dallas. You take,
90
rent a car, 90 minutes, blah blah blah, and you know the next thing you know, you're spending a tournament buying, getting somewhere. But yeah, this is very simple, and this hand could get a little complicated. I thought Berkey was gonna do something there, but it is gonna be Swede and Marchese battling again. This time with Marchese in position.
Oh, still a 3.
A relatively good flop for Swede, though, as he picks up a flush draw on the 8-high 2-diamond board. Marchese is going to continue, though, for 800. Quick call. These two played a Kings versus Aces pot earlier, and then Swede rebought for 5,000, so he's about 5,000 from even.
So the other time I thought I saw the 3s at the door, and Jessica thought that the third
I
and fourth.
think
or fourth
Marchese
time
usually gonna bet his when the ace peels off on the turn here. Perfect scare card in case Danny has like an 8 or some sort of pocket pair. The only thing that gets there is 4-5.
Someone texted Jess that she owes $50. I played in a cash game.
He puts in a big bet, and this puts Danny in a real tough spot. He's facing a big bet on the turn, and just when you're just drawing to a flush draw with 1 to go, he could just dump it.
Pay more
Monsieur?
to cover the bet.
Oh.
Like he didn't have enough.
I would have. Could have been a spot where Danny could lead the turn here when he.
And if he did call, the queen of clubs would have fallen on the river, so the flush wouldn't have come in. But
and Tom would have bet for sure.
Tom would have bet, and he would have been in a pretty sick spot. But alas, he folds the turn. Marchese seems to be getting the better of
quarters all over
Dan Suied so far today.
It's like
He's getting the better of the entire table as well.
Assume that you could go find some quarters.
You go to the bank, you get rolls of quarters at the bank. There's a thing called the bank we have in Canada. You just go.
we didn't have it like that. We didn't have rides. We didn't have anything going on.
That was the big time. If you had rolls of quarters in your pocket back then.
So you didn't understand the table stakes, and you would.
So like, if I wanted to bluff, or a lot of times apparently I understood balance back then, and I had the nuts, I would take the whole jar of pennies and just put it in the middle. Like it was thought that if you call, you have to
Berkey
pay
raises
off
to
the jar of
250 with King 10 of clubs. Is there a straddle on?
That's a good one.
No, but he's been putting in some big raises today.
He likes
5x.
He likes weird sizing. So has he been limping a lot too?
Not so much. Joe was talking about that in his tournament
in tournaments, he limps all the time. That's his MO.
And that's limping in tournaments to raising really big in cash games. And
he
like
just
you
plays
said,
around with the size. I mean, because obviously the main difference there is cash games he's super deep, and in tournaments you're effectively way shorter. So
does Berkey even in deep stack tournament play is he still limping a lot, or is that mainly when he's on the shorter side of things?
Compared to a deep stack cash game, tournament play is never deep stacked.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
Deep
Yeah,
stack
yeah,
tournament
yeah.
play is like 100 big blinds, like 200 at most, and he's sitting here with 300 big blinds.
Yeah.
That's not even particularly deep for him. So what it does is it keeps the the pot to stack ratio similar in his tournament and cash games, because he's making it really big opens when he's really deep, and he's making small opens when he's effectively more shallow. So it does keep that level of consistency for him.
And he's able to win that pot on the turn. And it is interesting. Just
actually, I have a really funny story about Berkey here.
Go.
I was playing the I think the 10K here, or the 3500 here in the season ending in April.
Okay.
He was at my table, and he was doing his thing. He's a very unnassuming guy, not to casual fans, they don't necessarily know who he is, and so he was doing his limping, and to someone who doesn't really understand it, it looks like he's playing very poorly. And he was out. It was day 2, and he was out in some weird hands that he limped and called off, and was out in a matter of things. And then the guy, after he left, the guys at the table were like ribbing him, like oh, I feel bad for that dude, like talking about how like thought he was like the biggest sucker in the world, and we just laughed.
Because you just have to.
He's like, they're like that dude doesn't have a clue what's going. It was like the biggest yahoos at the table.
Well, and it is funny that people. Poker's weird, where you can come from a cash game background, you can go into a tournament and nobody really maybe knows who you are. And then he had that final table run in the 300K to start the summer, and that's when he kind of really became a known face. But yeah, when the most lost player at the table is berating the best player at the table, I always love that dynamic.
Sounds so confusing.
And does Berkey, when he's limping, is he limp calling, or is
he's doing all sorts?
He's doing also like limp raising, limp calling.
His open is just generally a limp, and he's doing everything. And then his whole bag of tricks is
wow.
After
That's
that.
so. I would really love to watch him from start to finish in a tournament, just one time, just to kind of see how. And I'm sure it drives people insane.
He's not. I don't think he's always limping, but he does it way more
enough.
than
Enough where you notice.
Absolutely. Very consistently, and a lot of people. I've started to limp early, oftentimes, by under the gun 1. Very rarely, if ever, from late position, sometimes on the button. But he does it consistently from around the table, which is very unique.
And that's that has to be relatively difficult to play against. Or is it?
I'll tell you why it's difficult. It's difficult because even as someone who's regularly playing a lot of tournaments, you're not seeing it a lot.
Yeah.
So even against seasoned professionals, it's difficult, not because it's necessarily difficult to decipher, but because you're not used to the repetition of it. It's just different than your normal routine, so you're just at least at first, it takes a period of adjustment.
Yeah, it has to mess with just your sizing and things like, just because you're not used to it. You're not practicing against that. You're not training against that.
As the game gets tougher, it's just beneficial in a lot of ways to do things against the norm, as long as you kind of know what to do with it.
I'm going to start limping.
You should.
What a fun game that was.
This is going to be Berkey
I wonder if people still play
v.
that. I feel like
Mermelstein.
everybody's playing Texas Hold'em at their house.
Mermelstein's going to take that small pot.
Limping, the new limping is like the new, it's so bad it's good kind of thing.
Yeah. And in 2 years, everyone's going to be limping, and
then
Matt
you gotta
Berkey's going
start,
to be on to the next thing.
There's like a ton of luck. There's a ton of luck involved, but honestly, like there's enough skill where it's overly entertaining even now.
Yeah.
Like I could definitely play that where I don't think I could play like 5-card draw with Wild.
My grandma loves that game. Screw your neighbor. We play it during like holidays and stuff.
I bet your grandma's a trip.
She's great.
Sorry.
It's best when you get the king. And you're like,
Seemed to slow down. There was a little period of action where some big pots were playing out in quick succession.
Well,
here we go.
You asked for it and you got it. Marchese opens the button with ace-10 of spades, gets 3-bet
400 was blacked out.
by the king-9 of diamonds from Berkey in the small blind.
That's the trick. All you have to say is we haven't seen a big pot in a while, and then they hear that and they play.
Both pretty good hands per the position.
Both very deep. An ace-high rainbow board. Berkey is going
Big
to
bet.
continue here for, looks like
700.
700, yep.
I imagine Tom's just going to call here, raising in these spots, and you just have that ace that he's really beat. He's beat by all the hands that Berkey's representing here, but he's still never going to fold top pair.
It's a really good card for
Berkey. Turns some equity now. He turns it on a flush draw, but I don't think he's going to bet here. I think if he bets, he gets called. Because if he had a hand like, I don't know, ace king for example, I imagine Berkey would check call here. But to be honest with you, he plays so. For one, he's regularly playing huge cash. He plays he plays very different than normal people.
Wow.
I'm surprised that Tom folded that when the queen paired the turn and he.
What is this book?
Is Tom potentially folding there because he knows he's going to have to make a really big decision on the river?
I'll tell you, I'm sure Tom knows a lot about Matt here. I imagine they've played a lot together.
I understand.
If Berkey just had a queen on the flop,
Funny because I was thinking.
yeah, he sometimes bets it, but sometimes check calls it. So betting twice there is interesting, but like I think Berkey's so outside the box that he has probably his whole range there when he barrels the turn.
And Joe and I were talking earlier. And I don't think this is the case, but does Marchese play any of the big 10K mix games at the series, or is he kind of strictly no limit in PLO?
I was say he plays a lot of PLO.
Yeah.
I've only seen him playing no limit in PLO.
Okay, yeah, because I don't think he's in the 10K studs and things like that.
Oh, I was talking about cash games.
Oh, okay. But
I see him playing big cash games. But no, I mean I don't think he plays stud game. No, I don't think he does that.
It's probably slightly too small. I haven't really been able to rein it in free at all.
Yeah. But Marchese's definitely a regular at some of the big bet games at Bellagio. And he wins whenever they have a tournament at Aria. Usually used to anyway. Until Byron just won them both last weekend actually.
Yeah. Yeah, those are fun weekends for those guys, I'm sure.
Just winning both of them.
You know what?
Like vary the stakes. Like when they had like Daniel and Antonio and all those guys play, they could have probably just
They jacked it.
should.
We were playing 1-2.
Because they were doing, you guys were doing a lot of straddling, right?
They should. Man, that game was so painful to watch. It's just like the way they were letting me go as high as 1,200 at one point, weren't they?
800.
They're talking about the Poker Night in America home game with Esfandiari, Daniel Negreanu. Dan O'Brien played in that game, as with Jason Somerville.
It changes the stakes so much.
Big game.
And that game got to a point where there were $1,200 straddles out there, and
very briefly.
it got big.
Those are fun. Who won?
I think Negreanu won just over 90,000, most of which I believe came from Antonio.
King 6 off. It's just a shove. Yeah, you're in there. She just gets like snapped off by ace high, and that's it. It's like you didn't sign up for that.
Yeah, the game used to have it used to be a 5K buy-in, and pretty much everyone bought it for 5K except for maybe Sean D would buy it for 10K.
Jen raises 275 on the button with king 6 off, gets 3-bet. Big 3-bet by Dan O'Brien in the small blind with ace 7 of clubs. And Mermelstein kind of feels, like his ace jack could actually be good here. Jen's just button smashing to an extent, and Dan O'Brien's isolating, potentially even for value with weaker hands than his, like he has. And Aaron could, with an ace blocker, could be 4-betting as kind of a weird merge of it being the best hand and just kind of picking up. Not only does he think he has the best hand here a lot, but he also just thinks he can effectively bluff and steal the pot.
And
just kind of get it through.
I kind of feel for Dan O'Brien just throughout this entire session. He's been handcuffed. He hasn't really gotten many hands, and when he has elected to make a move, if you will, it seems as he's always facing resistance somewhere. And he played a very big pot at the end of the first half of the session, I should say, against Mermelstein.
I'll tell you something. I don't think Dan's thinking about calling here.
Yeah.
If he was progressing the hand, he was going to raise. That type of hand. It's not an easy hand to play to a 4-bet out of position.
And you have Tilly to your right, who can be doing anything at any time, and then you have Mermelstein, who also can be doing anything at any time, and you're kind of then stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah,
and
I'm looking around the table. Like, everyone's in that kind of the similar kind of spot.
Yeah, there's
right
no. It's a 7-hand table. Nobody's gonna have an easy
Danny's
seat.
got Marchese and Berkey on his left. Mermelstein's got them on the left. I mean, everybody has a similar kind of seat to that respect. Jen probably has the best seat in the table.
Yeah, I'd have to say, I'd have to agree there.
And he just gets to pull it back. And when it gets through, it's like he has tight players to his left, so it doesn't happen. He's just like in a good spot. He just cages.
Yeah, everyone's pretty smart in the high stakes stuff.
Yeah.
Like they try to play things off his action.
Yeah, for sure.
I was playing some game, like the last time I played, like a month or two ago.
Jen goes 300 with Queen 8 of Hearts. I think Marchese was in the straddle with King 7 and called and flopped top 2. It's a good,
easy
good
life.
flop on that kind of board. Check. Jen turns some equity here with an open ender.
Yeah, of course.
I really wish that was the 6 of Hearts.
Oh, let's play half PLO.
She's gonna feel. She's gonna raise. I like the aggression. Small, but he leads after checking the flop. He leads relatively small in the turn, and she picked up open-ended and raises with it. It's a bad spot. I mean, she's getting called.
Yeah,
but, I like the initiative.
Right play, wrong time, maybe for Gentili. Yeah, we do get to see a river. Marchese calls the raise, and he's
got the nuts.
A full house and
kings full of 7s, and checks it to her. She raised the turn, missed completely. What a check back! She had no equity whatsoever. There's no way that she was going to win that hand, and she didn't even try to steal it. So that was actually a really good check back.
And I would say half the time Gentili goes 3K, and then gets.
She's never wrong apparently, because I'll tell you, most 90% of people, once they do that bluff on the turn and miss the river and it gets checked to them, they're going to try to bet something to try to win the pot. But she saved herself whatever that bet would have been.
Where you can really leverage. That's honestly.
All right, I think we are heading towards the last half hour or so of this stream. Just want to thank everybody for following along all day. We've had some really
I thought it was about
entertaining engagement with the chat early on. Some
I was like, oh, I might
good
back
guests
you
in the
some of
booth,
you.
and
You might just have sixes or a straight.
thanks Scott Baumstein for coming in to take us home tonight. And then it's right back to the cash games, right? Dinner
yeah,
first, maybe.
dinner plans.
All right. What are your dinner plans? Can you say?
We're going to a Mediterranean place, a Greek place
Ooh,
in
cool.
Fort Lauderdale. To Taverna, it's called.
And have you been there before?
Nope.
All right. Well, good luck.
Berkey's sitting over there quiet like a snake again.
Yep.
So intentional.
Berkey's in the hand, just in case you know.
And this is
hand
gonna
on the river.
check through, and
No, what?
ace high no good as pocket fives hold up.
So unfair. So unfair.
Sorry.
Slow rolls are in effect.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, like, man, I would love to slow roll someone, but I can't figure out who could take it the best.
Who would take it the best?
Yeah.
I feel like Tom can handle it, but
If you had to slow roll someone at this table, Scott, who would you choose to slow roll?
O'Brien
I
for
don't
sure.
want-
O'Brien?
I don't
Yeah.
want to exactly.
Not even.
Otherwise it's like 12 points inside.
You didn't even have to think about that. I barely finished the question.
Oh, we're playing a $250,000 pot. Nice hands. You got it, buddy.
Straight flush. I always get too nervous to slow roll.
Yeah, for sure.
Either I like have the nuts and I'm like, it's the river and I'm like, somehow the dealer's gonna like grab my hand and muck it. Or like, I think I'm gonna get bad beat. And then everyone just laughs at you a lot.
Yeah.
Like I always laugh at people when they slow roll on the flop and then they get bad beat. It's like hilarious.
Oh,
I think
man,
they're
that's
doing
such a high
straddles
percentage
now every
coming
hand,
through.
it looks like.
These games are fun when it gets to be like the last hour and everyone kind of looks around and they're like, all right, like you want to either like win it or lose it right now, and let's start pumping this up. And while the first hour of play is everybody figured themselves out, not wanting to make any mistakes. So that dynamic change
No. He flops.
is fun to watch. It doesn't look like O'Brien is going to straddle here.
That's right. Maybe he turns a double gutty because I thought it.
No.
Okay, so everybody but O'Brien is straddling. He's going to be that guy. It's
Just the
fine.
gut shot. Like
Oh,
he
maybe.
couldn't have. Like he was drawing dead.
Yeah,
And
that
then-
could be- whatever.
And then it turns
The
a
turn
gut
comes
shot,
off and
and
he's like,
Jeremy
"Woo!"
cheers.
Oh,
Started
no.
cheering, and the guy- and I think- isn't it ruthless?
like,
It's like
yeah.
he can catch a 10.
Yeah.
It's like no, he can still catch a 10 or whatever, and then it just
Peels off.
dinks.
It's really, JRB has like very bad luck.
So the guy like looks at me and
So
goes, bye-bye.
Yeah.
All right, and I actually just did see the
What was that? I was saying, like,
tweet
okay,
from
it's like, I don't know, I
Dan
started
O'Brien
nervous,
to end
and
his
have a
poker
great
night
habit.
session, so that means we
And then, like,
are about 40 minutes away from
came out and then-
the end of the night.
That was the best use of detail without just saying yada yada yada.
And just to read that tweet out, a lot of day of poker being super card dead and losing the few pots I played. A lot of fun playing with some great company. Dan certainly looks like he has had fun.
Still haunt your dreams.
Poker's a lot more fun when you win, though, and
Seeing where
he isn't lying. The few pots that he has played, it's
happy and then sad.
been some difficult situations for O'Brien, but always a good sport.
Marchese and Berkey woke up a couple hands.
And Gentili.
Marchese raises 150, Berkey 3-bet 500, and Jen just going to cold call out of the small blind with pocket eights.
And Dan O'Brien just peeled his cards, probably thinking to himself, please God, please God. Rabel in the chat asking, does Dan O'Brien realize Aaron and Miami Boss are on the table? He's been showing his back to them the whole time. He has been seated just like that, kind of blocking them out, and this could turn into...
Jen kind of flopped the best here.
Yeah.
Marchese missed completely, even though Berkey has the best hand, because Jen has, like, you know, the pair in the gutter
Well,
ball. She certainly, she can easily continue here.
Well, and she could easily have just a
I play-
random 6-5 or something like that. You know what I mean?
I play too much PLO, and I'm thinking she's got the blockers. She's blocking the nuts straight. She could have led a really good spot to actually lead 3 ways.
She led for 1,000. Berkey then raised to 2,700, and Gentilly quickly called.
I like the lead. I would have led a little bit more, but I do like her leading into the field there.
I'm impressed that you think I'm talented enough.
Interesting raise by Berkey, but I guess he was quote unquote seeing where he was at with that. When he just gets called, he feels pretty confident that he had the best hand.
And Gentilly, I don't think this is going to be a pump fake like we saw earlier.
This could work.
It's in Ecuador.
It's really
I mean, it's awesome. Yeah,
this is a really difficult call if you're in Berkey's spot right now.
And this is also a situation, we were talking about it with Marchese before. If Berkey does call here on the turn, he has to imagine he's going to face a large bet on the river.
But
right?
she's been giving up a lot, so it's interesting, you know.
Yes.
If I'm in his shoes, he can call there and then face the large bet and still fold because she's not always firing.
And he does call, so we do see the 10 of clubs pair the board on the turn.
The counterfeits a lot of possible two pairs she had.
And she does give up.
At this point,
I think Berkey has to
he's
tap
probably
the
going to
table.
check. He's going to assume he has the best hand, but I imagine he's going to check. But he's a sicko, so he can get some value here out of exactly like a 9-8. You know, a pair.
I think if Gentilly had
a 10 plus, she would bet.
Had a 10 plus, or had jacks. Obviously, Berkey has but queen, kings, aces. I think she's playing pre-flop differently, but I think she's following through with those on this river. But
if she had 2 queens, I imagine she'd check call here. But it's a very narrow range that he's going to get any. I think in the end he's going to go for a little value. I don't think he's getting called by much here. She could call. It's hard for her to think here that she has the best hand.
It's a bet of 4,000. It's under 1/3 pot bet.
Can't really. If he had a busted straight draw, he would have had a pair with it, like a 9 or a 6 at a minimum, and then which makes it less likely to turn into a bluff on the river here. Because he wouldn't have just called with like a7, you know, if he just had like a naked 7 or a naked 8 without a pair with it.
I think Gentilly's going to pay this bet off.
Last winter I was in.
Unless she had hearts with it, like Queen 8 of hearts or something like that. It's pretty.
The Columbia too?
No. Yeah.
I mean, not Columbia.
I think she pays it off sometimes here too. She's certainly getting a good price. She is beating a couple of hands.
For a lot of the trip. Went to Thailand for like a month just to chill. It's just cool, man. It is real cool. And it's cheap, super cheap. You can I tried to ball out as hard as you can ball out, and I spent like $4K in a month in Thailand. A month. And you can you got bottle service every day, like $50 to get a
It's like 3 dinners for me.
Yeah.
Well, I'm stuck already, so.
I would love to see the speech and then just pile it in there.
Well, I'm already stuck, all in.
Yeah. You're the best. People don't do that enough.
You gotta bring a girl with you though.
Why? They don't have sex.
No, it's just I feel like that's like one of the destinations. Like I feel like
it would work.
A lot of countries
I don't think you'd go.
As long as they really like sushi.
And while Gentilly is talking herself through the hand, Aaron Mermelstein and Daniel Suied are having a, I would say, R-rated conversation about some travels to foreign countries.
Well, let's let them speak then.
That's one of the destinations. There's a lot of destinations you don't have to, but I feel like what they're.
Yeah, I can see it being better there.
Go on.
The most expensive thing is the hotel, so like.
She's calling. I think she's calling. She's too curious right now.
So the end of the day, I'll save -12 if I call.
Oh, she's worried about how the end
Gentilly
of the day
is very worried about her final number.
She wants
always.
to book a win. She wants to win.
I gotta tell you, I like the fact that you ruled out the idea of you winning this pot.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna live. I don't know.
I remember years ago she was the biggest winner on the Party Poker Big Game. She had a huge win, 100,000 or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She was the biggest winner ever of that game at the time.
So she can afford 4,000? That's what you're saying?
She could probably afford it.
Does she want to commit it though?
I'm not a bluffer. I was gonna re-raise pre-flop with my fantastic hand. Best player in the world.
Dan O'Brien falling asleep.
What would you
Oh, there,
raise on
he's
the
awake.
turn?
I'm gonna say she calls though. I don't think. Yeah, she's too. She's thinking about it too long. She wants to sleep at night.
I said you had jacks. How much time do we have left?
15 minutes.
Okay.
It's a
turn
great
it
bet
over.
by Berkey. Great bet.
Yeah.
There's like such. It's
so many
such a
people.
narrow range of hands. That
So many
you could
people
call that
would
better.
just be okay with the pot, and I hate that term whenever anyone says, "Oh, I was okay with the pot already." And Berkey, 4,000, like I said, less than third pot bet, and makes an extra 4K.
Most people don't
check
bet
bet.
the
Yeah.
That's why we think it's a
Man,
ridiculous
give me some
analogy.
I can't believe he re-raised me with a hand that bad.
She means
What?
just leaving when
He
you.
re-raises me with jacks. No respect.
No.
Of course not.
See,
I would
I
have
knew her
saved
name was
money.
What
Jessica,
would
but
ever make
when
you
she's
think
saying
you're a
that
man I
she
should respect?
If I
left
re-raised
for
you
money, so I'm like,
pre-flop,
who is
that
it?
would
Who?
be flop for me. If I
That's funny.
re-raised you pre-flop,
I probably would have won about the same size
no,
pot.
because you would have called. Then I would have proceeded with caution.
Instead of just
I hate my life.
throwing that caution to the wind.
You are. You're in trouble.
And this is where
No, I just feeling it.
the wheels can maybe come off for Gentili, with
So
15
bad.
minutes remaining.
Root for me. Okay,
Let's
I'm
see if
gonna
she
put
calls
it
this
on.
Queen 4 clubs in the button here.
She did already.
Oh, she did.
Okay, check.
Okay. She does have the button.
That's a queen. I thought there was a queen on the flop. I wish.
Okay, I'm not gonna win by folding.
Oh, there it is. I can do this.
All right.
Oh man, you win baby.
Oh my god.
It looks like she's reaching for more chips.
Like a raisable hand.
Yeah.
You were like on the floor.
And sick hair bro asking Dawley bust out. Yeah, her pocket aces.
To Danny Suied 7-8 suited.
7-8 suited.
Yeah.
Flop in the full house. Flop in the joint.
Berkey's an optimist when he's looking at his cards.
Very, very true.
Well, it's
I
supposed to-
start by finding the hands I can beat and work my way back.
Okay, I'm putting, let's see, I have here like basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm putting, can I put 15
Put
on
the
the
100
table?
straddle on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Whatever you want.
Gentili just
Whatever
goes,
you want.
can I put 15? And Tom Marchese says, whatever you want. As he licks his lips.
Like they were going to stop her from buying it over the cap.
Fast and bad.
Fast and bad. All right, check.
Ace she works with a real hand. 300 ace
Oh
king.
my god.
Oh yeah.
I'll have the amount out.
Marchese
another five.
gonna defend with
Yeah.
ace 6.
It's just cash. Yeah.
Oh,
And
God.
I think the 100 straddle is going to be
All right, next hand, next
the
hand.
thing of a standard over the next few orbits.
I need a drink. I need alcohol.
Cocktails on feature table.
Two of the.
Unbelievable. I thought I beat the Poker Night in America curse, but I will never beat the Poker Night America curse. Never.
Never say never.
What?
I guess she's implying that she's lost every session.
She has had a rough go of things over the last few Poker Night in America trips.
Cocktails. Yes.
That's why she was so concerned with that win with the call. She could have been winning with the if she didn't make the call.
But stronger.
Way more entertaining.
Okay, I'm gonna fold. I have to fold.
A double.
A good player
Oh yeah,
folds
same
once
thing.
in a while.
Yes. Double.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Whoa. King 6 exposed. You folded that?
After.
O'Brien raised it up to 350 with ace jack spades.
For sure.
I got one of those. I have
Berkey
with the play type of hand.
is going to
Can't
call
13% V per
after the straddle.
That's right. I remember seeing the chart upstairs.
Unbelievable.
There's a
You were
chart?
worried I
How
had
many
a
hands you
10?
played?
Could have had a 10.
Look at
Yeah,
aggression
again,
factor.
just really didn't give a shit.
Pretty good flop for Berkey as he
I think you're
has an
taking
up and down
it
straight draw.
because you knew I
And look at how many outs Dan O'Brien has.
It's a lot. It's a lot of decks.
You knew.
Closer towards the
Dan
bottom.
O'Brien doesn't need those outs as he has
So embarrassed
the lead
by
with
the hand played out.
ace high, and it's
I
going to
actually
go
might just have like queen 8 or
Dan's gonna bet.
check, check.
No, Dan's betting this
On the
jack
flop
over
and
here.
turn.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, I need to pair up the jack. Excuse me.
He's
Embarrassment of
checking,
pairing
checking
hands
down
up.
like 4-8.
I did have a 4.
Wait, what?
And he was a pair thing.
What's on the
No,
board?
like
there?
Random
Three-
regular hands, but like
3, 5, 6,
3.
Yeah.
9, jack.
I was going for the old check raise and he sniffed it out.
until the last
Then I just didn't want to play the
hour.
hand.
when
You
he
get
was
in the
all
background, you can hear the money counter shuffling through those bills. That means we are
So the end of the day total,
winding
unless I win,
down
like, a
towards
lot in the next is gonna say Jennifer Tilly down 1, 2, 3, 4.
At least we're gonna get some Jennifer Tilly hands in at the end.
Yeah,
She's gonna try to make a run for it.
That's the last hour. Everyone kind of looks at each other like, all right, well, I didn't come here to make 2K. I came here to
lose 20.
Either lose 20 or win 20.
You must be winning now.
I'm for 35.
You're even.
Up from what?
I'm up a smidge.
You're up a smidge. You're the big winner,
I'm up a
right?
schmeckle.
Yeah, I'm up.
What happened? What's that?
He's up at Fiesta.
Oh, it was aces versus my kings. And a couple other small
What's great
blocks.
is just because like Jay used an incorrect car analogy, now we're just all gonna always talk about wins and losses in terms of cars.
Yeah.
It's just real goofy for him to use that if he doesn't even know anything about cars.
Yeah, and he'd never get one.
Like if it's not
Maybe
Bible
Dan
one,
O'Brien.
He just knows that they're like.
Looking to catch some late heat as well.
It's a speed ride. Okay, I have to play every hand, so except this one. And the next hand.
Tornado Jen's really letting me down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. More like a dust devil.
It's going to be Berkey
All right, quick.
defending out of the big blind now. Gentili wants his hand over quickly.
Quick, faster.
This is checking through, still checking.
How many pairs?
I would have won that. I know.
So everyone's just checking as Gentili's faster.
Jen-
Next hand,
Jen's
next
out,
hand. I need a hand, I need a hand.
Let's check it down.
Like a wild card game.
Got better and better.
I know.
Pair.
Definitely looks like she's ready to put some chips in the middle.
No.
You can't just sit down on our big one.
Should we just tell them to reserve us a table in the
What? No. I have to win on TV. I don't care about $12,000. It's my pride that's at stake.
Oh man, I would do a 12K flip with you at the end, except I just know you want it bad enough that I'll never win.
I have to win it. I have to win it through sheer
force.
sheer wiliness and grit. Oh my God, I can't believe another poker night in America is coming to an end and I'm in the red again.
The cheese wakes up the kings on the button.
No,
I think half.
And Jen in the big blind who's never gonna fold.
For Gentili's sake, I hope to God she has 6 deuce offsuit and. If this is a queen high flop, we need to.
For a random amount.
Right.
Never look back.
Here it comes. I know how this story ends. No, this is.
You've
so
seen this.
no,
You've
no.
seen this movie
I've
before.
seen this movie before, and it's all a setup. It is all a setup for Gentili.
See a 3 in the turn.
You get real mad if they have like a cumulative total.
Not folding.
They can be bribed to change that.
Our drinks here. Okay.
Thank you.
Tom Marchese just smiled off camera, I think. All right, that could slow Gentili, but most likely not. She is going to check, though, and Marchese is going to bet what looks like 700.
I don't feel like she feels like folding top pair now.
Yeah. When you're stuck 12,000 and you quote-unquote don't care about 12,000.
And that 6 not a bad card for her. You
Yeah.
know, queens and 6s now.
Oh my God, she's going to lead.
All the straight draws missed. Yeah, he's just gonna call, imagine.
This is so unfair.
I know. It's
No, I agree. That's bullshit.
Bullshit. That's bullshit.
I agree.
Did you
Marchese.
see how he opened his mouth really wide and went, wow, like, look at this girl. She must have a hand.
The way he's running today, he should donate his money to the school system.
Bullshit, Marchese.
That wasn't
Bullshit.
fair.
We're leaving.
3, 4, and 5.
I'm actually surprised Gentili didn't lose more money there.
We can just
We're
all.
all up for the 5. I'll take the
Right.
small blind.
Okay, so I have to draw the card?
Can we just agree to play 5? Is everyone okay with playing 5?
Yeah, fine.
I think they're playing 5 more hands and calling it a
I
night.
luckily drew 5.
Luckily, or was it face up still?
Yeah, 5's good.
I don't know if it was. What? Wait, I wasn't watching when you did it. Turn him over. Turn him over.
Okay, we're good.
Play 5
We are going to
hands,
play
yeah.
5 more hands.
They know I'm like on the verge of
All right,
leaving
time
Poker
to
America Universe for
run it up if you're Gentili, I
This
guess.
is like a home game where I can't win.
Let's get a double straddle from the Miami boss one time for the
I don't see that happening.
for the kids.
Oh, no, I'm
Do
out
it?
of position.
What?
2-4?
What?
I need him to fold.
No? Off of it? He's off of
That's my first card.
Ay, ay, ay.
Wait, what are you doing?
Hey, a little 400 in the dark.
Wow.
400 in the
That's a lot
dark.
of stones with me behind you,
In
buddy.
the dark. Okay, awesome.
Marchese
That's good.
goes 400 in the dark. And the cutoff,
No, never. I would never do such a thing.
Did you look at your cards? Berkey?
Perfect
7-4.
spot for Berkey.
Berkey's definitely gonna raise
Holy cow.
Aw,
against a
he's
blind
really
hand.
good
Ace Jack
fun.
suited.
I was gonna go in the the dark too. But
It was 1,300, and Tom's probably just got to fold here.
yeah, he's not fun.
Is that suited?
What a waste of one of the five hands. Ugh.
Wow.
Wow, I go 400 in the dark, and you get.
It is fun when these streams end and
Tried to make it
somebody's
interesting
just not satisfied. No, one more.
Well, yeah, and then it evolves into runways.
Yeah.
That's how we end our games every night at home.
We're having some fun.
You know, you get some middle flops, you extend it as long as possible, then the losers want to flip.
Look, there's a 200 straddle.
Problem with runways is you can never quit. Especially if you win one, you know, they suck you in until you're can't win. You can't quit when you're winning.
Yeah, I get 200. All right.
America's such a great country.
Wait, I think Jen's button straddle.
Go.
Anytime you need to fill a
Is it button straddle? Is it a dark
I
bet?
think it's a dark raise to 1,000. That looks like an orange 1,000 chip from this angle.
No, it's a button straddle. They let her button straddle.
Oh, okay, because 100 straddle from the boss, 2, 4, 1, or 8,
yeah,
effectively.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize there were a bunch of other straddles. I thought she was just Mississippi.
Yeah, straddles are difficult to put up on the graphics. Kind of have to find those ourselves, and Gentilly is...
Well, whoever wants this pot.
Yeah, this is going to be really the first one to bet takes it, and that's Gentilly. Berkey tried to add insult to injury, winning with 7 deuce. Not the case.
When you have the $800 button straddle on, you know, you can get stacks in very easily. When people are sitting 10K, you know, the stacks are now effectively 10 big blinds, 10 to 20 big blinds. So.
Yeah, we go from 300 big blinds to 10 big blinds.
That extra 4 behind you.
So Berkey is going to put 2. Gentilly's going to
putting
put
the
4.
400 on. They're all.
And this is, you know, for a player like Dan O'Brien, who's been relatively short stacking, this is
good time to pick up a hand.
Yeah, some heavy cards one time.
You'll be invited.
Although the elusive businessman that everyone always promises will be at their game.
Yeah.
And Mermel's going to pass.
Poker will have a sad state of affairs.
As will the
without
boss.
Businessman is Dan O'Brien.
The first time I put on one of those massive straddles was probably like an 800 or something like that. I got a full double. Got massively rewarded.
With
it was a PLO hand. I don't remember what
okay,
ran out.
but
I just remember just getting a massive pot out of it.
I don't remember how it went, but I won all the money.
I remember winning the hand.
Children. You have to defend your children.
All right, and basically 50-50 to the flop with Marchese with 4s, Tilly with the old Jack 5 offsuit, and
that's
if that was a Jack high board, that
the only good thing for Jennifer is that she missed completely, but maybe she wants it so bad, and that's what Tom is banking on. She picked up a straight draw. She's not folding.
Yeah,
play that much.
Bet Tom.
You might get raised.
Call.
Not folding. The question is she gonna raise?
Oh, I love Gentilly so much. Gentilly is going to call. A jack would be really bad, and Marchese.
Ace.
The last time he had pocket 4s flopped a set, and he's done so again. King of Clubs completes the board, so should end things for Tilly, unless Marchese wants to get sneaky and check here.
I doubt it. I think he's imagining she's gonna like call relatively wide.
She would call with
give her a chance with
a pair.
Any queen doesn't want to give her, or any rivered king. He doesn't want to give her a chance to check back.
I almost felt guilty. I saw
What? I almost felt guilty. I bet I imagine he did not.
Yeah, that's the old sorry, my bad. After you bust someone from a tournament, I'm sorry. You're not sorry.
I picked up some sort of like draw.
Tom once wrote
I
a
thought
very.
I didn't erase you on the turn.
Tom once wrote a very mean tweet about me, and I've never forgiven him since.
I remember this.
What
Oh
did
yeah,
you,
what was
did
it?
he say?
I busted him out of Venetian.
Oh yeah.
3 years ago.
I remember.
I
I
was
feel like
certain-
something about like players are really tired or oi or.
What did he say?
I don't remember. I've gone back and looked at it since. It really inspired my career.
I'm happy I can help you out.
You saved it?
No, I might have favored
Hey,
it.
do you remember how that hand played though?
Vaguely. I caged you, I know that.
It was probably deserved.
Back then he thought I was the worst, now he just
Big
knows he walks
raise.
into the cage.
It was like it was like
Aaron.
5-way to the flop, and I had king queen on like queen 8.
When there's
It's 100 straddle on, I
and
think.
it went like
200. It looks like a 200 straddle from Tilly, right?
Well, at 20 or
Yeah,
50,
so-
she's putting 200 on
He
into the
goes
gun
fold,
instead
and
of
then he
100, so
calls
it
with
makes more
6-8
sense
with
now.
top behind.
Yeah.
And then he
Aaron
saved the
Mermelstein
six on, like, king
seeing everyone else get involved, and
I was down like 600.
now he says it's my turn.
I was so tilted.
It was way more than pot behind. I remember talking about the hand.
I don't know. You just went all in on the turn.
Yeah,
It was
Here comes Gentilly.
like
So
spot.
3 players are going to see these flop,
turn.
and Mermelstein in
I
position
remember I
was the
thinking, like,
pre-flop
I win this
aggressor.
tournament, I'm even.
It's Queen Jack Jack.
And there's like
Jen
300
loves
people
those
left.
10.
Dreams real quick.
There's like 300 people left. And I'm like,
She's not fading much either. They have they're drawing to a king
despair in your
between them.
voice.
Oh man,
yeah, that was a bad summer.
not with plays like that.
So I think
All those
this
bad turn calls.
may be the final hand.
Oh
And then I'm sure we're going to have some extracurricular activities afterwards.
Tornado.
I will say, Poker Night in America when we were in Choctaw, the game ended. And Poker Night in America after dark, I heard, rumored, ran basically for the rest of the night.
At the same
They went into the cash game section and the game ran very, very late. It was stopped in
Oh,
to
it's so brutal.
check it out, and there was
some.
some
Gym class.
basically everyone who played in the game that weekend, along with some, you get the random people who wanted to get in all weekend, just local guys, and it was fun to watch.
Danny finds a playable hand. King 10 of Hearts, the last hand of the night.
You know me last hand, bro.
Aaron also gonna.
The boss not happy with his last hand. He wanted to play.
We're gonna get at least a call after that.
I want to call.
It makes you feel any better. I bubbled that tournament.
Yeah, that helps.
I really should.
Jen's never
Gently,
folding any
yeah.
hand in this spot. Oh, real hand. She could have squeezed.
She could have raised. I think Mermelstein would have called, definitely.
They both would have called. Because it's like the last time she's probably willing to put in a lot of money.
And it's going to be a king-high board, 3 clubs.
Nobody has a club.
Mermelstein and O'Brien with top pair, but
Honestly, it's
But
the
Jen
gonna
with
be-
nothing with no club is going to lead
Gentilly
lead into
looks
the
like.
field.
No, I thought she was going
I
to bet.
thought
She
she was
checked.
betting too, yeah.
I'm just like sitting there on like raging tilt. Like
Brian is gonna bet.
Like pulsing, like the tilt.
Mermelstein likely not going anywhere.
Checking if that king of spades was a king of clubs.
Not
It is
quite.
not.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna keep this momentum rolling.
It's a summer
Show-
saver.
Show up late. I turn 20K into 100 in the first orbit. I'm just like, yeah, and then I'm out. And I'm buying in on day 2 with like 18 blinds and just firing.
Yeah, this summer I didn't have it in me. It's like,
Mermelstein does call 750.
Just take it off.
And this is
Marmelstein knows that Dan's been the tightest guy at the table,
place here?
and he's betting into 2 people. That board, it's hard for him to nothing. It's not.
Damn.
He's not thrilled
Gotta
with
be
king
so
queen,
brutal
no
if you're
club
rich
there.
enough that the blow doesn't hurt as bad as it does others.
Yeah, I mean, I was
But
so
Dan
good on the
can't
summer,
like
it didn't
that
hurt that bad.
he was relatively quickly called by Mermelstein, who's been
Right, he's got
more or less been.
He's got to put Mermelstein on effectively a king or an ace of clubs.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow, they're really cutting back on this.
Maybe some sort of pocket pair with the club
15%.
between
yeah,
nines and
so-
14.
jacks or
Damn.
something.
Man, that's so
It's
wild.
right there.
42nd in 2010, and I got 215.
yeah, wow. Yeah, I had 15
And-
million. No, I had like 20 million.
Betting makes
I
a lot
kn-
of sense. It really freezes the
Yeah.
action. If Dan were to check here and Aaron bets, really
It was Jack 10 suited.
hard for him to. I mean, just doesn't know where he's at.
Yeah.
He can at least when the club misses on the turn, he can still extract value out of hands that he can actually beat. Some pair hands that also have a club in his hand. He's only really losing to a few kings that Aaron happens to have, or like the odd set of 8s. But his king 10 here is good a lot.
Then I had like 7 into 10 left.
All right, so 6 of hearts completes the board, and this pot is quickly ballooned to 6.
I think
And a
Aaron
half
checks
thousand.
back here.
The river bluff. Oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Aaron went for some really thin value. It's actually weird that these guys have played the last hand of both the afternoon and night session, and Aaron is going to win that pot. He's going to check back. He went for thin value right before lunch, but now right before the end of the day, he likes to check back, take down the pot, and I think he'll end up as a nearly $7,000 winner in the game.
Sneak some chips
Beats losing.
He does beat losing.
I'd love a color up.
You want to interview me and I'll come back and do my
Loving the interviews.
Nice playing with you guys, all.
Guys, we will need a chip count.
Okay.
Please be.
And we will get a updated result page. Here we go. Tom Marchese was the biggest winner today, 25,000 in the books for Marchese. Berkey, the second biggest winner with just shy of 10, and one player who just ended our session with a win, Aaron Mermelstein, wins 7,000. Unfortunately, Jessica Dawley down 9,000, Jennifer Tilley down 13, and Dan Suied and Dan O'Brien each down 7,000. But overall, a very exciting day of poker night in America. We've been live from Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Hollywood, Florida for 2 days now. And guys, don't worry. We're going to be live again tomorrow starting at 12 o'clock. That means the Twitch stream goes live at 12:30. Find us at twitch.poker.tv/PokerNightTV. My name is Will O'Connor. Scott Baumstein, thank you so much for coming in the booth, taking us home.
Thanks
Good
for
luck
having me.
this
It was
weekend.
fun.
Good luck in the cash games. Enjoy your Mediterranean dinner tonight. And again, guys, thank you so much for following all day. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Until then, peace.